Look at the health bars just trickling down.
They're running out of time.
Beautiful boot from Junbin. Oh my word. Oh, they're making the hot work.
Look at that shoe coming in with the nano too. This might just be enough.
Should we do a hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil real quick?
Sure.
Okay, so you do hear no evil, I'll do see no evil, then you do speak no evil. So, like, is that
He
good?
didn't do anything because he can't speak because he's muted.
Oh, they're saying saved. Okay.
I can't do anything.
All right, so people are saying that
we're
we're
back,
back.
okay.
So thank you very much, chat. This is a participation stream, clearly. So thank you very much for letting us know. We didn't really say anything too insightful, mostly that we're very excited about the tournament, about being here at these final 2 days and seeing these last two matchups. But G-Clef was just mentioning on it, a TriCast. This is something that we don't see very often at all in just English commentary generally, but especially here in Overwatch. Wolf and I were the part of, to my knowledge, the only ever Tier 1 TriCast to have ever taken place in Overwatch, and now we're here again with a second, joined by G-Clef.
Yeah, we'll try, and if it doesn't work, it'll never be happening again.
We'll never do it again. But no, something tells me that this will be fine and that this will also be quite fun because we have some very, very exciting matches coming into today. Crazy Raccoon, once again, looking to assert dominance when it really matters the most. They are already through into the grand final. They're waiting to see who their opponent's going to be, which also means that they're through to DreamHack. So they don't have to have concerns about potentially missing out on that tournament. But G-Clef for Falcons as well as for ZETA Division, that spot, that position at the final tournament of the year is still up for grabs.
Yep, there's only one more spot, and only 2 slots. Unfortunately, not 3 available from Asia, and one more slot available. Either ZETA Falcons, I think I am still hoping for Falcons in a bit of a favorite situation because of ZETA's map picks and what they're able to do as a hero pool. I think there are some weakness in terms of what ZETA can do in this meta right now. So we'll get into it later as we talk about the details.
I think for ZETA, it's really interesting to see this team make it to the domestic finals in Korea. Of course, this is our, of course, Asia bracket, but ZETA did make it to the grand finals. They were kind of unceremoniously crushed, though, in that finals for Stage 2. But they've never been able to represent Korea in one of these big OWCS majors. Obviously, playing in Esports World Cup a little bit different. So for them to take this upset win and go to back-to-back finals domestically and then internationally here in our Asia LAN will be massive for them. Would, of course, seed them straight to Stockholm. So there's a lot of pressure on these guys. They're the team that have the least amount of success as an Overwatch squad of our three. All right, map pool remains unchanged throughout playoffs. Of course, we have a bunch of new additions here. Busan is back. We do have Clash as a part of our Flashpoint map type as well.
Yeah, and I think that that's worth recovering in case anybody is just tuning in here for this final day. Flashpoint and Clash, they share that slot in the map pool. If you elect to go over Throne of Anubis or Hanaoka for that Clash map, it means that Flashpoint is going to be locked out unless, you know, especially the finals, it ends up going the distance and then we get a map pool reset.
Yep, Kings Row, we even had a draw. And you guys
We
like
finally
it so
had one.
much. You guys like it so much. And I think the key map for today, the entire day, will be Gibraltar. Because we'll see a lot more Widows, a lot more Winstons, maybe even the ball, but some teams liking to play, some teams not. I think that will determine a lot going forward.
And I think that's a good point. We have seen a lot of onus on that Watchpoint Gibraltar coming through. We'll see if that's going to continue in today. But starting things off, we have this lower final, ZETA Division versus Team Falcons to see who is going up against Crazy Raccoon. It's going to be a daunting task, no matter what. They have allotted an hour and a half for this one here on the official scheduling. I think we might need slightly more time.
I think there's a pretty decent chance. Now, Crazy Raccoon, I think, coming in by a lot of people's thoughts, a big favorite to win the whole thing. But Falcons have historically had a good matchup with them when it isn't international. And this tournament, while it does take place in Korea, the same place that OWCS Korea did happen domestically very recently, I think Falcons have a really good read on this meta. So that's the expected finals, right? ZETA Division, though, they're going to have to show a lot. If Falcons underperform and they win here, I think Crazy Raccoon, massive favorites to beat them in the finals.
And I don't think as we get ready to have the players walk out in stage there at the Busan Esports Arena, I think one of the key fixtures that we're looking at on this team forever and always is going to be Violet, because he has certainly had his ups and downs. This is kind of the do or die guy. We've been seeing him bring out the judo, not having the most success with it, pivoting that over, and then having him play on things that are a little bit more reliable, a little bit more known in the Brigida. But does that continue into today, or do we see him going back over to judo?
And that's a big point. Is individual play, sometimes not according to the teamwork, can pay off, but more likely it hasn't been paying off. Actually, putting him into a big team letdown because of the individual play. And also, Illari can be very aggressive, but doesn't always work against the Falcons, who also plays as Illari. Of course, the point onto Violet, I think that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, and Falcons on the other side, they were the dominant team leading into this year of Overwatch. Hamster was the strongest roster. Every org was fighting over who was going to get these players. I mean, this team has about 29 Overwatch titles amongst them. If you add up all of their accomplishments, they have succeeded so much. They are the picturesque super team, and they're coming back here to try to win an international title. One was taken from them in that Stage 1 final, so potentially a revenge story here. That rivalry between them and Crazy Raccoons has been going all year long.
Yeah, it's just been nothing but back and forth between those squads, but the starting five will go ahead and get ready to take their seats, and I think it's a consistent question that we're going to continue to have as we'll take a look at the deeper rosters is what sort of swaps do we see? Because with the recent addition of Pelican here for the side of ZETA Division, we've seen that they are more than willing to play around with him subbing through. He's sung a little bit less so these days, especially with a little bit more onus on things like Arisa in the meta,
yeah,
where Bernard can very much excel. But Pelican has been coming in and has been seeing success overall for ZETA Division. For Falcons, though, they have one of the biggest rosters that we've had globally. but we haven't been seeing too many swaps. Some one-offs from Majed coming through from maps like Midtown to be able to play that Alari for them for Circuit Royale, etc. But Happy, this guy who's gotten picked up, and now we find ourselves leaning into almost a Widowmaker meta on maps like Gibraltar, hasn't been subbed in for the team. Does that happen today?
Yeah, I mean, that is a big question that we will have. I think Proper's current form and performances have left people a little bit frustrated at times because at his peak, he is probably the strongest player, I think, in the entirety of the world right now in terms of hit scan. But when he is off form, or if he's playing a little bit greedy, or if he's playing really risky, he gets punished a lot here in the region that is so incredibly stacked with talent. We've only got Korean teams left here, so a big question mark I think we have for Proper is which Proper shows up today and how coordinated are the Falcons? Often a greedy team and have lost so many critical matches because of it.
Yeah, honestly, I think we will be stuck with this roster, what you see on the screen, with maybe a switch from Hamin to Smurf. I think that should be about it for the Falcons.
All right, well, it's time to go ahead and hear from our team reps, so we'll pass it over for the translations.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. This is the final day of OWCS Asia Stage 2. We are here with the first match's pre-match interview with Chio from Team Falcons and Violet from ZETA Division representing their teams. First question goes to Chio. Of course, this is a rematch after 3 weeks, with the last one taking place in the OWCS Korea Champions Grand Finals. Of course, now the winner moves on to face Crazy Finals, so what's the mindset heading into this one?
어떤 파이팅이 달라졌을까요?
우선 이번 대회에서 만약에 저희가 제타를 이기게 된다면
If we beat
결승전에서
ZETA
라쿤을 만나게
Division,
되는데
we meet Crazy for
저번
Raccoons.
대회들도 그렇고 느꼈을 때는 위에서 대기하는 것보다 이제 아래에서 치고 올라가는 쪽이 좀 더 유리하다 느껴가지고
I believe that it's more advantageous for a team to be moving upwards rather than waiting for a team to be on top.
보여주겠다라고 말씀을 해주셨습니다. 자, 그렇다면 바이올렛 선수.
The next question goes to
코리아
Violet.
결승에서 팔콘에게 1대4로 패배를
Of course, they
했었기
lost
때문에
1-4
오늘 경기 더
to Team
이를 가지고
Falcons,
준비했을 것 같은데요.
so they are
자, 3주라는
itching for that revenge.
같은 시간, 제타에게 어떤 시간이었을지
So,
궁금해요. 이전과는
how
무엇이
did ZETA
달라졌을까요?
Division spend the last 3
아무래도
weeks preparing?
그때랑 메타가 좀 달라진
up
것도
to now?
있어서 또 지금 메타가 저희 팀한테 엄청
I think the meta has
좋은 메타라
changed.
생각해서
I think that the current meta
이번에는
compared to back
충분히 이길 수
then
있을 것 같습니다.
befits us
자,
a lot more.
하늘은 우리 팀,
So
메타는 우리 팀의
I think it'll go. The match will go differently this time around.
더 흥미진진하게 관람할 수 있을 것 같은데요. 자, 코리아 결승에서도 두 팀 만났었지만 지난 시즌 아시아에서도 같은 자리에서 만났었습니다. 그만큼
Of course,
서로의
they
성장
also
과정도
met
잘
at
알고
this
있고 약점,
in this
강점도
stage of the
파악하고
bracket
있을 텐데요.
and
서로
during stage
팀에게
1.
아직 너희는 이런 부분 더 성장해야 된다. 한
So,
마디씩 해볼게요. 먼저 치호 선수.
If you were to say something to ZETA Division,
제타가
hey,
저희보다
this
좀더
part needs
부족한
to be
점은
improved.
챔프폭에 있어서 좀 문제가 있다.
What would it be? And Chio says,
야, 영웅포
Hero
너네는
pool
따라할 수 없을 걸
is
이라고.
the ZETA Division's hero pool is a lot smaller than
선수는요?
Team Falcons, and as for Violet's answer,
저희보다는 저쪽이 좀 더 안 좋지 않나 그 생각.
I think their hero pool is a
야,
lot worse
너네도
than
그렇게
ours,
좋진
actually.
않던데라고 도발의 한마디를 받아치셨습니다. 자, 벌써부터 불꽃 튀는 신경전이 펼쳐지고 있는데요. 자, 이어서 치러질 결승은 OWCS 파이널 진출이
Of
걸린
course.
정말 중요한 경기가 되는데요. 이렇게 중요한
The
경기일
next
때
match,
감독님과 코치님은 어떤 말씀을 해주셨을지 궁금해요.
or this match depends.
들은 바는 없고
There's a lot on the
그냥
stake.
다
So
같이
what did the
열심히
coaching
하자,
staff say
후회
to your team?
없이 하자라는 말밖에 그런 말을
Nothing in
들었던 것 같습니다.
particular, but they just said, "Hey, let's play without regrets and let's do our best."
그렇다면 제타 팀은요?
And that's for ZETA.
저희는 이번에 꼭 우승하자 그렇게 얘기했던 것 같습니다.
I think our coaching staff, I remember them saying, "Hey, let's win the championship this time around."
자, 그리고 코리아 스테이지 2 때와는 다르게 한 단계 더 높은 곳에서 이 경기를 지켜보고 있을 라쿤에게도
Please say a
한마디
few
해볼까요?
words to the Crazy Raccoons that are waiting on top, saying
저희가
that,
저번
okay,
대회에서
we'll be the
3대1로
ones to make
졌었는데
it.
저희가 다 이겨놓은 거를 저희끼리 좀 던져서 진 거였다가
I think the last time we lost to them, it was because
이제 저희가
we threw.
올라가면은 이번엔 안 던질 테니까
So if we move up
확실하게
to face them this
이기도록
time, we won't
야,
be
저번에
throwing. So
던졌다. 우리는
we
좀
will make
즐기면서
sure
게임을
to
했기
win.
때문에 이번만큼은 다를 거다라고 말씀을 해주셨습니다. 자, 그렇다면 제타 팀은요?
and as for ZETA,
저번에 라쿤 상대로 풀세트 가서 아쉽게 졌었던
we went to map
기억이 있는데
5 when we
이번에
faced
만약에
Chris
올라오게
Raccoon last time.
된다면 라쿤 상대로는 좀 더
But
좋은
I think
경기력이
that
나올 것
this time
같습니다.
around, if we do move up to face them, we will be able to perform better than we did last time.
이번 경기는 더 멋있게 펼칠 수 있을 것이다. 기다려라라고 말씀을 해주셨어요. 자 그렇다면 마지막으로 부산까지 응원하러
And
와주신
lastly, please say
팬분들께도
a
한마디
few
하는
words to the
시간
fans that
가져보도록
came all the
할게요.
way to Busan to cheer your team.
우선 서울에서 대회했다가 이번에 부산으로 대회하러 왔는데 이제 사람들도 많이 와주고
A lot of people are
듣기로는
here
표가
despite being
3초 만에 매진됐다 들었었거든요.
in another city.
아직
I heard that the
오버워치가
tickets
인기가 아직
have
식지
sold out in
않았구나라는
3
생각도
minutes
들면서
for the
팬분들한테 너무
finals.
감사드립니다.
And I think that
다음으로
Overwatch is alive and kicking. Very much so. So thank you very much for all the support.
응원의 박수 보내주시도록 하고요. 그렇다면 제타 팀도 들어볼까요?
And as for ZETA,
갑작스럽게 이제 서울에서 경기를 하다가 부산에서 하게 됐는데 부산에서 경기를 하는데도 불구하고 이렇게 또 부산에
despite
와주신
playing in
팬분들
Busan, which is
감사하고
very far from
좋은
Seoul,
경기력으로 보답하겠습니다.
there's a lot of
감사합니다.
people here coming to support our matches. So thank you very much, and we will repay you with splendid performance. And that was the pre-match interview between Team Falcons' Chio and ZETA Vision's Violet. And before we head into this match, I'm going to send it back to the boys, Achilles, Wolf, and G-Clef.
Alrighty, thank you very much, Quest. Good to hear from the players, but the stakes right now are high. This is the road into the grand final, into that matchup over at DreamHack Stockholm. It all comes down for these two teams to this last best of 5.
Yep, one final match to decide who is going to Stockholm, who is going to face off against Crazy Raccoon, potentially take a huge title here. One of the most prestigious tournaments in Overwatch. And Nepal is our starting map here. Falcons, being the higher seed, do have map selection. It's really interesting to see this one come out so early, especially because I feel like ZETA are really strong on this map. Bernard's very good at the Orisa, which is quite common here, as well as the Ramatra that we sometimes see. So, a bit of an odd choice. I'm a little bit surprised by this.
I fully agree because I think Alpha East Farah is actually really strong on Nepal. I actually don't know what to say about this pick. They must be confident.
Well, options obviously limited with the 4 maps to try to choose from, and you never really know what you're going to get with Control. Can lead to some wonky, lopsided results from time to time, but both teams absolutely need to be locked in the zone here as we get ready to have this series take off. So Nepal to begin. We'll see which submap we get and who is going to be able to take that first round. But I, for one, between these squads, we're losing one of them for the rest of the year. We will not be seeing one of these teams over at DreamHack. So I, for one, am looking forward to seeing this go all the way to 5. Give me some draws. Give me some extra maps. Give me 3 maps here to start things off on Nepal to really set the stage.
Yeah, I'm hoping that's what we're going to get to because, you know, it's going to set the stakes for a lot of different things in terms of who's performing today. Flora, is he going to actually be able to step up to proper? What sort of compositions are we going to see? Or is it just going to be the mainly Orisa comps we've been seeing recently? Or are we going to see some Ramatra sprinkled in despite the nerfs? Or are we going to see Winston come through, Wrecking Ball, picks that these teams aren't necessarily as known for, especially with Hanbin on the starting lineup? This is going to be the first appetizer, the first big, real taste of what these teams are potentially going to be showing us in this best of 5.
Yeah, and the Cassidy duel between Stalker and Flora, I think that will determine so much. The Cassidy Ash, these hit scans, determine so much during a control like this in Nepal. Sometimes even switch into May. I think the timing of that will be very crucial. Falcons sometimes, even when they're losing, they just stick to a comp. And whenever you see this flop of changes of heroes coming from the Falcons, they sometimes lose their mental because of these changes. I think that flow, we have seen that in a couple of matches within the history of Falcons. So if they keep on changing the heroes, maybe they will actually have a lot more trouble against ZETA, which I don't think will be a good sign going forward.
I mean, we know one of the big things is going to be that opening read on Nepal. What are you going to bring to the fold? What are you anticipating from your opponents? And do you have that correctly identified so that you give yourself the upper hand as the barriers get lifted, as the gates open to start battle? Because otherwise, you have to go for those resets. You know, on Control, even though it doesn't tick nearly as quickly as Flashpoint, it's still a detriment to lose whatever ultras you might have at the start.
Yeah. You mentioned the Alpha Yi Farah coming through G-Clef. I do think that Ashe is one of the big heroes to actually shut down ZETA. I think we're going to be seeing it a lot from Falcons today just because they love to put Flora on the Cassidy, as you mentioned already. They love to play the Pharah, so if you're not sure what composition is going to be, the Ashe does feel fairly safe because it's decent into the Pharah, of course, but very strong into the Cassidy. You can outrange, so maybe we'll see something like that Orisa Cassidy style composition coming through this time around.
And you think it's harder to predict because we see a lot more Echo because of the Juno presence being present in both teams oftentimes in whichever control map we go into. But still, it's very hard to predict what they come off from because we've seen a lot of crazy things coming out from Flora and Alpha E. Even some Genji coming out with the Cassidy and Ashe. I think that's predictable, but Flora can also play some different heroes, as we all know.
Yeah, the new trend to duplicate the Juno to get the really fast orbital ray is something that I think a lot of teams are now adjusted to. We saw only a few teams doing it at the very beginning of this tournament. We weren't really seeing our Japanese or Pacific teams run that. It was kind of a Korea exclusive, but now that it's been seen by everybody, it's really strong. And that's one reason why you might see the Echo, as you mentioned, G-Cluff, over the Pharah, and the ability to chase down and beam down with the execute damage. A specific hero like a Juno gives extra flexibility to the Echo as well. It's no longer really just a duplicate the tank and overwhelm on the point type thing. It's more like, oh, double healing means our tank is immortal.
And also Genji from Proper. I don't think we've mentioned enough about Proper today.
Sure.
His Genji is above everyone else. I think Hisang, sometimes other DPS tries to match that and have a mirror comp, but it has never really come to fruition against Proper, what he's able to do in push, some control maps, even some escort. So depending on how early Proper pulls out that Genji, I think there will be lots of differences be happening in the game.
Yeah, we also saw Alpha E moving away from the Genji quite significantly in their matches leading up to this moment. You know, it was something that Achilles and I were calling for a lot, casting ZETA on their run to this lower bracket finals here, is why aren't we seeing Alpha E's Genji so incredibly strong on it? They play it a ton when we do end up going to Flashpoint, but they've really moved away from it quite substantially.
And I think Pelican sometimes do play Genji, but he's not in for now. I think Pelican will only be in maybe one of the maps if you go to Escort in the future, like Gibraltar or anything else. We've seen Viper coming out from him, but this is certainly not the map where Pelican comes in.
No, it is not, but you hear that noise and you know what time it is. It is time to get this lower bracket final underway here at OWCS Asia. We are starting things off on Nepal. We've got Falcons versus ZETA Division. And already, Wolf, as you were discussing, eyes on Ashe, Flora, as well as Stalker for the moment, looking like they're going to be hovering onto that.
It's just such a great catch-all when you don't have a full read on what your opponent's going to be running. Great into the Mei, great into the Pharah, great into the Cassidy. They will both be matching Stalker and Flora. After the teleport, of course, from Flora, they'll swap back.
TP forward, a little bit of speed boost here from Bernard. Just getting the spin.
Ooh, Proper with Pharah start.
Okay.
That's a rare sight.
Yeah, Proper is going to be going here for that flyer, so Onus on Flora now to try and deliver, get those kills, and pick them off. We do have Alaris here on either side alongside the Junos as well. As we start out the neutral fighting here. There's going to be some rockets exchanged across the way here. Waiting to see if there's going to be any kind of neutral pick opened up, and Violet does nearly get taken down.
A lot of damage done here by Flora on the side, but not actually able to lead to an elimination. Proper gets that kill, though.
Yeah, that being said, finds the one. Alpha E going to be taken out of the equation for now. That's very much going to slow up the approach towards that, getting that Blizzard online. And for now, Falcons off the back of it are able to step forward and start contesting the point. Looks like it's going to go over to them for free. No real way for ZETA Division to try to push forward, being down a member.
I think both teams has a lot of poke potential. Losing Mei early, that's pretty bad. But still, I think what we really have to look for is Lari. How much ult can you actually get? 69 already on fielder, a lot faster.
Violet nipping at his heels down by about 10%, trying to get his way back in here to get that Captive Sun available, but the orbital rays crucially are going to be online at the same time here as Chio, just one less percentage, now has it ready to go, and ZETA Division starts stepping their way forward, so orbital rays going to be coming through, match, looking for the torpedoes, a little bit of damage, and that wall comes in, and Hanman is cut off, and the rest of his squad ends up falling to the wayside as Stalker Field and Chio now all going to fall, and that'll be the cleanup here for the side of ZETA Division.
Very clean fight here from ZETA Division, using the Hyperloop to close distance, but it felt like a big Hail Mary because those ultimates weren't online. Violet did not have his Captive Sun, they didn't have the Blizzard, but they felt with a fast rush in like that, they might be able to catch a single target with the Ice Wall. They were able to cut Hanbin off. Now Terra Surge nearly ready for Bernard. They have a really nice defensive setup here, and they've nearly actually managed to make that percentage even.
Yeah, being able to get the team kill there, just with the one ult invested on either side, is fantastic for the side of ZETA, but now there's going to be a bob and play here from Stalker. I think sends it off the side of the map.
Yeah, that was a little bit unfortunate. I thought Falcons, because they have the ultimates ready to go, they wanted to push in early. But we'll take some more time.
And it's looking like it's going to be way bigger here for the side of Violent. 3 kills found off the back of that one as Bernard's just occupying space and body blocking. So Bernard, or rather Hanbin, will just go off the side of the map there looking for that reset. Still trying to get that Terra Surge online.
This is a nightmare situation, though, for Falcons, because now you're going up against Terra Surge, you're going up against Blizzard. They have choke point control. You have no great entry points. Even Proper's ultimate isn't going to feel too useful. Hanbin doesn't have his yet, but even getting to the point is a bigger challenge than using it right now. ZETA Division in a fantastic position after a big whiff from Stalker.
65% about to be crested here for ZETA Division. Still 3 ultimates in the back pocket. Hanbin just about ready to have that Terra Surge available, but can he find a setup for it? He's trying to get the rush down here onto Violet, hits him with the javelins, just trying to close that distance and get the pull through. Looks like he will just opt to go for this one into the ice block. Will go Alpha Yi, but the Terra Surge still does deliver that kill. Violet unable to escape. Bob out here from floor, looking to see if he can try to do some additional damage, but it's going to be Finn able to find one as Proper will get taken down. Alpha Yi getting juggled in, but the Blizzard comes through. He gets a freeze right in the nick of time to take out Hanbin, and ZETA Division with another extended team kill look to steal away this first round as Stalker will be felled.
They had to do it. I mean, they felt rushed to do it. Hanbin always wants to go for the counter Terra.
The wall, it cuts him off. I don't think he can go for the touch. Proper is trying to build up those blinks, but feel they're dead on the arrival. The roll across here from Hanbin, but he's just being slowed up this May, working so well against that Wrecking Ball's delay tactics. Quick little touch in, but Proper will fall. Now the Terra Surge go ahead and to guide the entrance onto the point. The cleanup will continue as ZETA Division are going to net themselves this first round of Sanctum.
Alpha Yi, what a fantastic May performance. He was picked in that initial fight. We can criticize that, his positioning a little bit too aggressive. I think missed the ice block when he was picked by Proper on the Pharah. But after that, just super clean. Decision-making together with a hyper ring to come through to go onto the point, use that control, force Team Falcons to wrap all the way around. And then even though it looked like Falcons had the jump on them, Hanbin gets that pick on the Violet, they still commit the Blizzard. They still know they're fighting off the point. Very good coordination from ZETA in that first round.
Yeah, because of the distance, I think Falcons, with proper damage from distance, they wanted to go in, but ZETA just gave them no space to actually dive in. And whenever they dive in, there's that wall isolating them all the time. So May was a crucial pick in the first game.
It was, but now we get things open up a little bit more as we move over to Shrine. So looks like LVE actually is going to still stick with the May. Swaps back over, and it's going to be Flora out onto the cast, which I think it's not unreasonable to say has been his most impactful hero so far in this year. But you mentioned she clubbed the Genji for Proper. We're seeing that now.
I think it's about time. Falcons bringing out the Genji early on, which means that Proper feels the pressure to go into the side, but let's take a careful look at Alpha Yi's May, or how long he's actually going to stay, because this is not the map where Alpha Yi played this many Mays coming out, only on the first one, not the second.
There is a bit of a change up there. Bernard spinning the spear, still eating a bit here as Proper just looking at prodding with those right clicks. But going to be burned as torpedoes continue to try to soften up these members on the side of ZETA Division, but still no kills to be found yet. Hanbin with a brief little stun as the javelin goes across. He's keeping up this time with Bernard, a hell of a lot better compared to what we were seeing over on Sanctum. So the Terra Surgers could certainly find impact here for Falcons, but it's going to be Flora taken down off the rip as Stalker finds the opening kill. Now very much asserting the lead here over towards that alt flashbang in. The headshot comes across. Violent going to be taken down. Falcons are in control.
I mean, absolute performance from Stalker here. His team was losing control of the point very quickly despite touching first, because Proper just doesn't have the damage output on this Genji compared to the May, who can get you point presence. The Genji without blade and without a pick is relatively useless, but Stalker just outputting way more damage than Flora there, taking him out and pushing Bernard off the point. Fantastic performance from him, getting them that first cap.
Yeah, that's why they have so much more violent going with the counter all the way back. I think that was a little early because they weren't in position.
HP bars is still low, but I believe it is only Chio caught. Now, once again, Hanbin able to find Violet with the Terra Surge, taking him down. Bernard getting melted here in the front lines, just trying desperately to kite back, but ultimately Proper just going to be a push forward, continue looking for some more eliminations. Flora will peel off one as Stalker does get taken down, but that's as good as it gets right now here for ZETA Division.
I think this is the moment where Violet just goes, okay, I'll try my best. Of course, he will change back to Lucio. I think that was meant to be, but I think he rushed in a little faster compared to the entire team. I think it was slightly more coordinated. Maybe they had some more space to actually go in and touch for the better fight.
I think if they get Alpha Yi his Blizzard a little bit faster, the call is a reasonable one, because that could actually turn that fight. But instead, it's a longer fight where he builds Blizzard, but they give so much extra percentage. Now they have to deal with this Dragon Blade. They have no supportive ultimates. And Proper is unseen here on this flank.
Waiting. There's some death from above, dropping down, but still not going to be unsheathing it quite just yet. Just poking and prodding. Doesn't really want to have to use it until they do work their way over onto the point. For the shutdown there. Blizzard at the ready from Alpha E. 85%
So
built
patient.
up here. Yeah, patience from the side of Falcons. Wall coming up defensively from Alpha E. Now Blizzard going to be invested. As the blade does get pulled out. Proper trying to get in on top of Violet. Gets a couple swipes across with Benari. Will go ahead and body block the doorway, but Flora still going to be taken down off screen as Hanbin finds that elimination. Blade widely, not going to be finding too much of anything, but Stalker still continues to collect. Finn and Violet both going to be taken down, and Alpha E, nothing more that he is realistically going to be able to do. The cleanup will come through, and in response, it's going to be 100-0 here for Falcons to extend us over to Village.
I mean, look, this is the 3 rounds we were hoping for. This is the 3 rounds we were expecting. Stalker pulling out a massive performance on the second round. The first round, of course, dominated by Alpha E's May. But compositionally, ZETA really struggling there. The Captive Sun coming up empty. Having to swap late to the Lucio just meant there was no way to deal with the Genji. And with the Deadeye Blade combo, it was so difficult for ZETA to actually pilot around that. So ultimately, it does go the way of Team Falcons here. Let's see what the reads are going to be on this third one. It looks like Farah's.
Yeah, big change-ups coming through here as we do see the Alaris once again coming back in. Whoever wins out that fight, like, going to be sticking with that Alari, but loser might have to make a swap. We'll see. Looks like Fielder's thinking twice about it. He's going to go over to that Brig in the end.
And this is also a map where you can actually bring some tracers. Yeah, Stalker will be the first one to draw that out in this entire game.
Tactics in the first round, not going to be counting much there towards that, but it's going to be Violet taken down by Hanbin right off the rip, just getting it on top of him, no peel available for him whatsoever. Hanbin just having free reign, collects that one, now looks for a little bit more. Finishing off Bernard would be a surefire hit. Way to start things off, but looks like they will be able to survive, so it's going to be a decent amount of ult charge over towards Finn, but Cap is going to be coming through.
The extra mobility of the Tracer really helping Falcons out here as they corral ZETA back. Stalker can at very low cost come over here and just cap the point and rejoin his squad. No punish to come through from ZETA. It's working super well so far.
Violet with a change over here onto the Brigida. Not too far behind, so we'll be able to at least keep pace towards those rally builds here against Fielder. This is Farah battle. Dominating the sky is going to be ever so important. Alpha E, though, in a bad spot. That direct hit comes in, but won't quite be able to confirm the kill. Tracer not in position to get that alley-oop, so for now he will stay alive. Stalker still wreaking havoc on the Tracer, on the cast. Does not matter. This man has to be feared at the moment. Little Ray's going to be invested here from Finn, building that up a little bit faster. Gio about to have his second ult could come through, but for now it's going to be the point conceded here as the Division are able to gain control. 30% on the board here for Falcons.
Gio in a very dangerous spot will cost his life for it. Yeah. But that was a good draw away, at least throughout a couple of ultimates coming out from ZETA Division. There was going to be a flip anyhow.
Yeah, I think the key really is that Finn is able to get his orbital ray before Chio can, because they just needed to do more healing. Like, Falcons was winning that fight for a long time, so there's just more healing output opportunity for Finn. That actually was really the difference maker in that last fight. Also, Alpha E surviving, which was very close to him going down. If he dies there, this doesn't happen. Now we're matching percentage again.
For the reapproach, the orbital ray going to be invested. ZETA Division here for the moment, gaining the lead. Bernard desperately trying to backpedal. Pulse bomb going to be coming through. Terror Surge going to be used. Just trying to keep everybody at arm's length. Alpha E, how we're going to be falling low, but the Terror Surge still does manage to find one proper. I think he was trying to drop in, but he came in too early, trying to use the barrage now. Alpha E unleashes his own, but it's a massive stun coming across the shield bash from Fielder, able to find multiple targets, but he's going to be taken down. Flora traded out, Violet falling low as they desperately try to pick off this enemy Brig, but looks like for Falcons, that's going to be eluding them here for now. Alpha E still alive. Looking back here, dropping down, keeping himself safe, protected. Robert does manage to collect on the reapproach.
Yeah, even if the Falcons win this, it's taking way too long. I think Falcons wanted to clean this up early on.
Now eliminated proper on the return. A little bit of a beef there with the ult invested, but it looks like coming back into the neutral fighting is still damn clean. Fleur will put down Shio, but ultimately the flip does come through. Falcons back in control, 71% the percentage to beat.
I'm kind of with G-Clef on this one, though. They wanted to get the fight win faster. Took a long time here. That percentage is enough to where ZETA Division could probably just win this map off of one team fight win, especially if it means they build up that rally for Violet, because he's got a significant advantage there. They have the advantage in terms of the orbital ray as well, but getting to the point to use it is the challenge, especially with proper with this sick flank.
Yeah, dropping down. He's got Stalker in alongside him. A Farah Tracer dive coming through here for the side of Falcons. Pulse bomb going to go out. Bernard able to go ahead and shrug that one off his floor. Finds Geo. Fielder going to be taken out, and that's the supports now gone. Right back over onto the point of ZETA Division. Not even losing out on the lead. Still maintaining it, and now looking to bring this map to a conclusion.
Yeah, I was about to say, how is Flora going to actually dive in with the team and deliver the damage? But Falcons came to them, which makes a better situation for Alpha E to just hang around, and Flora made sure he's around the supports for ZETA Division for better cover. I don't think that was the perfect play coming out from the Falcons. I think they're still feeling rushed in this game.
Ooh, that's a huge fake. Proper.
Air shot.
Able to go ahead and get the shutdown there onto Alpha E. Maybe a bit of damage teed in there from Stalker, who has since swapped over onto the Cassidy, but that's going to be a man down. It's 99%. Gets reached here for the side of Zeta Division. Map still may be far from over. Falcons can try to get this flip into their favor. Hanbin, the one keeping things occupied for now, keeping this contested. Chio just tries to keep him sustained. Orbital Ray is going to be available, and it's going to be invested here off the rip. Torpedoes, a couple shots across. Finn falling low, tries to tuck him onto that high ground, but eventually will be taken down proper. Quick to go ahead and pursue. Falcons are back in control now, moving past 70.
Yeah, it's a huge win, though, that they got Chio's ultimate actually out of that fight. They were able to buy enough time there. Bernard really standing his ground incredibly well here on this third round. And yes, they will end up getting a stagger kill here on the floor, but Zeta Division have the better tools for this next fight, absolutely. The bigger question rather is, can they get to the point to use them? As Proper's been finding so many incredible flanks.
Exactly, it's all going to be about this approach, 10% now. But they're trying to make it happen, and Hanbin is going to likely look to try to hold the door. He does have that Terra Surge. Rally comes out though, Violet leading the way.
Proper from the side. I think that's going to create so much Alpha E position on the other side. There it moves once again.
Falling low, a quick little jump over to the side. The heals do stream through. Alpha E unable to find that kill, but now we're in the 99-99. One last fight to determine who's going to be coming away with a victory here on this map. Bernard trying to get away from the Terra Surge. Sees a damage Finn, taken down to a sliver. Bernard, the barrage comes in, and this time Proper is able to claim the elimination. Alpha E still maintaining his own, but Finn is going to fall 8% shy from having the ult online. Proper has a shutdown. Alpha E cannot find a damn thing, and it's so very close, but in the end, it's Falcons holding their heads high as they kick off this lower final with a victory on Nepal.
What a close neck and neck. 3 rounds, 99-99 to decide the first map. Falcons come out ahead. But there were certainly some ups and downs along the way. I think we did see Proper absolutely outclass Alpha E on the far, which was incredible to watch. But at the same time, they weren't always coordinated as a squad. Ult economy was a little bit all over the place. But I think those staggered deaths for the side of Zeta really were what did them in, because yes, they were able to win the fight. Yes, they were able to get their ultimates online, but they weren't actually able to approach the point, and no one was able to deal with Proper's flanks over and over and over again. They also had a good read to swap off the Tracer, Falcons did, because it really wasn't working. They were trying to focus Bernard down. They couldn't cut through that armor. The Tracer absolutely was not working. Swapping over to Cassidy, I think a great choice.
It was actually crazy, and I had questions about Proper's Pharah. And that was the reason why day 2, day 3 was playing Cassidy, Echo, Tracer, even Sombra, but not really willing to use that Pharah for the big days. And some of the reason why actually they dropped a lot of the matches because Proper was unwilling to play that Pharah compared to the other teams like the Raccoons and even the Poker Face. But that question is gone now.
I think we got the answer.
Yeah, we have the answer, clearly.
As far as pretty good. I mean, he was playing Pharah like he was playing like Release Echo when she was just silent in the skies. Just that that secret assassin who would just swoop in, sticky bombs into a beam, boom, your backline's absolutely obliterated. You know, yes, the one little mistiming there drops down into the last few vestiges of that Terra Surge, ends up getting picked off, and it looked like that was going to be kind of the round losing play. But I think in the end, it actually comes down a bit to having that late reset, that pick on the floor, having that stagger, not allowing for Zeta Division to be able to get back into position to try to retake the point a little bit quicker. So narrow margins, I suppose, is what I'm getting at. Not trying to point fingers at anybody. So if it's your favorite player, I'm not blaming them. I'm just saying it's neck and neck. It's so very close between these two.
I think we're going to have to see Falcons will be a little bit more consistent, because as the map pool opens up a little bit more, Zeta has had such good reads in terms of hero compositions right now. So if the Falcons keep making big mistakes in terms of how they want to fight, how they want to use ults, like we're seeing Chio ult very late in some of these fights, then I do think Zeta could absolutely upset here. I mean, they're looking very good tonight.
It very well could happen. But I think right now, from what we're seeing in that opening control, I'm just hoping that is going to continue across the whole rest of these maps. Don't give me blowouts here. Give me some really nice contentious action between these two squads, because, again, it really all comes down to this final series for them. Lose here, 2024, that's it. It's over for you. You don't get to go to DreamHack, maybe as a spectator, I suppose, if you want to pay your way to go over there, but not as a competitor, not being somebody to try to challenge and lift that trophy.
I can't imagine not having one of these teams in the major, not having Falcons. I think that will be one of the biggest upsets that we can actually have, not having Zeta even, because throughout the season they have been playing so well. I really can't favor any of these teams.
Yeah, it does feel weird that one of them is not going to be over at that tournament. Weird. Anyway, we're going to go to a quick little break, and when we come back, we'll see what Zeta Division's map pick is going to be. And we are back. That trophy will be lifted by one of our teams here today. Crazy Raccoon still waiting in the wings, watching the start of this bout between Falcons as well as Zeta Division. First map goes the Falcons' way, but it was by very narrow margins, able to scoop up the victory 2-1 over on Nepal. Zeta Division now will have their first map pick here in this series. I'm very curious as to where they are going to look to take us.
I think Zeta Division, by far, their weakest has to be Gibraltar because they're not as powerful with the Widow pick in terms of lineup. So I think we likely go to Escort, just not Gibraltar. Either Rialto, Habana, Junkertown, anything could be up in the air, but just not Gibraltar.
The problem is, even with Gibraltar being so Widow-centric, a lot of these other maps are decently Widowmaker.
That's true.
She's barely viable there. I mean, Junkertown's something that can come through. Rialto, especially at points, that A opening, can really see Widowmaker play. So if they want to go to Escort, they are going to have maybe a little bit of a difficult time. But as we get the answer, it's going to be King's Row.
All right, so King's Row here, a map where, you know, it's a little bit narrower, the space you can work with, especially when we get to the streets phase, but we've seen this dominated by strong attacks. The defense of King's Row throughout this tournament of A has been, it's almost always like first attack, first cap, unless we have a big disparity in skill level between the teams. So perhaps they just want to get some momentum back here. Maybe they'll pick attack first and try to actually crush that, get the momentum going. Maybe it'll be an Ash push. They can run Mei. You have the attacker's advantage on King's Row because the enemy team doesn't get to change composition once they see what you're running. But the Widowmaker is a big fear because it has been very popular as of late.
Very much has been. As we will go ahead and take a look, we have a substitution. Alfie going to be stepping out. Pelican will be coming in for Zeta Division. So looking to go ahead and try to maximize every single advantage they could possibly get here on the second map.
I thought Pelican played really well. He was playing Gibraltar, some Reaper even, Mei, and Genji also was out when he was playing Gibraltar. But not quite sure why Alpha he had to be pulled down. I thought the Pharaoh duel was still available on this map. Maybe they want to get it out of the way because Proper's Pharaoh is actually quite dangerous right now.
Yeah, I mean, he looked to be the better Pharah of the two. I think the other issue I have with this substitution is that it just basically says we're not playing Pharah. That's not what we're doing. So very easy to read, and that surprise element I mentioned if they want to go attack first is going to be off the board as two different Pelicans here. Or maybe it's the same one. Maybe that's just what it looks like when it's zipped. I don't know. No, they're different.
No, yeah, they're different. I like that, though.
Looks great. I mean, look, I'm happy to see Pelican in. He's been one of the players that Achilles and I cast a long time ago, finally found his success, picked up 2 titles. You know, had incredible success in the Overwatch League. A bit of a surprise late addition here to OWCS, but, you know, adding some extra flexibility to this roster. But the question is, what are they going to be running in fact? Because no Alpha E also means no Mei.
Yeah.
So if they just want to play standard, like, you know, and when I say standard, I mean like something like an Ash Tracer, their individual performances have to be incredibly strong.
All right, well, looks like we are just a few scant moments away from getting into this one and having our questions answered, but I mean, it's critical to keep in mind here. Zeta Division, King's Row, it has been a fairly polarizing map for them. 43% overall win rate here on this one. 3-3, but of course that draw also in the mix. So things a little bit wonky with the stats, whereas it's been a fairly strong one for Falcons. So they are picking into a projected strength here. We'll see what they have up their sleeves and whether or not this is going to tie up this series or Falcons will already get themselves out to a very early lead in match point as we jump into King's Row. The Zeta camp trying to spur the team on towards success, and it looks like Wolf, you've kind of nailed it on the head. It is going to be that attack first here for Zeta Division. It looks like it may just end up being Pelican coming in to play the Pharah himself.
Yeah, we did see that hover when we had that little camera shot of him on stage, and I was surprised to see that, but perhaps they just did think that Alpha E's Pharah performance wasn't up to par with what we saw from Proper.
Wasn't up to Para.
I wasn't going to say that.
I'll see myself out.
And Falcons actually defending fielders starting with Brig, with Juno, has been a lot more Ana on this map for Falcons. Wonder where they want to stay all the way in the back.
I mean, Zeta's just going back to the past. They're doing the Pharah dive potentially here. I mean, they showed the Ana. Okay, they will swap. They are the attacking team. They have the ability to do so, but showing it for a moment there with the Winston Ana Pharah would have been crazy to just literally step back a few patches ago.
Pelicans Pharah. I'm looking forward to this, and Proper already pulling out the Genji in defense.
Where he gets going, that is going to be a very scary prospect to try to deal with here. The looking for the boop off the high ground, but Hanbin able to go ahead and maintain that position. They're trying to drag him down, though, as Bernard starts occupying the point, but just will be there. He's tiptoeing back and forth, stopping them, delaying them from getting up towards that first tick. Proper going to be taking low, dash to the side, keep himself alive and in the mix.
That was a really nice setup there for Hanbin. They actually had a really nice angle where he could stay on high ground and get all that healing through. They're losing control of the point fast.
They are. Robert continues to be the one going down to try to contest, but eventually Hanbin's going to have to make his way onto that low ground, and that's going to be the go button right now. As Orbital Ray already built up from Geo gets sent, and Flora immediately gets Nova Pawn. Finn likely to be taken down as well, down to a sliver of HP as they look for some sustain, but instead it's going to be Violent dead to that Dynamite. The cleanup will continue, some players just trying to avoid staggers, but Bernard now in a fairly rough position, likely to die on the back end, but that Spear comes off cooldown just in time to keep himself alive.
Yeah, good aggro and going back and forth, keeping the DPS alive. Gio, how did he get that orbital rage so quickly?
So the reason why is because I was talking about Hanbin on that high ground. Gio had an angle to just constantly heal him. They wanted Hanbin to act as a battery essentially for that orbital ray. Look at how much he has already, 42% of the next one.
Yeah, he's building that up very rapidly. Captive Sun going to be drawn out here. Spirit spun, having to wait that out. Hanbin tucking back, dangerously low. Gets himself over into the hotel, though, and will be sustained back up towards full. For now, though, second tick going to be grabbed up here by ZETA Division, so still continuing to make some progress despite being down after that last fight. Gio now surviving. His Terror Surge going to be pulled out here from Hanbin. And that is just going to be the double kill coming through into the triple on the backhand. Flora has been taken out. Fielder, the only casualty thus far here on the side of Team Falcons. The bomb continues to go ahead and delay, and Bernard will get picked apart. 2 minutes now remaining here for ZETA Division, up to 76%, but still so very far away from closing out this opening cap.
It's really cool between the recess, Hanbin, Bernard. They always want to counter each other with the Terror Surge. And this time Hanbin actually pulls it out first because he had a lot more chances. The angles were just better for him.
They have this pick. They need to start going, though. Stalker out of the fray. A lot of damage eliminated. As there's the drop down, the barrage going to be coming through, and it seems like Deflect not available here to try to keep him alive. Violent will find the final snipe to go ahead and take down Proper, and there you go. One decisive ult use leads to the count eventually coming through. Time bank a little bit more limited compared to what we have been seeing on King's Row, though. It's just shy of 4 minutes.
Yeah, it's about a minute under what the average has been for this tournament. We're usually seeing 5 minute plus time bank, so this one feels a little bit, a little bit muted, as well as the fact that Gio was able to build that extra orbital ray. They have the Dragon Blade here. They can just back off, give up Archway, and look to set up and say, all right, we're going to look for a Dragon Blade fight here. That's our main goal. Use the old advantage. We have ZETA Division regrouping, putting Pelican now on the Mei. So surprising to see this player just doing what Alpha E does.
Yeah, I think it's really great. Falcons still holding a couple of ultimates. They're not letting things go, willing to let things go and keep what they want to have, and still keeping the show.
Just hiding back. They're waiting out the orbital ray. This is decent patient play from ZETA Division, not looking to try to play into that one. Now they're about to have their own Captain Sun and Orbital Ray ready to go. So it could just be a nice little two-piece combo, but Pelican finding the headshot onto Proper from downtown. Gets the snipe, picks up the Genji, and now is looking to try to get onto the back line. Fielder is going to be slowed up, isolated, picked apart, limb from limb, as Bernard is able to go ahead and collect that, finds another. This is going to be a really good breakaway on the push for ZETA.
I mean, ZETA were so patient. They waited out the orbital ray. They looked for a re-aggress towards that choke point, towards the archway, and Falcons just couldn't show the same patience. They felt like, okay, well, we've got to make something happen with this orbital ray, but as it ticked away, they kind of half-committed. Proper gets picked, and now ZETA, really with what it was a weak time bank, getting some decent pace here.
And Falcons starting to scramble a little bit as we see Stalker swapping over to Tracer.
Yeah, Tracer has to come out because it's been a Pelican show so far. Pharah, and then switch it to Mei, and you get a snipe like that, you already did your job on the map here.
Didn't even have to use any of the ultimates in that last fight to get the cart up here where it's at. Proper tucking away behind the cart, still eating quite a bit of damage. Might be taken down, does manage to get sustained back up, but Hanbin will be taken out. The Terror Surge yielding absolutely zero results. Fielder now, Captain Sun in play. Could end up getting popped here. He's eating a little bit of damage to Rally, helping to keep him alive before the moment, but you can see just how segregated away from the rest of the team they are. Flora will fall. Stalker able to find one. Proper finding another. Puts down the DPS players here on the side of ZETA, but ZETA still looking decent. Stalker able to find one more. Pops that recall, but the cart is glided into B, so already the damage is done, and the respawn rooms have been moved forward.
I mean, Proper's still holding this blade, Might be time to consider a swap or a commitment. I mean, Falcons also just committing the Terror Surge there very sloppily, fighting for actually winning a defensive B and rather than playing for time. Despite having a great start, I mean, ZETA Division still crest B. They're halfway to C with 3 minutes. A huge turnaround from Falcons' mistakes.
We actually have a lot more Zenyatta coming back into the meta because of the long distance snipes, even having Widow on top of it, giving a lot more hooking power.
Also just a little bit more safe on this point of the map, but really can be instrumental in trying to break down these Orisas that are otherwise fairly immovable in those front lines. Orbital Ray, though, out here from Chio to try to start things off proper, taking a lot of space, but once again, ZETA Division just respecting the ultimate. They pull back away. They likely know that Proper has that blade in the back pocket, and they don't want him to pull it out quite just yet.
Yeah, Fielder does build half of a Transcendence here off of this defense. They're still controlling this corner. Blade is shut down.
They try to keep himself back, but Flashbang goes in, and Proper loses it all. Just to clear out on the pylon thus far here for the side of Team Falcons, but Stalker will be able to find the headshot as Pelican gets taken out. Fielder similarly getting involved. Violet going to be picked apart, so even with the shutdown on the blade, that's going to be critical, but they still do manage to trade back in kills and win out the fight in the long run.
And there's no nano coming from the Falcons, and I think it's time for a switch. I think that's a great call from Proper. Not having the blade, still your team managed to win the team fight anyhow.
So I love this swap here actually from Flora onto Widowmaker. It's going to be a bit of a surprise. It's going to outrange this Ashe here. And it means that some of the poke, obviously, that Stalker can offer here may be shut down by a single pick. It's a greedy choice, but it is going to come as a surprise. Okay, they're aware of it.
Oh,
but
he
it's
just
not aware
instantly
enough.
finds it. He knows that he's getting greed for it. He knows he's going to try to go for that damage to get the Discord Orb out for the rest of his team. And Flora is able to capitalize. Proper now going to be taken down as the Orbital Ray comes through here from ZETA Division, opening up a lot of space now for this final stretch. A minute and 23 seconds still remaining here as they continue to just pick apart these kills, getting them in staggering fashion.
Oh my god, this might be it. Even with the Transcendence.
The Trends can buy a ton of time, though. Pelican, how well he uses this ultimate, maybe make or break here for ZETA finishing on this push.
Proper swapping over, goes out for the venture. Transcendence going to be coming out as Fielder gets taken low. Rushes forward, keeps them alive. 3.87 meters left to go with a minute remaining as the Terror Surge gets pulled out here from Bernard. Land for the kill, and it's going to be Fielder taken down immediately as the ult does expire. Captive Sun going to be sent down. Violet, however, going to be taken out. The bomb from Stalker able to find Pelican. With 3 kills in response, now a 4th. It's going to be enough for them to go ahead and hold the line. One final attempt at a push here. With 45 seconds remaining, ZETA Division, they need to reset.
Moment of relief for both teams, just putting everything on the line, going for the final push with less than 40 seconds now. ZETA Division, I think that they really wanted to go for that final push. Didn't work. Now they don't really have gas left in the tank.
Stalker's going to be moving over to Genji Proper there to match with the Widowmaker. Pelican seeing his swaps, but this is still critical time bought as he looks to rejoin. 20 seconds remaining. It's going to have to be effectively in overtime here for ZETA Division if they want to get themselves to the end of the map.
I think it's going to have to be Flora who gets it done if they're going to get it done. Sanbin here just has so much healing. Just buy time forever.
Flora forced on the angle. Dink across onto Hanbin, but Stalker able to get on top of Violet. Critically finds the kill, and Hanbin, they can't capitalize. They cannot find the elimination till right now. Pelican diving forward on that Tracer, able to find it. And Stalker losing on the fight. Flora comes to the rescue, bails out Finn, keeps him alive. The cart now aggressing forward once again. 12 meters left to go. The Impersight going to be popped here. Stalker swapping over onto the Tracer, Proper falling low. Recall used here from Pelican, keeps himself alive. Chio going to be taken down. Bernard able to find that kill. Flora desperately trying to find something. All of his targets are getting picked apart by the rest of the squad. Pelican's going absolutely ape on him with this Tracer. 2 kills found on the back end. There's the cleanup, and there's the push to the end. ZETA Division, a fairly rocky start, managed to get to the end of King's Row, but with no time in the bank.
I'm so impressed of how Pelican was able to switch so many heroes and bring above the bar of what he hasn't been showing in the previous days. Flora, of course, the Widow direct headshots weren't really being shown, but he kept everyone in the bag, making it so much easier for Pelican actually to do a lot more job for himself.
Yeah, I mean, it's important to note that Flora is one of the only players who are left in this tournament who has no titles. He has never won a major trophy. He's never won an Overwatch League. He's never won Contenders. He's never won OWCS. Like, he hasn't achieved anything except, you know, letting people know he's a fantastic hit scan player, but his flexibility and that Widow swap were fantastic and instrumental in allowing Pelican to clean up. He can't clean up unless Flora holds that angle, gets that initial pick. And the DPS duo here working together, a treat on King's Row. Even though it feels strange that Pelican is basically doing what Alpha U is doing, he's showing an extra layer of flexibility. And maybe Alpha U's peaks are higher, but the flexibility that Pelican can show across the same role here proved pivotal on a map that has really 3 different archetypes. Now, Falcons, let's see what time bank they can get here on their attack, because again, we've mentioned so many times, attacker's advantage. We're seeing 5-minute plus time banks most of the time, showing us some interesting hovers to start.
Should just be a speed boost from Fielder into a swap. Maybe just the Alara to match here. As, okay, will be that break for now. Pelican, though, on the Mei. Once again, with Bernard out on D.Va.
Oh, Genji into this Mei isn't going to feel great, and unless he can get an initial pick.
Yeah, with the Mei, Bernard is going to have a lot more safer distance, having that Ice Wolf plus the extra defense with the Ice Block. especially the close distance near the cafe will be a lot easier for ZETA to actually go for the defense mode.
All it takes, though, is one little opening there for Proper for this defensive spiral out of control for ZETA Division. Already decent aggression here onto the high ground. That's going to be sending ZETA scattering back. They're at the pylon. Continue to push up here into the high ground. Looking for that isolation. Dashes over, but Finn barely able to escape. Has to use that, I believe, to go ahead and get himself out to safety. But for now, ZETA Division are widely contained back over towards the archway here. But no one's contesting the point either.
Yeah, Pelican is just chilling. He didn't even have to use his ice block. And now Falcons re-rotating around.
I mean, it's looking like a crazy merry-go-round play, but in the end, it's just going to be a trade out on these Juno. Geo and Finn both get taken down, but now Stalker going to be isolated, picked apart. And this could very much spiral here. The opposite side as Falcons are struggling on the back foot. Pelican just sat here inside a hotel, just swinging around the back foot, damage across into Hanbin. He's able to find him. Bernard collects that kill, finds Fielder. This is going to have to be a reset here from Falcons, who have very much overcooked and been outdone, in the footwork here from ZETA.
Oh man, I love the rotation from both. The reactive rotation from ZETA was even better. And the thing is, though, it took so much time for the Falcons. They only have so much time now.
Yeah, I mean, they have no ticks. They got nothing. They only got 60% of a Dragon Blade, and this Genji pick feels relatively weak. The initial rollout, maybe you can get a pick there. You can start getting those Swift Strike resets, but they get nothing, and Pelicans almost got that Blizzard. That might just be checkmate.
Yeah, I mean, now Stalker's trying to match here on the May, but it's going to be so much further behind. It's going to be a lot more pressure here on Hanbin, swapping over to the Diva, trying to get the E, but Stalker is just going to be taken out as Pelican continues to deliver, finds that kill. Assessing potential wall-off opportunity. They know that Fielder's going to be isolated, so Bernard just swoops over, finds that kill. And this is just brutality here. Falcons struggling at every twist and turn. Stalker again moves over to the Widowmaker to try to find any kind of pick, but it's just a couple pot shots into the mech from Bernard.
He's not even really a hero. Like, he's got no ult economy. He's just like, I hope I get a pick. It's not working.
But I think 5 ultimates versus just 3 here from the side of Falcons.
Yes.
Proper will need this blade to go hard.
So Stalker going risky, but certainly can pay off because against the 5 ultimates, you need a pick, you need a snipe right now.
Flora nearly eliminated. They take him so damn low, but Hanbin can't quite collect that elimination. The same for the moment. Orbital Ray opened up first here from Shield, but Fielder immediately is dead. Bernard able to get in on top of him. Captive Sun going to be invested here from Violet. Going to try to find the pop, and Stalker will be able to survive for now. Blade pulled out. Proper will be shut down. Finn, however, has been eliminated, so it's going to be supportless here from the side of ZETA Division as they continue trying to hold the line. Self-destruct going to be sent as Hanbin gets taken out of the mech. No kills going to be found there. Looks like he will be able to safely get back in. Violet swapping over to the Lucio just to get he and Finn back
at this
as quickly
play.
as possible. But Pelican looking for the backstab. He's completely unscouted. Lobs in the Blizzard. Looks for the freeze up here onto the support. Finds the first one. Gio taken down. Rally rolling here from Fielder, desperately trying to keep the rest of the squad alive, but he himself has fallen low. Goes in, tries to find the shield bash, but he has delivered himself unto death. Self-destruct comes across. Hanbin able to tuck back. Dodges out on that one, but cannot deny the remake. Meanwhile, it's still 0% gain. Falcons have barely even touched this point.
This is a disaster for the Falcons. I mean, right now, ZETA Division are looking more flexible, looking more coordinated, and Falcons look desperate. I mean, Stalker finally built the Infrasight, but I mean, that's your last-ditch attempt is trying to get
25 seconds,
picks.
and Hanbin's going to have to swap just to get back into the mech here. Time bought. Does he stick with the Orisa? Does he look for something with a Fortify to try to shrug up these freezes? It looks like that's going to be the answer, but Deadeye is going to just buy some more space, buy some more time. Now down to the final 10 seconds. Infrasight is rolling. Stalker, he can see them all, but will they even give him the opportunity? Violet trying to hold the door here at the hotel. Tucks in, grabs that mini pack, keeps himself alive here for the moment.
Stalker has to. There's nothing else for the Falcons right now.
No ults on either side. Maybe in an extended fight, Finn can build up towards that orbital ray, but for now, it's going to be fully neutral. And Pelican, he's found Stalker proper. How did he die? I don't have the answer, but either way, it looks like ZETA Division are going to be pulling off this full hold to tie things up. No ticks gained. Fan in the hammer. His name is Pelican, not Pelicans, as he gets them over the line, and we are tied up. Utter domination from ZETA Division.
And we had it in the interview. One of my favorite callbacks I'm probably going to make for the rest of this night of Overwatch. We have this match, then we have the finals later. We had Chio and Violet, and Chio was like, oh, your hero pools are a little bit of a concern. And Violet said, aren't you guys the ones with the worst hero pools? Way less flexibility here in this match of King's Row. Sticking with the Genji, sticking with the Widow, struggling to find any sort of stability, never finding momentum, disrespecting ZETA's composition at every turn. There was the fight where they went into Hotel and they just kind of sat there while they were just getting blasted by Bernard on the front line. So much damage coming through, and it felt like their whole game plan was, we're going to eat the Blizzard and we'll win the fight. They lose the fight. Blizzard isn't even used. They get to save it for the next one. Pelican hides, drops the Blizzard down on a flank angle. They don't check their corners. And Falcons getting outclassed. They were very close to losing the first map. You know, if that went a little bit differently, if those stackers were a little bit less, we might be looking at a 2-0 lead here for ZETA, the massive underdogs.
Man, I thought Falcons, they both had pocket picks. Falcons, they had a pocket, but ZETA division, they had a Santa Claus bag. And like, look, what do you want? I have every single present that you want. I think, this is out of my prediction from the studies that I've done. I watched the VOD twice and also the Korean cast. They didn't even predict this was possible. They were saying the weakness was the Widowmaker. Weakness can be the hero pool of Falcon. It's turning out that is not the case today.
No, certainly not. What an incredible display. I mean, I had my concerns for ZETA. You know, this was the map that went to a draw. This is a map that they have not had a positive win rate on until this very moment. And it was just so much more dominant than we could have really ever anticipated. Getting a full hold on Kings Row in current year, something that we do not see very much of. So this means that Falcons, once again, going to have their map pick, but I feel like they have to be pretty shaken up after a loss like this.
Yeah, no doubt, especially because some of the momentum stuff we're seeing just seems so good for the side of ZETA. Like, do you want to go to what has historically been one of ZETA's best map types in Flashpoint? To deny them Clash, because Clash looks like it could be better for ZETA right now, because you don't have time to swap. You don't have time to mess around with hero pools when you go into Flashpoint or Clash. Like, you're just going to lose too much ult economy.
I think this is exactly where you go into Gibraltar and bring that energy up and then try to go with that Widow. Of course, Pelican or anyone else can actually play that Widow, but not at the same level, I think. I think that's exactly how Falcons bring up their game level. Unless, can I change my prediction?
Well, you have a little bit of time if you want to change it. We're tied up 1-1, so I don't see why not. But we are going to go to another little break, and when we come back, we'll see what that map pick is going to be from Falcons, as well as who gets himself up to match point. So don't go anywhere. Alrighty, we are back and completely and utterly tied up 1-1. ZETA Division looking so very impeccable on Kings Row. Get the victory, not even allowing for a single bit of percentage to be gained by Falcons. Full held after a full push from ZETA. Now we go to Falcons map pick once again. Nepal worked out for them, but only just.
Just barely. I want to go back to the Flashpoint Clash argument because momentum has definitely not been on Falcon's side for a majority of this series, and Clash is such a momentum-based map. I think maybe if you want to deny Clash, you go to Flashpoint now. You can play the Genji, you can play the Widow. There's a few different options, right? Bernard is kind of popping off on the Orisa as well. I mean, he and Hanbin are fairly even right now. Do see a lot of Orisa on Suravasa, but New Junk City a little bit more open.
You know, ZETA Division actually picks a lot more Flashpoint in Game 3 and 4, especially when they have the upper hand coming back from the previous map. That's why they do have a pretty high number for Suravasa and New Junk City. A lot more Suravasa within the last few days of Overwatch Champions Series Asia. So I think Falcons might be a smart idea if they're ready for Clash. I don't think when it's Korea versus Korea, I don't think we'll be seeing much of Clash at all today. But I think if you have to move into Flashpoint, I think Suravasa is actually a worse map for Falcons, so I think we move away from that.
Okay, well, it is going to be Flashpoint. It's not Suravasa, though. It's New Junk City. Regaining some steam is the new hotness of Flashpoint. We'll see, though, if this is going to be good enough, because whoever wins this map, whoever can get those 3 Flashpoints locked in, they move up to match point.
Yeah, I do think this is a great map choice for all the reasons we were talking about. And the picks that they've been trying to force today, Proper's Genji, for example, works really well on Flashpoint. There's a lot of open space, there's a lot of great Dragon Blade angles. It's one where you can threaten the supports a lot more than you can on King's Row, for example, where you continue to try to force it. So, on one hand, I think it's a great map pick, but if they keep showing the same stuff and lose here, it's not a good look for what happens next. And maybe you pull out the Gibraltar as that 4th map, but then 5th map choice is going to be ZETA. So, you really need to regain some semblance of momentum here if you are Team Falcons. It'd be a huge upset. You know, I know you have predicted ZETA, Achilleos, but I still feel like it's a pretty huge upset if Falcons fall here. I think overall, most people expecting them not only to win this, but a lot expecting them to win the entire tournament, get that revenge on Crazy Raccoons, and make them 1-1 in terms of OWCS Asia Land Finals.
Well, this is the last opportunity that I'll give you for the rest of the series, G-Clef. Do you, in fact, want to change your prediction?
Can I hold on?
Nope. Nope.
I will stick to the Falcons because they're willing to go with this map, even with Pelican still being on the stage. They're really pushing him to the maximum.
We'll see if that bites them in the rear or if it is going to get them back on the horse. Falcons needing this win to try to get themselves up to match point, but ZETA right now looking iron hot after that victory on Kings Row. Let's see what happens as we get into New Junk City. Become a demolitionist.
Well, gentlemen, I see a Genji lock-in for Proper, and this is what I expected. Cass for both Flora and Stalker.
Bernard, though, this is just for a shout into a swap. Yes.
Pelican, on the other hand, we'll see what he wants to go with. Okay, he's going to match the Genji. Surprising, again, that it's not Alpha, but is just going to have additional flexibility here. This first team fight is so critical for momentum.
Let's see who's going to be able to get it done here.
Yeah, it's not first time for Pelican to play as this Genji. Let's see it in day 2 and day 3. But Proper hasn't been playing that hot on the Genji today. I think Pelican wants to match or even get better scores out of this Genji. Let's see if it happens.
At least there's no D.Va to be concerned about on the opposite side, so can't just deflect into a micro missile and take yourself out of the equation. Flashbang still concerned though, as decent opening damage there on the fielder. It's just going to be the Genjis occupying the point for now, keeping things contested. Really going to take some kind of neutral pick to start swinging the balance. One of the dashboard. You see the HP bars right now on Falcons dangerously low. As they seek some form of stability here for it. Going to be forced back, going to be taken low. Desperately needs some heals. Gets bogged there on the wall for a brief of a moment, but in the end, in all of this, push and pull, and it's going to be Falcons grabbing the point first and foremost. Hanbin going to be taking low. Chio having the ult, sends it. Orbital Ray straight down on top of the tank to try to keep him alive, and Flora will be felled. Stalker able to find that kill. Bernard going to join him in the grave as Chio goes ahead and capitalizes. That's going to have to be a reset here from ZETA Division.
Yeah, way better healing onto Hanbin for Falcons from Chio. Ends up getting the orbital ray first as they cap, and they cap due to the fact that Hanbin was winning that fight over Bernard there. As we saw Flora attempt to turn the tides, but was unsuccessful. That means, unfortunately for ZETA, not only do they lose the fight, they fight so long with the point already capped that it's 50% for Falcons.
Yeah, Greece switching the position. I think the Falcons expected Pelican to play Mei on the starting point. And they after checking Genji, they immediately switched their positioning onto the side, had skirmishes all around, and it's a win for Falcon.
Okay, well, there's the Javelin, gets the interrupt on the Deadeye. Saving that off here for the moment is now Orbital Ray invested here from Finn. Everybody crowding around the flanks. Tagged up, Hanbin stunned for a brief moment as Fielder falls low, but again, that shield just gets raised. They cannot capitalize, they cannot find that elimination. So for now, Team Falcon still maintain control of this point. It's going to be 99% no matter which way you slice it. Violet tries to keep himself alive. The rally nearly online. Pop comes in here from Fielder. Violet gets eliminated. Projectile does come in. Finn able to find him with that torpedo. Proper shutdown. So Blade not going to be finding much of anything, but ZETA Division might just have to dump the complete haul of ults that they have available to them. Blade gets pulled out. Terra Surge is spattering a damage across, but it's going to be Bernard falling instead as Pelican will find absolutely no purchase with this Blade whatsoever. Cleanup will be there, and Falcons will claim the first flash point 100-0.
Kind of a disastrous fight here for ZETA, to be honest. They could have committed ultimates faster, but they waited for an opportunity. They shut down the Blade, but then don't actually have the tools or the positioning to win the ensuing fight. So they dump their ultimates, like you said, and now don't have ult advantage for the second flashpoint. Neutral, I mean, they will have a rally. That alone isn't necessarily enough to guarantee you a team fight win.
There's so much pressure coming down from both Cassidy's. Even the Genji can't really dive in entirely, even with the cover-up from both supports. Stalker pushing the line a little bit. I like this buy.
It's going to be the rally out, though. Corralling in and finding the eliminations. Fielder, Stalker both going to be taken down. Solid opening to the fight here. The ZETA Division look to bring us to parity. And that first cap will be theirs on the second point.
It really isn't the rally that's the difference maker there. It's Fielder's greed. He steps way too far forward there trying to assist when they push towards the neutral contest, and is actually just shut down by Violet there. Really nice focus fire. The punish was instant, and Falcons just lose out. The armor makes it so there's just no reason to continue to contest. Good back away from Falcons. They could have lost a longer fight just like ZETA did on the previous point. So they're going to be able to recontest at 30.
Ray, though, here for Finn. Chio, while effectively, I think, has been lapping Finn in the old build times, still a world away from having this one. So ZETA Division going to be able to go ahead and collect a crucial percentage on this point. Still continuing to maintain control here. Big boon for Falcons is going to be that rally where Violet is still so very far away.
Could have been dangerous on the way in, but they took close to no damage coming into the point again, Falcons. But the time is taking way too long.
Okay, well, Ray is going to be invested. Dive into the back. Proper tagged up, does manage to survive. Flora just clearing things out with an eye, eats a javelin on the back end. Rolling forward, still maintaining control here is ZETA Division, 85% now. Moving past that, Hart maybe looking for a Terra Surge angle, but that's going to be Stalker taken down. Pelican able to find the opening pick here in the fight. Blade at the ready, pull, Terra Surge, collecting them all together. He dives in, and he shuts down Fielder. That rally doing absolutely nothing here for the squad. Another 100-0, but this time in the hands of ZETA Division, we maintain parity here between the squads, now tied 1-1.
I mean, you see the rally come out here from Fielder. It was a bit desperate. It was very late, and definitely a tool they could have utilized here for this neutral fight. They won't have anymore. They will have a Blade, but again, Blade isn't always enough. You know, sometimes having the rally just allows you to contest neutral, allows you to win that Orisa fight. Terra Surge, again, not useful unless you can actually clash. You can actually get onto the point and get multiple members. So we'll see what Hanbin can do with this. ZETA Division not too plussed by this, I don't think, this first fight.
Yeah, like it, Falcons actually saving up. They could have used drawn out the Dragon Blade, but they already lost one. It wasn't going to be a favorable fight for them anyhow, so they're still in this mentality. Seems fine for the Falcons.
I like the pressure applied there from ZETA, just shoving proper back, making sure that he doesn't get a free cap on that point. Contest now coming in as they just wait out the Deadeye. Still a Terra Surge, still that Blade in the back pocket here for Falcons, but they don't want to have to commit those just to be able to get started right here on this cap.
Orbital Ray race so close between Finn and Chio. They should be able to match.
They have Those both online, but again, the tipping point now there for ZETA Division as the rally is also going to be available. Just 3% left to go here for Violence. The orbital ray comes down on both sides. Terra Surge, however, finding a smattering of damage, and Fielder's able to collect one. Floor going to be taken down. Blade pulled out proper. Seeking another target as Violet has been eliminated. It's another shutdown on a crucial, critical rally. This time, ZETA Division suffering in spades as Falcons will get the team kill and the cap.
I mean, the Terra Surge, like I mentioned, not necessarily going to be what wins you the neutral fight, but when you see the orbital rays traded and everyone on ZETA groups to get the maximum value out of that ray, then Hanbin finds the angle as Terra Surge is massive, hitting multiple members of ZETA Division and putting them all down half.
Looking for a very pacey retake here is ZETA Division, though. You can see them just shoving back, scaling forward, trying to not allow for Falcons to get entrenched outside of the point.
And they know that all the ultimates are gone. Flora buying space, more time from the high ground. That's exactly how you go in.
Spin of the spear, Han been able to go ahead and deny that damage away. And that could have been significant in finding an opening pick as Mark continuing to just push forward to the opposite side here, trying to find anything that he can.
This is a great space for Falcon's Blade to come out
They should put some point pressure on, though. They got a lot of control, but didn't actually contest until very late.
Yeah. It is that low ground contest here on this point in particular, where it's just Hanbin for now trying to go ahead and keep things together. But there it is again, Terra Surge into the Blade combination coming through. Fielder going to be picked apart. Hanbin left alone as the rest of the team was shoved away. It does end up falling. So 97% here for the side of Falcons, and it's our first real point where we have both teams accruing some percentage.
Yeah, really close, and that was an expensive push. Didn't lead into that many kills, but still, I think that was required for ZETA to steal this one away. It's 97, and if they can hold on to this point, I think ZETA still has some chances in this map.
Pelican waited to a perfect moment as well until Fielder used the shield bash elsewhere before he went in and deleted him. So patient. He's having a fantastic night of Overwatch here. But like you said, tools limited. You're gonna have to see the orbital ray trade here for ZETA.
Surging forward, Deadeye again from Stalker to try to clear it out. Pelican found out on the low ground, gets picked apart. Robber is able to find Floor at the same time, so DPSless here are ZETA Division with a flip coming back here into Falcons' favor. That is going to be them just going ahead and locking things down and gaining map point.
This time, ZETA Division show a little bit of restraint. They don't trade orbital rays. Thought they would just to see if maybe they could get something else off of the play. Perhaps Bernard ends up getting so much healing because he has the advantage there that maybe he gets a pick, then they can actually win that ensuing fight. But they decide to wait. They decide to keep their ultimates for this next fight. They will have both support ultimates online. And as long as they don't overgroup onto Finn's ultimate again, Hanbin again shouldn't have that big of a Terra Surge. The opportunity is limited, although the point does favor it as we move into this little tight enclosed space.
Yeah, it's tight and close. When you say
pushing up here.
Kenny Blade is at ready. Proper is, I think, going for that angle, staying right nearby.
Stalker, though, living up to his name, swinging around the back, flashbang around the corner, looking for some kills, and it's going to be Floor. Take it down. He does have the shutdown to the Blade, not finding much there on the back end. Double ults stacked in here for ZETA Division from this point. Violet has the rally rolling, the orbital ray, keeping them sustained, and now Hanbin's going to be taken down. They've outdone them here. ZETA Division will go ahead and get this cap to open things up on this fourth flashpoint, potentially the last, if Falcons can find some stability, but that is a very good go button press from ZETA.
Really huge win here for ZETA. And Hanbin just, there wasn't enough healing to keep him alive. Geo obviously not able to match the orbital ray. He tried his best to hold the door there, tried to spin his spear, but is taken out. Proper taken down as well. ZETA have choke point control now, their own Terra Surge in defense.
That was so much of an eco defense from ZETA. Now they have two ultimates to go.
Then I just a shove.
Buying time.
Yep, time bought. It's going to be about 10% gain here for ZETA. Ray at the ready, Pelican wanting to try to have that Blade online, but it's going to be the Terra Surge to start things off as Proper will fall. Violet going to be turned back, as is Finn, so no DPS to speak of, but it's going to be no team for Falcons. The shutdown is very consistent here from ZETA Division. When they couple these ults together, they win out the fight, and they look to bring us now tied up 2-2.
Similar situation, but in the opposite team. ZETA Division, they were able to hold it. Falcons, they can't. I think that's a big showing right now of what they can do.
I think they can't even touch. They're just going to go ahead and start working their way over towards this fifth and final flashpoint. These teams continuing to deliver, taking us the distance here on New Junk City.
Now, Falcons absolutely should have just backed away there. They do decide to do so. If they came in for a last-minute contest without great tools and burned ultimates away, then ZETA Division would trade up on ultimates. And a huge lead there. So Falcons now just trying to rush for point prio. This Deadeye should buy them a lot of space. They do have the orbital ray advantage for a moment here. They're on the point, hasn't unlocked yet. ZETA Division just trying to get Finn that last bit of ult charge here so he can match. He knows he's behind. They need that healing to win this fight.
Deadeye again as the point gets ready to unlock. Everybody just pulling back. Falcons maintaining that inside track here. as this cap gets ready to come through. And so far, we've basically been seeing whoever gets the opening cap has been taking the flashpoints. So this could be a big boon here for the side of Falcons. ZETA, though, going to be looking for an opening where possible. Fielder, Violet, neck and neck towards those rallies.
You know, this is a different point, though. There's a lot more opening towards the sides, and ZETA Division has a lot easier time of coming back into the point. It's not the same Stalker without the Deadeye. Has to go all the way back now.
But though, Terra Surge now available. Bernard still straggling behind, about 30% left to go on that build. Deadeye from Flora can maybe try to clear out some space for him. Has to dodge those javelins though. Robert just going to be dashing into the wall. Torpedo's going to be sent out. Some damage. Terra Surge now pulling them all together, looking for the eliminations, but none to be found. Rally's going to be rolling here on both sides. Stalker, the first one to be taken out is 4. Is able to find the kill. The Deadeye still in the back pocket. Violet holding on by a thread, swinging for life, but will get shut down. 1-for-1 in the end here. Down to support. ZETA Division, they still have not gotten this flip into their favor. 75% of the crescent here from the side of Falcons. Proper has pulled out the blade. Has to pop the deflection. Widely just going to be kiting back. Pelican, however, taken down to his sliver. Gets some heals. He's able to stay alive. Still in the mix. A flashbang across floor. Finds the headshot. Proper now on the floor. Chio going to be taken out. And looks at this map. Is not over yet. Flora going crazy. Dink after dink. Helps shut them down. Now ZETA will grab control, but it's going to have to be 100-99 if ZETA wants to gain the lead in this series.
Yeah, but they end up getting a big swing of ult charge here. Now the Chio and Finn charges are even. Flora popping off on that last defense. His spacing, his positioning, fantastic. Shutting Proper down and winning the end of that fight. Pelican has his Dragon Blade now as well. ZETA Division so patient, so much tenacity on that last defense. Thought for sure they were done. A miracle. Let's see if they can make it happen twice.
Who's coming in? They start pushing forward. Hanbin eating an immense amount of damage here on the entrance. Blade at the ready from Pelican, getting tagged low, has to dash out. Look at the just go ahead and disconnect, but Hanbin has he dove in too deep? I think he absolutely has! Stalker's able to find one as 4 will fall, but now they are tankless. Threatening the flip here on the point is Pelican! Gonna be shut down, Stalker with a headshot! That might have just been ZETA's undoing. Can rejoin decently quickly as Finn investing the orbital ray, but Stalker is now just dog walking all over him. Violet eliminated Bernard, no bailout to be found. He will fall, and that might just be it. Overtime starting to bleed down, no one anywhere close. And that kill on the Pelican costs them this map win. Falcons win out on New Junk City again by narrow margins, but the lead in this series, match point, is theirs.
What an incredibly close finish we had there at the end. I think there was a real chance for ZETA to win that fight had Pelican been bold enough to pull the blade and try to take Chio out of the fight. Unfortunately, they didn't quite have the orbital ray online in time to do so, but if they're able to take Chio out, then toss their own ray in, I think they probably win that longer fight. But the positioning of Chio too good, and that move from Stalker there, shutting him down before he could pull the blade, was map winning for Team Falcons.
I think Stalker knew exactly that Pelican was going to come in, hasn't seen the blade for a while. There had to be the moment or else they lose the map, so Stalker right on point, knew exactly what to go for.
Just really, really great timing there from Stalker. I mean, similar to what we were seeing from him, you know, over on Shrine on the Paul, just being able to just swoop in, get a little bit of backline access, no one really registering that the Cassidy is behind them, and he just finds such critical picks. Denying that blade coming through is absolutely everything for Falcons, but it's still neck and neck. As we've seen, these map picks have been delivering wins thus far. Can that continue, though? Because ZETA, they still need one more. They have one more map pick, and they need it to be a good one if they want this to go the distance.
Push and Escort are 2 types left, so no draws, no insanity. I think it's going to have to be a really wise choice. And right now, looking at how Falcons played that last map, I mean, Watchpoint Gibraltar is one you might want to avoid. Perhaps you could take us to like Rialto or Junkertown potentially if you're confident on those maps.
I don't know.
But nobody's picking those maps right now. I mean,
also,
nobody plays that.
Do you stick with the Pelican, or do you bring back Alpha E? I think that's a good question.
I think overall, it feels like the highs have been a bit better. Granted, it's only a sample size of 1 for Alpha E, but even with the mistake there, not identifying the positioning of Stalker, it does feel like Pelican, his involvement in these team fights has been absolutely paramount in the success that ZETA has been finding. So, for me, I think you just keep him in.
I agree. I think Pelican's flexibility so strong right now. Obviously, you'll know the map before you make that decision.
Yeah.
But either way, he seems to just overall have a better read right now.
So, yeah, the ball in their court. We're waiting to go to a quick little break, and when we do, we need a breather. Because, I mean, look, this series has been delivering. It's pretty much everything that we've wanted, aside from maybe the full hold on King's Row, but still awesome to see for ZETA's side. But This is this is a moment where we get to just go ahead and calm down a little bit, get reset, get ready to approach it, scratch our brains and wonder what the map pick is going to be.
Yeah,
But
in the map pick, Zeta Division does like to pick in map 3 or map 4. They do like to go into Runasapi a lot more compared to the other maps. That has been the history in the later days of Overwatch Champions Series. So maybe that will be the map.
It could be, and they've had some rough moments on that map in the past in critical series. So we'll see if it does happen. But we're going to go to that break, and then when we come back, we'll see what the pick is going to be. Falcons once again in the lead now with match point. These maps continue to be so neck and neck for them in their victories for ZETA. Now need to make this next pick. This is their final map pick of the series count. This is for everything. They're trying to extend this over into a map 5.
If Zeta Division goes into Gibraltar as their own pick, they're crazy. They have to have something crazy up in their hands with that 33 against 100% from the Falcons. And very likely, I still do think we're going to Runasapi, or maybe even Colosseo. They do like to go for that push, map 3, map 4 from Zeta Division.
I just worry that if you pick push, then you guarantee the 5th map is going to be Gibraltar. You could snipe a escort map away to prevent them from going to Gibraltar, so that would be my expectation, but Zeta Division sometimes does wonky stuff. You could see their win rates across the board here. Not great on either map type throughout the end of this year. Will be
is
Runasapi, though, to come through. So good call from UG Clef. This is the map we've seen them pick a lot. They've done very well in this map. They've had some heartbreakers here as well, but I hope that they can make it count. You know, this is a map that's very momentum-based. And Geo, you know, to me has been having such great performances on this Juno right now. They're just not able to match him. It's Geo and Hanbin. Hanbin is Geo's battery. And those early orbital rays have been so pivotal, especially on that Flashpoint map in New Junk City we saw.
It has been just critical hero moments to get Falcons over the line in these very closely played maps of Nepal and New Junk City. See if that is going to continue here for them on Runasapi. See if the map pick advantage is going to continue here for both of these squads as Zeta Division desperately need this win. And it looks like Pelican is going to be stepping out as Alpha Yi will rejoin the team once again on stage.
Okay, the usual for Zeta Division. But the scary thing is, it's a good map for Zeta Division, but it's a map where Team Falcons actually brought Crazy Raccoons down in a good fashion, going all the way till the end with the second point. So it's also a really strong map for the Falcons. Also, one of the maps where Proper's Genji can actually shine so much compared to all the other maps. So Alpha, he has to show his best of the best.
Yeah, I wonder if their read here is to put Alpha Yi on the Genji to try to match, because that's been such a big pick today, or if he's going to be playing the Pharah again and we're going to see something crazy like the Ana Pharah, the Winston that's been so common on this map. Not recently, of course, on this current patch, but they could kind of take a step back, turn the pages back to one of the most successful metas for them, that Winston dive. Bernard improved on the pick quite a lot, so maybe that's what they want to show us. We've seen Heesung play it as well, but obviously Zeta haven't subbed him in, so I am, you know, not super sold on this pick. I feel like, again, even if you win here, you've got to go to Gibraltar, and that is going to be a tough map to win.
Yeah, but I think rather than playing, just moving away from your weakness, I think play a better map first, and then force into the fifth map and see what happens. And on top of that, you can still bring back Pelican and go for that Widow, though I think there's still potential. I had a lot more question marks at the beginning of the broadcast. Now, I think this DPS, the tri-DPS lineup from Zeta Division is actually really, really strong on the day.
It has been, but I'm curious, is this just Alpha Yi back on the May, alongside perhaps a Caster and Ash there from Flora? They're just mere moments away from getting this started. For the rest of the roster, though, it seems like not going to be seeing any movement there. Bernard keeping his way through, that Arisa being ever so important throughout this series, throughout this entire tournament.
Really quite pivotal that even though Falcons get that last pick, and we're again expecting that Gibraltar to come through, momentum will be on the side of Zeta if they can crush this map. I'm not saying they have to finish it to get that same sort of momentum, but if they can beat the Falcons here on a map where you're super tested in so many ways, could definitely be huge. A really cool drawing here. I gotta say, I think the swap between Alpha and Pelican has been somewhat mysterious. Like, I feel like we think we know, but I don't think the three of us actually fully yet understand exactly what they're doing with this. I think maybe this will give us that extra hint, that extra bit of knowledge as to why they're choosing Alpha E specifically. But, you know, we didn't think it was going to be a performance issue, but then we saw Pelican come through. He showed more flexibility. He performed better than we saw on Nepal. And then they sub him out, you know, after he has a relatively muted performance on the Genji there at the end as well.
Looks like things are ready to go. Settings prepped here for Alpha Yi. As Runasapi could be Zeta Division's undoing once more here at a critical moment as they look to get themselves over into yet another international competition and deny Falcons from representing the region over at DreamHack Stockholm. Need to win here, need to be prepared for that ever so likely Gibraltar pick if it does go the distance over to map 5, where Falcons have yet to suffer a loss. The button is pressed. Is it for the last time? We do not know as we get ready to jump into Runasapi and see if this can in fact go the distance, reward us for our expectations, our hopes and dreams here in this series. Or if Team Falcons will bring this to an early conclusion.
Genji Cassidy across both rosters here. Mirrored compositions. Looking like Alpha Yi is just coming in. They're expecting his Genji. This is something I've asked for throughout all of OWCS Asia Stage 2. And finally, I'm going to get it. See if Alpha Yi can once again perform on his iconic Genji. It's been so many years since his debut on this pick. Bring it out now when it matters most.
Another mirror comp, and Alpha Yi going to be put into another test as he doesn't play Genji as much compared to Proper. But Flora's Cassidy, I think, can top Stalker what he's able to do today.
See, Stalker has certainly had his moments. If you can allow him backline access, that could be the deadliest thing here. The undoing of ZETA Division is for now the bot is going to start getting inched forward here. Proper saying, yeah, I don't really care about the neutral fighting too much. You guys go ahead and skirmish. I'm just going to look to rack up as much distance as I can. The bot for now still going to be moving forward. But Hanbin going to be left out to dry. ZETA Division say, okay, Genji's over there. Let's pile in. They managed to find the opening kill. Bot still being stolen away here. 23 meters going to be gained in a fight loss for the side of Falcons. Still not too bad.
I think that ZETA Division got the same read that I've had over how Hanbin is playing with Chio. Look at Chio's ult charge, now it's matched, but they keep trying to use Hanbin as a battery to get these fast orbital rays, but if you can actually punish and get in there quickly, you can take that Orisa out if you're coordinated enough, and Flora did just that. ZETA Division still struggling to match the distance, but if they win this fight, they're going to be at a fantastic spot.
Shield bash, cause there, Proper left out on an island, nowhere to go. No dash available, ends up getting taken down.
Yeah, Proper's positioning is much more like a tracer in a way, and ZETA Division is actually pressuring onto the point. Okay, if you're pushing bot from the sideline, we will just go onto Hanbin on the back line immediately with the Hyper Ring, pushing the team forward.
Well, Orbital Ray, the advantage for now here for the side of Falcons. Finn, however, hot on his heels, just 6% off. Get the bot close. Won't be able to grab that checkpoint quite just yet, though. They decide to go ahead and pull away.
Yeah. I think it's been a good strategy, it's been a good read, but finally ZETA starting to find the answer as Alpha Yi is much closer to this blade. Orbital Rays matched anyways.
Coming through, Torpedo's going to be exchanged Deadeye from Flora to try to find something. Gets stunned up, nearly gets taken down. They're managing to keep it sustained, but no. Terror Surge comes across and Proper dashing in. Slices and dices his way to 3 kills. Blade not required. Bernard only able to find 1 before getting taken out. Lead is theirs. A chance to go ahead and reply and try to stop the spot before Falcons can gain it, but that is a very nice fight from Falcons.
This has been the Hanbin special, the counter Terra after he's saying, okay, can I actually hold on to the damage and then have the Terra after? And every single time he pulls out this timing, he's been winning the entire team fight by himself.
Yeah, the boosted damage.
Be careful.
The boosted damage plus the fact that everyone's grouped up in the enemy Ray has just been working a treat for him. I mean, Falcons have proven, I think, they're the best Juno Orisa team so far this tournament. ZETA Division punished them to build that the first time, but in the second fight, it is theirs. But they haven't gained the distance advantage just yet, and Alpha Yi is looking for some potential backline access. They are stalling this out incredibly well.
Yeah. There's 3 minutes gone off the time bank. Blades available here on both sides. It could really just come down to who's the better Genji at the moment. For now, ZETA Division just able to play this corner, keep the bot locked away. 12 meters, denying that lead over to the side of Falcons.
Yeah, but there's less space for ZETA Division to poke from. And Falcons in a higher spot, so ZETA Division will have a hard time pushing up. They have to wait for the Falcons to come in first.
Architecture really not favoring Falcons here at this point. They need something. Any kind of neutral pick, some damage that Proper can dive in off the back of. Try to get things moving here. And as for now, it's just very slow, steady builds on the support tank ultimates.
Trying to punish Hanbin again, but this time they just can't peek around the corner like you were saying, G-Clef, so the punish just isn't there. He's built a ton of Terra Surge energy off of these pokes, and he's looking to actually have the faster one here. It doesn't necessarily matter if ZETA Division never fully approach, but we are going to have that Orbital Ray trade pretty soon. Chio just 13% behind.
This is the longest neutral fight I've ever seen coming out from these teams.
It's Coliseum again.
Yeah, this is one that very much benefits ZETA Division, though. Fielder's still lagging behind. Rally, that could end up being the go button here for ZETA.
Now Chio has his ult. I think this is win. We're going to see Team Falcons trying to force the issue here. There it is.
Okay, Ray for Ray going to be exchanged here. Doesn't matter, good damage found from the torpedoes, but up and over the top goes Proper. Looking for the eliminations, and Rally popping. Shut down immediately. Proper with another 3K. They find the team kill. The blink of an eye, everybody disappearing. Alpha Yi's blade finding absolutely no value. And that is now going to be checkpoint gained here for Falcons, taking the lead away.
And I mean, it's just almost so cookie cutter the way Falcons win these fights. Chio, I don't have ult, I don't have ult, I don't have ult. I've got it now. Ray trade, Terra Surge plus Blade, wipe them, clean them up. Easy peasy.
And the key thing is Violet losing that rally, so support ultimate advantage is going to be there for Falcons to try to maintain this lead now. So could just be seeing a very similar, neutral, elongated fight on the opposite side of the map. But for now, they still have to try to get their way back over to the bot. You can see Hanbin jumping forward. And the Deadeye comes up with two! Healthy and Violet both just falling to the wayside. That speed boost to just push Stalker up around the corner is absolutely glorious, and now the lead will be stretched even further.
Yeah, I think Stalker was pushing from behind Hanbin, so ZETA Division, they didn't know that Stalker was coming from behind.
And Proper is just becoming unleashed. No recourse here for ZETA Division, no real opportunity to try to shut him down. They're looking for it now, and they will be able to find that pick, but they have to start getting this bot locked in position and shoved back the opposite way. Over 100 meters now crested here, triple digits established for Falcons with just 4 minutes 15 left.
Hanbin's about to lap Bernard and ult charge, and he might just be able to look for that cookie cutter fight one more time. ZETA in big trouble.
Blades aren't quite there. Violet kiting back, trying to stay alive. Orbital Ray comes through. Terra Surge looking for an elimination. They take Hanbin low. He's going to use his own Terra Surge. And in reply, it is just even better. He's outdone them as Violet will fall. Floor going to be traded out as Proper's able to find one, but now equalizes Bin. Will pick up a kill here on the Chio. The rest of the team scattering back as the rally will expire. Fielder losing out on that, not really being able to maximize value off the ultimate is a key boon here for the side of ZETA Division, but they are still in such a deficit.
Still not too bad for the Falcons. Also, a great team fight for ZETA Division, even with the deflect from Flora's Deadeye. And Bernard just initiating the fight with the Terra. I thought that was a weak initiation, first of all, but still winning out, coming out for the fight. Alpha, he did tons of job there.
So scary that Falcons still almost won the fight anyways with that late Terra Surge from Hanbin. Violet has the rally, Blades out for Alpha.
Popped, quick cancel, and Alpha is still able to go ahead and carve him up, finds Chiu as well. Flora going to be traded out as Hanbin's able to find the Cowboy on the opposite side, but the rest of the team still falling to the wayside here.
Incredible momentum gain from ZETA off of this fight. It's an expensive fight, but I mean, Team Falcons also just low eco right now, so this is going to be maybe one of many fights they will need, but I mean, this is the start. They have some momentum now. If they win this next fight, this is a winnable map for them. It looked so doomed just moments ago.
They've gotten the checkpoint in their favor, waiting out the break time here from the bot. He said, had to invest quite a bit. Blade, however, the only thing that Falcons do have, but Proper has shown that that can be more than enough to go ahead and get the fight victory.
Now, there's no combo coming out from ZETA Division for a while, but that was quickly done, and they don't have the time working for them. So I think that was a really important fight for ZETA Division to get the momentum plus the team fight win.
I wonder if they could realize they're so far ahead of Hanbin right now in terms of Terra Surge. If they're able to identify and track those ults correctly, there might be a really nice window here for ZETA to try to outdo Falcons with that combo we've seen so many times. Falcons definitely the ones aware that they do not have it though.
Flora getting into the back line.
Oh my god.
Pulling out a Stalker here, and he's able to shut him down first and foremost. Blade going to be pulled out, but now Proper losing targets. Has to pop the deflect, but he's been isolated and picked apart. The ult not finding value. ZETA Division with a fantastic reply as Flora gets into the back line, completely unscouted.
Is this the moment? Is this the moment that ZETA Division waited for? All the ultimates out from the Falcons, they still come out with a loss.
Yeah, this is a huge swing of ult economy here. I mean, Falcons used so much there and gained nothing. They lose the fight. Flora also still has this zoning Deadeye here to potentially push them into that distance lead. This fight is the one they absolutely must win. They cannot lose this one. If they win it, they're likely to win the map and bring us to 5.
The 96, but that's going to be Stalker able to find Violet, shutting him down, so that lead still going to be eluded here. Falcons gaining control of the bot and shoving it back in the opposite direction. Forward spawns are going to be available here to them as Terra Surge gets invested from Hanbin just to try to find any kind of stagger picks, open up the distance even further, but it looks like ZETA for now are able to keep everybody alive. Bernard, yeah, is in a bad spot. Hinder comes through, crosses the flashbang, connects on the multiple targets, but eventually he will be taken down. Just far too many players from Falcons. Piling it on top, and Fielder, he pops the rally, and he's going to be taken out. Violet, his own rally still rolling, trying to keep them in the spot. Finds the shield pass, Proper going to be taken out as Alpha gets traded the Blade, not finding anything there. Bernard taking space, pushing back the bot, once again being brought forward here for the side of ZETA Division as they manage to persevere in the fight.
I don't know if this is enough necessarily, though. They are going to get a little bit of breathing room here, but Falcons will have the faster regroup. They also have Chio's ultimate online here that could trade that Ray.
This is crazy.
They bought themselves an extra lease on life, but it's not over till they cross that distance, that 101.22. They can't cross that. They can't win this map, and they can't bring it to 5. This fight is incredibly important as the last.
30 seconds. Deadeye is going to be exchanged. Deflect's been popped. He's looking for a target, and Violet's going to be one of them. Deflect out from Alpha E. He's able to find Stalker. 1-for-1 exchange thus far as the Overwatch Rays come through, but now Fielder taken down. Alpha E in the neutral, coming up with 3 eliminations. Keeping ZETA Division alive and well here in the fight. The forward spawn's about to be there, but Violet, I believe, respawns a little bit too late. As Chio going to be staggered out. A monstrous pickoff there at the perfect moment. The distance being covered, the lead being gained. ZETA Division now in the driver's seat as the overtime gets ready to be forced out the dashboard. Proper manages to force this as the terror surge comes through. Bernard is able to shut him down. Proper on the floor of the plate, not to be seen. And there's the cleanup. They've shoved him back, and we are not done yet. ZETA Division, they pick Rudisapi, they get the victory, and that means that we are going the distance. We are going to map 5.
Map 5, ZETA keeping it alive. Alpha Yi with a fantastic last fight. The deflect, the dash resets, he cleans it up. Alpha Yi, a man that you and I got introduced to at Kilios when he was on GC Busan. Now he's in Busan, trying to bring this team to a final so he can pick up another title. It's been so long since he's won one. And man, ZETA Division, it looked done, and it looked done a long time ago. It looked like they were not going to be able to get back control. They did not have the ult economy they needed. They win a miracle fight, and these longer fights are going the way they're better coordinated. But now they have to face the final map pick of their opponents. And Falcons, Game 5 decides everything.
This is rough. The final blade moments just being held but going down. Last time from Pelican, this time from Proper. Oh man, it's painful to watch, but incredibly entertaining too.
Goosebumps, man, goosebumps.
It's everything
Map
we
5.
wanted and more. Map 5 coming through, and we fully anticipate that it's going to be Gibraltar. But ZETA Division,
think so.
they should be anticipating the exact same thing. A win has been eluding them on this map, however. What do they do? What can they do to try to get a victory here to close out this series?
That's the really tough question. The other questions we have are, will they be able to deal with the Winston composition? This is the one map we've seen Winston really stay meta on incredibly long. They could put Smurf in if they're going to pick it. Falcons, obviously Fielder is an incredible Ana player, has been, going neck and neck with Shu really for who is the best Ana player throughout this year. In terms of flex supports, they're very strong. So I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm pretty hyped.
I mean, but also, does this force out from ZETA Division the swap of Heesung coming through? Because we've seen him on Gibraltar. He has played, but he was getting picked apart. That experience just kind of lacking, it would seem, in these high-stakes series. Ended up costing them suffering, delivering one of the losses that they have had here on Gibraltar. So does that come through? Do they manage to just keep Bernard into the mix here somehow? It feels like it's a bit of an impossibility for ZETA.
Yeah, it's pretty tough because Bernard's the diva was a little bit weaker compared to what Smurf Winston could do on Gibraltar. So a lot of weaker points for ZETA. That's why we keep on mentioning Gibraltar. I do wonder, I think that's supposed to be the map that Falcons should be picking. The other maps we don't really have much data on, so I think that should be the map they should go into.
Just briefly, I think the way we're seeing these comps with the Juno and the Orisa work for the side of Falcons, Rialto I think is a really good map for their playstyle, what they're finding successful in. So I don't expect it, but I think it could happen.
It very well could, but we're going to go to another little break here, our last one of this opening series, and when we come back, we'll see what that pick is going to be, and we'll see which one of these teams is moving into the grand final and punching their ticket to DreamHack Stockholm. Don't go anywhere. was only one real way for this series to come to a conclusion that would satisfy us as viewers, as commentators, as fans of Overwatch, and that is with a map 5, and that is exactly what we are being given. So far, map pick has dictated who is able to find victory on this series, and now it once again rests in the hands of Falcons.
I think the curveball pick is Rialto, but I think the standard pick is the Watchpoint Gibraltar that we've been talking about since map 1. How terrifying it is to face against Falcons on this map because they have the Widow, they have the Genji, they have all the answers seemingly, plus fantastic Ana player for Winston, so I think that's probably what we see. The question is, do subs come with it?
That's a good question. I think regardless of which map we go into, except for Junkertown, even with Junkertown, I think we have to rely on the Widow though from both teams. And depending on if Alpha E or Pelican, whoever is playing the final drive seat, I think we'll be ready for that Widow though. And also, Falcons, I don't think they will go off course. They like to go with the standard. The coach, of course, goes for the standard, the higher chances of winning. They still have it. It shows in the history.
Oh.
What?
Wolves big brain map pick coming through, baby.
Oh my god.
But, I mean, I think this has just been literally what they've been doing is put Hanbin way up front, heal him, faster orbital raise, faster Terra surges, and this map has so many choke points where you can make that combo work. The archway past A, B, also similar situation. Great for Genji as well.
It is, but the thing that I think the biggest advantage that Falcons could have gained was getting Bernard out of the front line, getting him out of this lobby, and that is not likely to be the case. As we're going ahead, we're flying these graphics. It seems like we're moments away from going into this. No substitutions whatsoever, no Heesung. Bernard still there in that front line. Does this end up costing Team Falcons where it felt like Gibraltar was a surefire pick?
And on top of the tanks, this is a map where we will see a lot more Tracer. Even some Sombras can actually happen, depending on how you would go for it in the middle of the map. So those tanks especially have to be careful.
Well, the question is, did ZETA see this coming at all? Was this on their bingo card, or have they been caught off guard? We're going to find out as we get into map number 5 to see who is going into the grand final. The ZETA faithful rallying behind the team, wanting to see them at another international event.
I mean, they have such a star-studded lineup themselves. I mean, we have 2 super teams in Falcons and Crazy Raccoon, but look at some of these players. I mean, Violet, Bernard, who's been around forever. There's so many players just in this final 3 from the O2 days. Like 10 out of our 22 players are actually coming through the O2 system. So much legacy here for these rosters. As we will see the defense here first for Falcons. Hanbin on the Ramatra, interestingly enough, so it's completely changing things up. Going back to what got them to the finals in the first place.
Yep. Going back a couple of weeks. Of course, not on this map, but Ramatra has been hot, and it could totally work along these long lines. My eyes on Flora, though, who's willing to play a lot more Cassidy, not Widow.
Alfie is going to be moving over onto the Tracer here. As, Dink across, you can hear the awe there from the crowd as Proper narrowly keeps himself alive. Flora, body shot across on the Stalker, can't quite confirm that kill or find Fielder, so for now, kills eluding us, but Hart being brought up to bear here around that first corner. Alfie in deep. Sleep Dart going to be going wide. He does get tagged up though, and Proper is able to find the killing blow. So first kill going the way here of Falcons. He's looking to try to pile in on top of this Ramatra, but Hanbin is able to go ahead and hold his ground. Stickies across from Stalker as well, able to find Flora, who does get traded out by Finn. Flora seemingly going to be giving up on the Widow battle. Says, okay, if I can't out-snipe you, if I can't get better sight lines, I'm just going to have to get in stealthily.
There's a lot of dive here in the new composition for ZETA. And they're trying to shut down Hanbin, but he's just so sturdy. He has a ton of armor, even with the nerves. And double single target healing is insane to keep him alive.
Yeah, unless you can find these supports, you're not going to be able to find him. But Fielder will get taken out if Bernard is able to find that kill. Chasing forward here towards the archway, towards that point A cap. Hanbin down so very low, but Proper on the return is able to find Violet. Taking out the enemy break, seeking another target. Hanbin right back up to full HP with the Annihilation nearly online. Some space is gained here for ZETA Division, but they still are quite far away.
Yeah, trying to spot the Sombra hanging around. There he is, right there.
Jumping out, looking for the dive here into the back line. Virus able to find a little bit. Probably going to be taken out, but now the Annihilation rolling here from Hanbin does claim Finn. Push around the corner. Bernard desperately trying to get these rockets woven through. Pushes Fielder out to the side. Isolates. He does manage to conquer. Gio now tagged down about half HP. The orbital ray going to be invested, just dancing in it, trying to keep himself alive and in the mix. Self-destruct to be used. Bernard for the remech as Alfie tries to pressure out this Widowmaker, but Proper finds a headshot off screen, and Violet has been taken down. The hold can continue. The ZETA division now under 2 minutes remaining.
I think that was even potentially a predictive headshot on the recall from Alfie. Either way, a huge hold here for Team Falcons because it looked like they were falling apart. They were getting split apart, and now they have full control. They're even looking for a stagger here. Won't be successful. But ZETA running out of options.
Violet able to take enough space to go ahead and bail out Bernard, keep him in that mech. Pulse bomb going across. Hopman going to be broken down, but Stalker's able to find Violet at the same time, cutting that rally a bit short, but front line being eliminated.
Yeah,
Just make things a little bit more difficult here.
Without the echo coming out from the Falcons, I think maybe a switch from Bernard could actually be benefiting them a lot more. There's the EMP.
EMP comes across, Bernard immediately able to collect. Flora will find Stalker, and that should be this push coming through. So 3 minutes and 40 as Flora immediately looks to swap.
Yeah, I think this is a very fortunate outcome here for ZETA Division. Realistically, I think if they weren't able to actually split them up and start breaking up that fight, this EMP probably doesn't go off the way that they just utilized it there. Very fortunate that things worked out because the damage output just otherwise isn't going to be able to break through the Shermatra, which is always going to be the one holding the door. They swapped off of the Ana, so it's not the same amount of healing, but it's still really high, especially when you factor in that Brigida armor, which is going to be coming through here shortly for Fielder. And instead, they're just going to keep, instead of swapping completely off of this, they're just going to keep this Genji, trying to kill the supports rather than the tank. Is the game plan. A risky endeavor. Especially on this map.
Yeah, that's rough. Alpha E with the Genji. Unless you go directly into Proper or Stalker somehow, which is in the air. Hard shots to land. Wonder what kind of idea Alpha E's having.
Jump shot going to be giving away Proper's location as Orbital Ray is going to be called in here from Finn, just clearing out the corner, forcing Falcons back. They have to respect this, but Stalker's going to be taken down. Violet able to find that elimination now. Gio identified over here on the side, desperately trying to get his own ultimate online. Seems like Bernard, the damage output is not going to be high enough to actually pick off this Juno. The rally from Fielder helping to keep her sustained. But Gio eventually will fall as Finn is able to find that kill. Proper now once again on the hunt, but spotted out. Bernard looks to go ahead and just continue to hold this Widowmaker at bay. Finds the kill even for that matter.
So my question is that Stalker went back to Echo with the D.Va on the other side. I was questioning D.Va with the switch earlier on, but with that Echo, you can stick to it. With the Widow, you have the extra damage, and Juno also put out that much output.
I really love the way that ZETA are looking to just try to pick this apart.
Look, Stalker's dead again.
They're just doing it again here like we saw in Renasapi. Isolate Hanbin. They say, okay, stop. Just ignore that front line. Get into the back with the Genji, with that D.Va. Get on top, play off of the damage that Flora is finding, find the picks, and then they just can't keep Hanbin alive.
Yeah, and I think that obviously with the lineup they were running, they just swapped back to Casti. But the lineup they were running just doesn't offer really any peel. And ZETA Division have a really good game plan here. And Falcons, so transparent what they're doing. I mean, they showed it so much leading up to this tournament. Here comes the Orbital Ray.
Ray out, Violet just going to be taken down. Too much damage here from Hanbin leading the charge with the fists raised. So it's going to be a solid cleanup into, stagger onto Bernard. They know that he's just going to be able to just dive into the drink, so they kill him off nice and quick. 2:47 remaining here for ZETA Division as Flora's going to make the swap.
Lovely. Exactly the game plan for ZETA Division to get Flora to change from the Widow using that ultimate. And it's hard to go into a third point actually getting just from a single team wipe from all the way over here. So a perfect swap. They still do have the game plan.
They need to get some zoning here so Alpha E can get access to the supports. Fielder doesn't have a rally. There's no Orbital Ray. Fairly vulnerable in the back line if you can find that angle. This is it.
Lane going to be pulled out. Fielder Proper immediately disappearing. Hanbin with the slow field able to find one, but Alpha E carves up the rest. The rally enough to go ahead and escort them forward. With Finn dying, it means that they also hold on to the Orbital Ray now for this next and potentially final fight. 2:08 as they round the last corner.
Yeah, with the Stalker, with the duplicate, extra Juno will provide so much sustain, so I think this push all the way until the end right now will be very hard for the ZETA Division.
Yeah, because even though they don't have their own Orbital Ray, they do, because they have Stalker's duplicate. So they should be able to buy at least one team fight's worth of space, unless they make a big error here. He doesn't actually have line of sight to duplicate, though, onto Finn at the moment.
It's going to be risky when he pulls the trigger. So you don't want to let the cart come in even further than it already is, but that's the best way to gain line of sight.
Gio is building that up so fast anyways, he might actually have the opportunity to go for something else.
It's almost a full war chest here. Stalker going to be grounded, forced to use the dupe, but it's actually onto the Genji. Only real target that he had that was pressuring him out. And with that, you can see ZETA Division saying, okay, we got the troublesome ult out. Let's go ahead and backpedal. Stalker finding really nothing here in this dupe form towards ult charge so widely. ZETA just get him. Just baiting him.
It's a weak duplicate, but still, you do have still 4 more ultimates to go from your teammates. ZETA Division, because Flora's out there with the Ashe line of sight, you have to be hiding from the side angle. So the poke from ZETA has to be strong here.
Little Ray going to be sent once again, though. ZETA Division just send scattering, more than happy to run the clock down here, try to win out the longer fight. As Stalker able to get on top of 4, however, finds those headshots. The annihilation from Bernard, able to claim Gio Hanbin, keeping his own alive as Finn gets worked lower and lower, but Alpha finds Fielder, and now there's no supports available, and once again, Hanbin is left vulnerable. He will be taken down. A barrier put up in from behind. Stalker dead. The Deadeye, it has no value whatsoever. The wall from Bernard, absolute genius. He'll find Finn, but there's nothing more to be done. 36 seconds remaining as ZETA Division once again get themselves to the end of a map.
They were so patient. They waited out all of the ultimates, the duplicate critically, but then the follow-up orbital ray, they ray second. That extra damage is part of why Alpha E is able to cut through them and get those dash resets. ZETA Division losing the first member, but then coming back and hitting twice as hard. Never fighting into Team Falcon's choke point, respecting that, maintaining the concave on the outside, and pushing the card in only after the fight is won. 36 seconds of the time bank on Rialto. We don't see this map too often, but it's a pretty decent time bank. The fact they finished it at all is somewhat rare. To actually have 30 plus is massive.
I mean, we saw on Kings Row, they were able to get to the map, no time left in the bank, and then they got themselves a full hold. I think that that's significantly more unlikely here on Rialto, but ZETA have shown that they can play a very rock-solid defense.
These are the exact moments where Falcons faltered a couple of times on their map pick when they defend first, getting pushed to the 3-point, which they didn't expect, first of all. And then in the middle of the team fight, they start playing individually. We have seen that a couple of times against the Poker Face, against Crazy Raccoon. If that happens, this is it. Falcons better hold up right now.
They absolutely need to, but now Flora going to have those defensive sight lines on the Widowmaker. Stalker, does he end up having to, replicate the swaps and go for the Sombra himself?
I think Stalker's choice to go for the Tracer here is the right one. Trying to match the Widow here isn't necessarily going to work out. Just go all in on the dive. You put Hanbin on the Diva, try to shut Flora down, and try to get that momentum. If it fails, you have a little bit of extra time to swap. Flora here is going to scout this out already. Play very respectfully. Shutting down the Widow is the name of the game here. 4 Falcons on this initial push. Fighting for corner successfully.
Doing a decent amount there with the D-Matrixes already. ZETA just corralled back around the corner over towards the fountain.
It's not a greedy pick to have Genji Tracer, but just showing confidence even against Flora. Proper thinking that Deflect can actually bring him down.
Gio tagged up. Well-placed poison trap. Getting the spot out there. He's keeping those flanks noted. Here is Flora. Knows that he is going to be such a key part of maintaining a hold here. Tracer around the back is going to be sent. Oh, drifting over, but Stalker, he's got enough damage. Finds the headshots to take him down. Opening kill here in the hands of Falcons. More space potentially to be opened up. Is Proper looking to isolate, looking to go ahead and set up for the damage. Alpha will fall Finn now going to be picked apart, and that should just be point A. Essentially gained here for Falcons, giving themselves a monstrous time bank.
I think that's exactly how Falcons needed to split this up. And you can see, I love the observing there, showing Flora the fear, the knowledge that this Tracer is looking for me. Triggered the poison trap. I know he's coming for me. I need to get ready to grapple away, but that means I'm not offering damage. Eventually gets taken out anyways.
Here they go for this contest, though.
I mean, they can.
Okay, the blink in. It drags it out. Riley ready to go. Fielder popping his own Violet now. Going to be matching his orbital rays there for Finn. Shio, however, going to be able to build his up. Now has it for a secondary and will just send it through. Alpha E diving forward. Going to be shut down as Fielder's able to find that elimination. Just a few more to really break through this one, and that should just about do it. Violet going to be taken down. Finn just hovering over top of the water, likely to just go ahead and drop down within the depths. He shall.
I think Alpha E felt the pressure to go in earlier as the other DPS. Flora was, if you don't have the Tracer position on the side of over the bridge, you just have to be drawing out all the aggro by yourself. I think he had to go for that position right there, but punished.
Yeah, I think that they wanted to, rather than try to control this high ground here, end up trading ultimates or getting some ultimates out of Falcons so they don't end up losing too much ground. But at the end of the day, while I do think they certainly could have gone for that, and I don't fault them too much for it, it does backfire in a big way. And now Falcons get both the team fight win and even ult trade and corner control with this high ground. ZETA, really not a whole lot they can do in this neutral fight right now.
Yeah, everything surrendered with the swap over onto the main floor. Just try to bring that in, get the slow up there onto Hanbin on the Proper. There's Pulse Bomb, triple blink across. Stalker gets the stick and Violet annihilated. Fielder now able to go ahead and open up this lead towards the next rally even further. Proper tries to get in a little bit deep. Back out over to safety. Self-destruct up over the top here from Benar. Trying to buy some space. Can't really buy any kills though as Hanbin looks to try to pressure him out, but cannot deny the remake. Blade pulled out. Proper now jumping into the back lines, and Finn will be the first to fall. Looks for a bit more, finds out Lee for his troubles. The cart will continue to glide.
They have so much momentum. It's insane.
Are now going to be broken out, going to be taken down. Flora tucking back around the corner, but ultimately they cannot keep this contest going. They have to allow for the cart to glide forward, so it's going to be 4:44. Make-A-Wish Falcons as they go for the final stretch of the map.
This is kind of crazy where no one's checking on Stalker as how much pressure he's able to pull off on the back line. Of course, with the main, you can maybe go for that isolation, but he's busy with Alpha. He's trying to deal with Hanbin on the front. Falcons just have an extra man. It seems like a 5v6 right now.
Absolutely. Flora just isn't able to build the Blizzard, and with that momentum, he's just not ever given any space to build it. They're trying to play aggressively to get him that, because that's the biggest tool they have to try to shut down the old economy of Falcons. They're so far behind.
Pulse this time, going to go wide. Opening kill not going to be found. 4v3 on the ults effectively as Flora looks to try to get this Blizzard ready to go. Already, though. 2/3 of the way towards the finish here is the side of Falcons, but kills are going to be found as ZETA Division looks to try to trade it back. Something struck from Hanbin will be able to take out Finn. Violet now falling. Things become a little bit more suspicious as Fielder commits him with a rally. He thinks he can turn the tide of this fight, but now he's immediately going to be shoved back and shut down. Soccer will find Alpha E, but the respawn advantage is there for ZETA Division, and Falcons just need to hightail it out. They have to go for a reset.
Fight's still on a little bit here for Stalker alone, but what more can he really get done? This line is too tanky. They have spawn advantage. He has no recall. Back up now.
Stalker sticking around, does allow him to build up towards that next pulse. Now just 18% away. The Blade nearly there for Prover, but the question is, will that rally commitment from Fielder end up costing them dearly?
Still, the sideline pressure from Stalker is kind of immense. And ZETA, even in the face, feeling the pressure has to be falling all the way back. Still 3 minutes plus of time left.
We've seen teams in the past, the Overwatch League, establish chokeholds here at this final archway. ZETA Division are looking to do just that. Annihilation to open up, leads to a kill on the Hanbin. They chase in, looking for a little bit more. As the staggers would be good. Proper going to be spotted, but they don't want to pursue too deep, so ultimately it's just the one kill, the forced reset.
I think it was a big blunder by Fielder to commit that rally and try to win that extended fight earlier because, you know, yeah, he's built half of it now, but they lost all the momentum. The double dive, you know, Tracer Genji is so momentum-based, and if you give him not only a team fight win, but also that big ultimate and staggered deaths, it weakens your time bank, and they were crushing each and every fight, but now they've been slowed up, and Violet's got rally, they've got their own Blade. Falcons starting to lose a ton of momentum.
I mean, they never had to use it, but also Flora critically 18% away from having this next Blizzard ready to go. Stalker, though, on the hunt. Pulse bomb in the back pocket, looking for the stick, but just can't quite leave it behind Violet's shield. He will be able to stay alive. Orbital Ray, though, from Shio, going to open things up as Blade gets pulled from Alpha E, just trying to turn the tides here of this fight.
Proper still holding his. Going for the next turn. What he's looking for with the Orbital Ray.
Holds him in position here for now. The Orbital Ray going to be weighted out from the side of Falcons, but that Blizzard is going to be available in response to the Blade. If Flora can have the positioning on this absolutely nailed, might just be able to shut down this Blade.
Yeah,
Ice Wall's down.
Want to have the perfect positioning with the Stalker coming from the side. There's a recall.
Oh, we're going to be burned, and Stalker going to be taken down. Violet able to go ahead and isolate that target. Whip shot across. Fantastic target selection here from the Blade gets pulled down. Bernard going to be cut to pieces. Taken down, rally rolling for Violet, trying to stay alive with the annihilation from Hanbin. Claims him, the Blizzard's been invested. I don't think anybody's been frozen up. Everybody taken down, falling to the wayside, and we are going to extra innings. It's a 56-second advantage for the side of Falcons as they get to the end of the map.
That timing of the Blade from Proper was amazing. It was so well thought out. I love the Observer showcasing what he's looking for, the angles he's watching. Ice Wall's down first, Ice Block's down second. He goes in, and the Blizzard is dropped instantly to match by Alpha E, but it's a complete whiff. They get outpaced by the Falcons in that moment. Proper gets through, no freezes, and Falcons so patient, like ZETA Division before them, on the attack, but this time in a more direct, aggressive approach to just tracking what that Mei has, what her cooldowns are, what Alpha E's capabilities are to shut down that Blade. Because if the Blade gets shut down, you end up getting another pick on the ZETA Division side, then you probably lose this map and you're not going to Stockholm, but they were patient. They showed some extra reservations that we haven't ultimately seen from them that much this series.
Yeah, it almost felt like after losing Stalker, it was almost a do or die moment for Proper, but he was so calm at that moment, maybe because he had some time bank left, over a minute, but still pulling that with a 4v5 with just a Blade, with Alpha E on the other side, that's an incredible moment of talent.
Now, on to the attack once more. Those extra 56 seconds working against ZETA Division. It's looking like it's going to be Genji Widow once again, at least for an opening shot from Flora.
I'd love to see Flora be willing to play the Tracer here, but I just don't think it's what we're going to get. I think he's going to have to crush Proper. and then hope that they can get that momentum going, but he's not really a tracer guy himself.
Yeah.
One of the limitations of this roster.
For the jump shot, up and over the top. Targets, though, scattered, hiding away. It's proper constantly, just one shot, relocate, one shot, relocate. For the Widow, who is getting pressured out here. Stalker just trying to dive into the back line. Just stop Floor from being able to gain any kind of sightlines whatsoever.
Yeah, we'll put some more pressure from to the back line, especially Juno, who can't really fly and glide too much with the Widow on both sides.
And the time is gone.
Yeah.
There's no ults here. They need a pick, and they need it yesterday.
Need to get something going here.
Only 30%.
12% left to go. Ults so far away. Alpha Yi only at 20. HP bar is fairly stagnant here on the side of Falcons.
Oh man.
There's no real damage being found whatsoever. We go into overtime to see if this is where the cart will rest or if ZETA Division are going to be able to break through.
One kill.
One kill. Fielder taken so very low. But will not be eliminated. In fact, it's going to be proper. Able to find one as Violet gets taken down. Flora jumped on, grappling away over towards safety, but further away from the cart as Bernard is going to be broken out of the mech. Been now under fire for it with a reposition, is able to find one, but they've lost the front line, and Alpi has to be the one to try to keep things contested. Comes back around the corner of the overtime, bleeding down Flora, down to 12 HP. They retouch, they extend this a little bit longer, but Bernard's still not in the mix. The flight going to be burned. Alpi keeping things alive to swap over onto the Malga, but they just can't get back in fast enough. The cart will rest on the entry to the courtyard. And Falcons, with 56 added seconds, can taste the victory.
Falcons confident they should be with 156 on the clock to push only to the first corner here. Realistically, 50 meters. They're going to Stockholm. Need to make sure, keep themselves in check. And when you are the attacking team who attacks second and you know the distance you have to push, you can just go for an ult-based type of push. I mean, you could even see Moira in this situation. Sometimes you see weird picks in these situations just because you know if you actually rush the ults faster, you win. They might even be like, you know what, we could run a Risa here. I don't think they would, but they have, this is what my point is they have so many options. They have so little distance to go that one faster ult build from them just wins them this series. Yeah. And they're showing Hanbin on the Junker Queen for now. I like the Mei because you have to survive for 2 minutes. One of the best tie-by heroes in the game is the Mei. Now, if you can win that first fight, get the Blizzard economy, you can win 2 fights. If you can win 3, maybe you're the one who's going to Stockholm.
Yep, Falcons, they can surely look for that third try because of less than 2 minutes. I think that's surely enough for the ultimate. So ZETA Division, the game plan right now is protect Flora. How do you keep him alive? How do you keep him able to do the DPS, able to do the damage so you can defend this for 2 minutes?
Also, is he going to be able to find the headshots? The cast overall has been the most consistent here from Flora throughout the year.
Throughout his career, really.
I don't think it's an unfair assessment. We'll see, though. As proper, it's going to be bonked back. Hanbin on this Junker Queen, of course, needs to be feared, and it's difficult to try to play out here onto this balcony where they would love to be, because if he just weaves that knife through, suddenly you're going down to the low ground, isolated from the rest of your team, potentially getting picked off. Shove forward the axe, looking for a target, can't quite connect it there onto Violet.
Push down!
Knife certainly does, and Violet and Red Squill be taken out! Fielder finds the final blow, and already it's 4.37 meters left to go here for Falcons to claim the victory.
Might be it. They can slowly just go for the attempt with the neutral.
Trying to keep it contested. Violet going to be swapping over onto Lucio. They're joined back a little bit faster, and Flora is able to peel one off there. Stalker will be taken down. Axe not quite deep enough to be able to find that elimination, but Finn is going to be taken down at the same time as Gio. Gets the better of the opposing Juno. Alpi, however, finding one. Proper will fall to her. Albert going to be taken out as Hanbin is still out in no man's land. Now the heels start streaming back across. Not so isolated, not taken down. He's so close to Blizzard. Bernard has to keep things occupied. He has to keep this cart locked in position. Violet nearly dead again. Receives some healing. The wall coming up. Alpi trying to stay alive, but Bernard has been taken down.
Nice block.
Finds his pound of flesh. The Blizzard going to be invested. Alpi, however, has been eliminated. And the cart is gliding forward. The touch coming through the orbital array over the top from Geo. Fielder now rejoining. The rally is in play, but it's one of celebration as Falcons get taken the distance, taken to a map 5. But they will not be taken out of OWCS Asia. They will not be denied their spot over DreamHack Stockholm. They will punch their ticket into the grand finals, clash against Crazy Raccoons once more.
Team Falcons will repeat history just like in Stage 1. Korea champions moving on to face rivals, then WAC, now Crazy Raccoon in the grand finals here. the rivalry continues. This was the finals we expected. This was the finals we predicted. This was the finals that we were promised. And Team Falcons, they made it look scary. You are not confident going to that 5th map, even though it's yours, that you're going to take this one with some of the ups and downs we saw from the series and a big glow up from ZETA throughout the year. But they get it done in the end. A narrow victory, but it's a victory just the same as Crazy Raccoons look on. You know, we saw Chio say earlier, playing through this series gives you that advantage, warms you up. So even though it was close, now they're ready to play one best-of-7 to decide if they can be the first seed here from Korea.
Falcons moving up as the top 2 securing their slot, but ZETA Division, I think they certainly played one of their best matches throughout the entire season of Overwatch here for the entire year.
I mean, it's of course commiserations to ZETA Division, and you know, it was going to sting no matter who ended up missing out on DreamHack Stockholm. A shame for them to have the 2024 season come to a conclusion like this, but I do agree, a damn strong performance from them. But for Stalker, he will find himself here as the player of the match. Some of his moments, those backline access picks that he was able to get on Nepal to start off the series, on New Junk City as well, it was just instrumental in Falcons being able to secure those maps that were so very narrowly won by them.
Yeah, his Cassidy was fantastic. You know, we saw some really, really big wins from him on the Tracer as well. And obviously, this is a player who has really, I feel like, leveled up throughout this year. You know, it was the Proper show only. I think for a lot of people were saying Proper is way better than him, but he's still solid. He's so flexible, right? But by the end of the year, you know, he's almost overtaken Proper in terms of consistency. For me, it was there were 3 different votes. Like, I was thinking about Stalker, I was thinking about Hanbin, and actually I ultimately decided to vote for Chio. I thought he had a fantastic performance of Juno throughout this entire series and was constantly able to outpace his opponent and set up Hanbin for success, allow Hanbin to walk the line, walk the tightrope. But in terms of DPS, had to be Stalker for me.
Yeah, Proper actually had a really great starting with the Pharah and especially Nepal into King's Row, but after that, I think moving into Junk City map 3, Stalker really pulled it through with some Deadeye dropping down, getting those Deadeye kills to change the tide of the series from New Junk City and into Runasapi. Then the Tracer, I think there's no doubt that Stalker has to be the player of the match.
It's going to be a lot of highlights, though. So
yeah,
yeah,
we had a lot of games.
Still, just getting those all loaded up, put them on the timeline, make sure the cuts are right, the audio balance is good.
Yeah, the rendering might take a while.
But a fantastically piloted performance here from Stalker. You guys will take a look back, and I mean, let's just go ahead and start right here on New Junk City, I suppose. And this was the one that really felt like it secured the map, and without that win, maybe even secured the series.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think his Cassidy was pivotal here. And, you know, this is the Tracer I was talking about on Rialto. Some of these really pivotal moments were him finding backline access, him finishing off some of these targets.
Well, it is now time to go ahead and hear from the man himself, as they will have to, the rest of the team will be looking forward to getting themselves ready for that grand final versus Crazy Raccoon in just a few minutes, honestly. But let's go ahead and pass it back over to Quest for the translation.
Thank you very much, Achilleos. We are here with
네, 승리 너무 축하드립니다. 자, 오늘의
PO team interview
POTM은
before the
스토커 선수가
finals
차지하게 되는데요.
take place
스토커 선수
between
자기소개 부탁드립니다.
Team Falcons and Crazy Raccoons, and of course,
스토커라고 합니다.
Stalker on stage making his introductions.
네, 스토커 선수 너무 축하드립니다. 자, 오늘 제타 디비전의 거센 저항을 해치고 드디어 다시 한번 OWCS 아시아
Once again,
결승으로
Team
가게
Falcons
됐는데요.
are headed
첫 경기
to
소감 한번
the
들어볼까요?
OWCS Asia
사실 이렇게 힘든
finals.
경기가 될 거라고는
So how do
생각하지
you feel about the win?
못했는데 자, 마지막엔 지는 줄 알았는데 결국에 이겨서 되게 기억에 남을 만한
I
경기인 것
thought we
같습니다.
would lose at the
네,
end, so
기억에 남을
I
만한
was very
경기다 이렇게
nervous.
말씀을
I
해주셨는데
think this match is going
정말 오늘 경기
to
너무
be very
치열했습니다.
memorable.
스톡홀름으로의 여정이 걸린 경기다 보니까 훨씬 더 그러지 않았나 싶은데요. 자,
Of course, a
4세트
lot was on the
내어주고
line
5세트에
in terms of
도착했을 때
not
너무
only did they go to the
긴장되고 좀
finals,
힘들었을 것 같아요. 이때
they
멘탈
also
어떻게
get to
잡았나요?
go to Stockholm.
사실
So
그때는 그냥 아무 생각 없었고
How
수비에
did you
다
mentally
밀렸을 때
regather
살짝
yourself
피청했는데 그냥
when
내가
you
다
were down?
잡아야겠다라는 생각으로 공격도 임했습니다.
야, 내가 다 잡아야겠다라는
I played
생각으로
with the
오늘
mindset
경기
of, okay,
캐리를
I'm going to have
해주셨어요.
to
자, 오늘 좀 3세트
basically eliminate everyone that is in
스토커
front of me.
선수의 마무리 캐서디가 정말 빛을 발했거든요. 오늘 좀 제타전 펼치면서 어떤 점을 신경 썼나요?
what was the focal point behind
이것도
today's
똑같이 그냥
match
제가 캐서디 더
versus
잘한다
Division?
생각하고
그냥 내가 잘 쏘니까
especially
그냥
on
상대
your
죽이면 되겠다라는 생각만
game plan
했습니다.
for Cassidy.
야,
And I said,
내가 캐서디는 한 수이다.
as I always say,
예, 맞습니다. 자,
I
오늘 그런
am
경기력을
one step
보여주지
ahead
않았나
in
싶은데요.
terms of my
그리고
Cassidy play,
오늘 또 많은 게
so I
걸린
just play with the mindset
경기인
that I
만큼
am
게임이
better.
정말 치열했습니다. 또 짜임새에 있는 팔콘의 경기력과 제타의 난전 구도가 펼쳐지면서 과연 어떤 팀이 좀 무게 중심을 가져갈까라는 보는 재미가 있었는데요. 그때마다 팔콘의 팀원들이 한 방씩 해줬어요.
So of course,
1세트 때는 프로포 선수,
a lot of
그리고
credit goes to
3세트 때는
Stalker,
스토커
but,
선수, 그리고 한빈
each
선수와
player
필더 선수의
deserves
방밀
credit for their
국영계까지
performance,
엄청난
especially on each map,
밀집력을
such as
보여줬어요.
map 1. I
오늘
think it
스토커
would be
선수가
go to
보기에 좀
proper.
날라다녔던 선수 누가 있었나요?
모두가
If you had to
잘해줘서
choose one
그냥 다
player,
잘했다고 하고
who
싶지만
do you
오늘
think
제일
you
잘한 건 저
played
같습니다.
exceptionally well? And he says,
야,
I think
다
everyone played well, but if I had to
날라다녔지만
choose
내가 제일
out person,
날라다녔다라고
it would be
또
me.
자신 있게 말씀해 주셨습니다. 그만큼 오늘 좀 캐리력을 보여준 우리 스토커 선수였고요. 승리 다시 한번 축하드립니다.
Congratulations on your victory once again.
네, 정말 오늘 팔콘 경기력 맥스입니다. 그만큼 라쿤과의 그랜드 파이널
Of course,
경기도
now the
기대가
grand finals
되는데요.
await between
자,
Team
오늘
Falcons and Crazy
마지막
Raccoon.
경기,
And
과연
before we
오늘
head into the match,
우승컵을
I'm going to send it back to the
들어올릴
gentleman on
팀은
the
어떤
caster's
팀이
desk.
될까요? 잠시만 기다려주세요.
Thank you very much. And as she just said, please wait. Please be patient because that grand final is coming up. We are far from done. A best of 7 to determine who is lifting that trophy and going into DreamHack Stockholm as the best team in the world. Falcons versus Crazy Raccoon once again. We'll see you guys on the other side of this break.
Beautiful boot from Junbin. Oh my word. Oh, they're making the hard work.
Look at that shoe coming in with the Nano 2. This might just be enough.
We are back, and it's now time to go into the grand final of OWCS Asia. We saw Falcons being able to take down ZETA Division, Crazy Raccoons waiting in the wings, watching, but maybe expecting this as their opponent. They've been able to beat them. They've been able to lose to them. So going into this grand final, we don't really know what we're going to get.
We haven't seen Crazy Raccoon lose an international tournament. They won, of course, Stage 1 of Asia.
Correct.
They won Esports World Cup. They're looking for their third. Of course, Dallas as well. So
yeah.
Very dominant team when it comes to these big international tournaments, even though it's on home ground here again in Korea. They seem strong, right? But Falcons now has the opportunity to change that narrative. They haven't been able to stop them yet. I predicted Falcons going into this this finals. But that was, of course, I made the prediction going, assuming Falcons wins, do you think they'll win the finals? I said 4-2. And now I'm feeling a little bit less confident about that prediction.
Me too. I voted for Falcons. I'm on the same line of thought. But the thing is, they already played the match in Busan Stadium, and Raccoons did not. I think that's a different setting. Some players, not much, but these players, even with that much experience, if you're into a different environment, you might be not feeling as warm, not feeling as hot. So if Falcons want to finish this, they better finish it quick. If not, I think Raccoons certainly have a lot of chance.
Yeah, if you drag out the series, if this ends up being an opportunity for Crazy Raccoon to just continue to warm up and get better and better, that could be very scary here for you. But also, Crazy Raccoon could just come into this already fiery hot and just be ready to shut this one down. So we'll have to just wait and see, because obviously that first series was a little bit exhausting for the side of Falcons. It ended up going the distance in multiple fashions, all 5 flashpoints on New Junk City, all the way to extra innings on Rialto to try to close things out. So it has not been an easy run. But we take a look here at the predictions. You two are the outliers going for Falcons here in this set. Myself, 9K, as well as Unknown. A bit aligned when it comes down to who is going to be victorious, as well as just the map score. So 4-2s. I think that I would not change my prediction to Falcons, but I might change my map score count to be something maybe a little bit more one-sided.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons definitely showcasing some weaknesses in that last series, as well as a very predictable play style with the Orisa Juno. They've mastered it, but we started to see some cracks in it eventually. So perhaps the other teams will be able to do this, or the other team here, being Crazy Raccoon, might be able to do the same and punish, as we did see ZETA do a few times there. I feel less confident in my prediction just because of those reasons, as well as the fact that Falcons didn't come in today against a weaker opponent, at least what I thought was a weaker opponent in ZETA, and really dominate. I thought that they would surely have a strong showing there and would convince everyone that, hey, you know what, they are back. It's not just a fluke that loss, or that loss is just a fluke rather, and not that this team is weak now.
Yeah, I had this prediction. We're moving into Korea. I had the prediction of the Falcons, thinking that the previous series would actually be a lot less maps potential for the first match. And then going forward, maybe Falcons can take it. But I do think Raccoons, they have seen a lot of information. So I think it will heavily favor them now.
4-2 seems to be just kind of the flavor of this matchup here, but Sim and Akaros both also thinking that it's going to be Falcons, but not easily with the 4-3 prediction that they're going to be putting up here. So time will have to, time will tell, but we'll continue cycling through, because I think we also have the Japanese predictions, a little bit more one-sided. This is less unexpected, I suppose, given that Crazy Raccoon is a Japanese organization. But, Ayatsu also thinking that Falcons could get it done similarly in 4-3.
Yeah, I mean, I am surprised to see Oyatsu predict the Falcons. I thought it was going to be unanimous for Japan. We saw the ZETA predictors on their side as well going to the previous series, so it wasn't just you. A lot of Japanese casters kind of hoping that they were going to get it done, I think.
Almost did.
Yeah, I mean, they really did. On the Thai side, though.
Okay. Thai, a little bit more aligned. Half of them thinking it's going to go the distance. Half of them thinking that it's going to be a 4-2 as well. So who knows? Maybe all of us will be incorrect. Maybe we'll just have infinite draws, and the series will never end, and we'll never crown a victor. You know, maybe that could be the case. But it is time to get these teams out on the stage once again. Falcons, a brief little respite for themselves to get geared up for this final hurdle. Crazy Raccoon standing in their way once again. They already have their slot over at DreamHack Stockholm locked in. That is secured. But if they want to lift the trophy, take that back to the Falcons HQ and go in as the #1 seed, the expected #1 team globally, then they have to be able to take down Crazy Raccoon once again.
There is so much pressure on them to finally lift that international trophy. It hasn't happened. They didn't show any subs last series. It was just the stock standard lineup. They haven't been pushed that deep in that regard. We did see a lot of subs on the side of ZETA. They still have a lot more in their war chest, maybe potentially some strategies they were hiding. The Crazy Raccoon on the other side. This team has such incredibly strong individual players. You have Lip, you have the newly picked up Knife, you have Max on the bench, can come in, make big plays. The support lineup is incredible here as well. Shu, most people think he's the best support player in the world right now. Crazy Raccoons have gotten it done so many times internationally, they've never lost. Maybe they get another one here.
As far as all-timers in Overwatch history onward to now, the Overwatch League history, I should say, onto this very moment, there's three kind of crucial names that come up. Shu is one of them, Fielder's one of them, the other one's Violet. One of those is gone. So now a battle between Shu and Fielder to see who is going to be able to excel, who's going to be able to keep the front lines alive. As we take a look here at the starting lineups, it's nothing shocking for the Falcons. Hanbin going to be sticking through. We'll see what that opening control map is going to be, as it is in the hands of Crazy Raccoon for the selection. But Majed, Smurf, Happy still on the bench, ready to come in at a moment's notice.
I like it. Depending on the map, we might switch into Smurf a little bit on Winston maps, but maybe they will just stick to this for the entire series, because against the Raccoons, I don't think you want to really change up anyone else or even to create that much time delayed. You just want to carry this momentum going forward.
And nothing too shocking here as well. Knife is going to be on the bench, but we have seen Crazy Raccoon more than willing to go ahead and substitute Lip out. I mean, guy was missing for an entire series right after Knife had joined the squad. For the first time that we had really seen in who knows how long, with Lip not playing an entire set, but Junbin will be there to start, which means that we can likely anticipate that there's going to be some wrecking ball.
I think there's a decent chance. I don't think we'll see Knife in this finals. I think Lip has just been more consistent. He and Heesung have built up that synergy throughout this year. And while Knife does offer some extra stability and flexibility, I don't think it's going to happen tonight.
Well, it looks like we're going to go ahead and hear from Fielder as well as Lip ahead of the action, so we'll pass it back over to Quest.
Thank you very much, Achilleos. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. This is the grand finals of OWCS Asia Stage 2. We have Lip from Crazy Raccoon and Fielder from Team Falcons
많은 일이 있었지만
representing
또다시
the two
돌고 돌아
teams.
라쿤과 팔콘이 만났습니다. 보기만 해도 도파민이
Of
팡팡
course,
분출되는
in the end,
양팀이
it's the
아닐까
Falcons
싶은데요.
versus
스테이지 1
Crazy
코리아
Raccoon
결승 그리고 스테이지 1
finals.
아시아 결승에서도 이 두 팀이 만났었는데
These both teams have
이번에도
met
또
many
만났어요.
times
이렇게
over
자주
the course
만나다
of this year.
보면 좀 익숙하고 반가울 법도 한데요. 오늘 좀 반갑나요?
So are you happy to see them on stage
솔직히 코리아 때는
against
제타가 올라가지고
your
살짝
team today?
실망하긴 했었는데
I was a little disappointed when they
다시
couldn't make it
결승에서
versus ZETA
라쿤을
Division.
보니까 살짝 조금 반가운 감이 있어요.
But of course, seeing
야,
them in the
제타가
finals,
올라왔을
okay,
때보다
makes me
더
think, okay,
반갑다라고
welcome back.
말씀을 해주셨어요. 그렇다면 립 선수는 어떤가요?
And what about you, Lip?
좀 팔콘을 너무 많이 만나서 오늘은
We met them too many
제타랑 같이
times,
결승 좀 해보고
so
싶었는데
I wanted to play
제타가
the
못
finals
올라가지고
against
좀
ZETA Division
아쉬운
today.
게 많은 것 같아요. 네.
So
야,
it's a little
반대로 우린
disappointing.
좀 아쉽다라고 살짝 튕기는 모습을 보여줬어요. 자, 립 선수 이번 아시아 결승 진출전에서 크레이지 라쿤이 승리하면서 지난 스테이지2 코리아 4강전에 대한 복수와 함께 조금 더 여유롭게 기다리면서
now,
이번
Chris
경기를 치를
Raccoon,
수 있게 됐습니다.
they,
반면에
have a
지옥에서
chance to get
돌아온
the revenge
팔콘이었는데요.
for
하위
their
브래켓으로
loss in
떨어졌지만
OWCS
다시
Korea.
한번 제타 디비전을 상대로 승리하면서 또다시
But of course-
복수의 기회를 노리고 있어요. 자, 백수저처럼 기다리고 있던 립 선수 오늘 팔콘의 경기력 어떻게 보셨나요?
How do you judge Team Falcons' performance today?
뭐 당연히 팔콘이 좀 더 우위였을 거라고 생각을 했는데
I did believe that
저희랑
Team
하면
Falcons
뭐
was a little bit
저번
better
경기처럼
than ZETA
좀
Division.
지지 않을까 팔콘이 네라고 생각하고
But
있습니다.
I believe that
야,
hey, if they play us,
자,
I know that they're
그렇다면
going to
필더
lose.
선수 반면 팔콘의 경우에는 스테이지 2 코리아 우승 이후에 승승장구 하는 듯 했지만
Of course, Team Falcons
다시 한번 크레이지 라쿤에게
on
2대
their
3으로
way to
패배하면서
the grand
다시
finals.
흡수저 느낌으로
They were-
복수전에 임하게
They are
됐습니다.
essentially the
3주 만에
challengers.
우승자에서 다시 도전자로 이렇게 도전하게 됐는데요. 결승에서 다시 만난 크레이지 라쿤에 대해
So what do you
어떻게
think about
생각하시나요?
Crazy Raccoon
확실히
being your
라쿤이
grand finalist
옛날처럼 포스가 안 나오는 것
opponents?
같아서 이번 결승은 저희가 이길 것 같아요.
I think that Crazy
이분하지
Raccoon
않다.
aren't able to
네,
aren't
이분하지
as strong
않다고
as
합니다.
before.
자, 립 선수
Basically
스테이지1
calling them
아시아는 물론
washed.
올해 있었던
So I
국제전에서
think it'll
모두
be a little bit of an
우승하면서
easier
정말
time
크레이지
winning
라쿤이
today.
국제전에 강하다라는 말이 나왔는데요. 자, 오늘 이렇게 또 다시 한번 증명할 기회가 왔습니다. 자, 이렇게 큰 무대에서 우리가
So of course, Crazy
팔콘보다
Raccoon
잘할
are
수
very
있었던 이유
well known
있을까요?
for their international success.
일단 뭐 개개인
success on the
선수보다
international stage.
뭐 피지컬이나
What do you
차이도
think
있는 것 같고 뭐
you
무엇보다
are
중요한
better
건
than at
좀
compared to Team
압박감을 많이
Falcons?
받냐 덜 받냐에 좀 따라 달라지는 것 같아요. 네.
야, 우리가 조금 더 압박감에
I
강하다라고
think
또
that
말을
we
들어봤습니다.
do
자,
fare
작년에
well,
스테이지
much better
1과
under
스테이지 2
pressure.
코리아를 모두 우승했던
And
팀 팔콘이지만
it's
아직까지는
in those
국제전
moments
우승
that
이력이
could
없어요.
potentially change
그만큼
everything.
오늘 그 이미지를 완전히 탈바꿈할 기회가 이제
Of course, on the flip
찾아왔습니다.
side, Team Falcons
자, 그런
have
만큼
yet
오늘
to
결승에 대한
secure an
각오도 남다를
international
것 같은데요.
trophy.
자, 국제전 전승 행렬을 막을 것인가요?
So are you
네, 저 이제 아시아부터
confident
스토크까지
to
저희가 다
put a
우승하겠습니다.
stop in
이야,
Crazy
이제
Raccoon's
아시아부터
tracks?
스톡홀름까지는
And Fielder
우리의
says,
것이다. 넘보지
course,
말아라. 이렇게 또 말씀을
OWCS Asia
해주셨어요.
and
자, 그리고
Stockholm will be
마지막으로
ours
팬분들께
to win.
한마디 시간이 있지만 제가 이제 또 팬분들을 위해서 세레머니 과연 뭘 준비할 것인가를 여쭤보는 시간을 가져보도록 할게요. 자, 먼저 립 선수. 오늘 이긴다면
So
어떤
if you win
세레머니
today,
보여주실
what
건가요?
will you be showcasing in terms of your ceremony for the
딱히
fans?
생각한 적은 없는데
I didn't really think about it,
그냥 맥스의 노래 한 소절
오!
but Max will sing for you guys.
끝내주나요?
잘 모르겠어요. 네.
잘 모르겠지만 자, 맥스님의
and
노래
Lip
한
also
소절
says, I
들어보도록
don't know
하고요.
if he's
그렇다면
good,
팀 팔콘의
but
우승
we'll just have
세레머니
to see.
공약 들어보도록 하겠습니다. 자,
And that's for Team
앞으로 보고
Falcons.
있어요, 지금.
저희 팀은 딱히 다 내향인들이라 다 여기 있으면은 다 못할 거라서
Our team, everyone is
그냥
introverted,
기분 좋게 집 갈 것 같아요.
so I think we'll just happily go
네,
home.
자 그렇다면 프로퍼 선수의 춤을 보도록 하겠습니다.
And
자,
she says
이렇게,
we will
자,
get to see
오늘
Proper's dance if we win. if
마지막
Team
우승
Falcons
세레머니를 할
wins
팀은 과연
the grand
누가 될
finals.
것인가? 그리고 우승컵은 어떤 팀이 차지하게 될 것인가 기대 많이
Which team
해주시고요.
will take
자 오늘 마지막
the grand
경기 많은
finals?
기대 부탁드리면서
Please
첫
look
번째
forward
맵
to
확인해
it,
보시죠.
everyone. And before we head into the match, I'm going to send it back to the gentleman on the desk.
Thank you very much. Well, as we can see here, it's going to be Lijiang Tower, Crazy Raccoon, their map pick. I was hoping that we would get some fan service for the fans down in Busan by going to the map of Busan, but seems like that is not going to be the case here at all.
Yeah, I was hoping that Lip was going to say, I don't know, I didn't really have a ceremony prepared, but I just thought I'd lift a 4th international trophy and then go home. You know, I think my ceremony is going to be going, yeah, I won all of them so far. He's looking for 5 in Stockholm. Look, I do think that going into this, Lip looks a little bit more confident than Fielder. I think Phil is a little bit exhausted from that last series. Lijiang Tower map-wise here, a lot of different composition you can play. You can play the Pharah, you can play the Orisa comps we were seeing just previously. And I think if you're Crazy Raccoon, that's probably what you're most worried about, but still having the confidence to pick this map is interesting to me.
Yeah, the confidence comes from just a week ago. This is a rematch again on Lijiang Tower to start things off. Hisang's Pharah made so many changes, led them into the 2-0. It wasn't 100 to 100 to 100 to 0, 100 to 0, but still, Falcons without that Pharah pick, they're still willing to play a lot more Genji Echo from Proper. Tracer Cassidy only coming out from Stalker, and it wasn't enough to match against the Pharah Tracer coming down from Lip and Hisang. So unless, I'm sure they have enough time to actually make those changes going into Lijiang Tower now that was going to be likely picked from the higher seed. I hope Falcons are ready for it though.
Well, we'll get ready to see. I was about to call it out, but we have a sign there in the audience that can do the job for me. It is Junbin's birthday, and what better a gift to get than lifting the trophy here at the end of it all. 19 years old, born on October 5th.
Oh, wow.
So, win or lose, he has unlocked a new ability in being able to consume alcohol. So hopefully it's going to be, for his sake, it's going to be drinks of celebration rather than of sadness.
True. It's going to be a big day no matter what.
Yeah, I learned from my dad that you never drink on a sad day, so.
Well, I think his teammates will lift him up one way or the other, but at the end of the day, he's hoping to lift that trophy and then lift a shot of Soju with his squad. And I think that even though I predicted Falcons here, I have to give a pretty big edge to Crazy Raccoon after seeing some of the weaknesses of Falcons in that previous series. It was a close series. It went the distance. ZETA really overperformed, but I think Falcons just still didn't have the same oomph that we saw from them when they won Korea. And the patch changes really affected how they crushed with Hanbin just being immortal with the double single target healing of the Ana and the Juno. Just not the same meta for them. They're still finding their own ways to make the Orisa work. Those combos looked strong, but I think a team like Crazy Raccoon, especially with Lip being the one who's dinking those headshots onto the Orisa, might be able to punish Hanbin a little bit more.
And also being the team that has gotten the advantage of sitting back and watching how you're still piloting your compositions against the likes of ZETA Division, who still did nearly take them down.
I don't know if Hanbin was intentionally trying to hide his Wrecking Ball play, but Junbin on this map crushes so hard with that Wrecking Ball.
I would not assume that Hanbin's hiding much when it comes down to a Wrecking Ball play. Smurf, on the other hand, has been impeccable on that pick at times. But if we get into this map and I see Hanbin playing Wrecking Ball,
he looks like Hisang on the right. Looks close to Hisang, yes.
Yeah, a little bit dark in there, but either way, the fans obviously geared up. We've talked about it. It's been mentioned. 3 minutes for the tickets to sell out for this day of Overwatch down in Busan. Plenty of fans as well hopping on the KTX train line to be able to witness this in person rather than watching from the comfort of their homes. You can see that the commitment is there. The excitement is palpable.
That sign in the center says, I hope it goes the distance full sets. And that sign to the right there with the B Hammond, which is the one that Junbin plays, says, we're gonna win. Let's go win the Asia Cup. Crazy Raccoon sign there, and says on your birthday POTM as well below. Very hype to see this amount of fans here in Busan. It's a very awesome thing we have to actually have a LAN here in Korea, but also not just in our normal arena. It's actually in Busan. Players had to travel, a lot of fans traveling. It's just something that we haven't seen in a long time to actually see a travel Overwatch tournament.
Yeah, this stadium is actually a really popular esports stadium down in Busan, holding a lot of different titles throughout the year. And I think it's a great opportunity for the players to actually go down and feel the different vibe.
Eternal rival. Well, it does certainly seem to be the case, even though this is just the first year of OWCS. It has been these two squads battling it out at every twist and turn here in Korea and in Asia generally, vying for the top. And the narrative shifts depending on which one comes out victorious as far as who the best team in the world is. ZETA are moments away from being able to challenge for that title themselves. The Falcons dispatched them once again to ensure that we get this rematch of all rematches.
It is going to be hype. I think even if it's a one-sided finals, the results mean so much. If it's Falcons who lift the trophy, they finally got their revenge, they finally won that international. If it's the legacy of Crazy Raccoon continuing, this means so much. The result, no matter how we get there, is so huge for these teams moving into Stockholm as well, where all the teams around the world, majority of them are watching this live right now. It doesn't matter where they're at. They're probably staying up late, waking up early to watch this match because they're going to find out who their opponents are going to be if they make it to the Stockholm themselves. Such incredible caliber of Korean players here we have in this finals once again.
Yeah, but this matchup, especially the tank, Junbin, Hanbin, this is a map where Junbin pulled out that Reinhardt a week ago. And also Hanbin, surprised Zarya. Of course, that was a quick switch after, but these tanks are willing to go the extra step to pull out the surprise factor whenever they can.
We can only hope that is going to continue. Seeing Ryan Zarya back into the mix, it very much tickles the fancy for myself and Wolf as these casters of old, because it's not something that we get to see too much of here in modern era.
No Bernard this time either, sadly.
Zarya we had a little bit, not too long ago with the Space Cowboy composition, but it's still, I would love to see some more of it, and in the hands of Hanbin especially, it's always a treat.
It's always a treat with him. Bernard obviously didn't make finals, but love to see him playing it. One of the OG Zaryas from back in the day, the Apex days. And, with Zarya and Juno, it's a pretty sick combo. You get the healing, you get the extra damage, you get your extra charge. If you have the ultimate, it's just a recipe for success. I don't think we'll see it, but this is the map for it if we were going to see it.
Yeah, and because Shu is such a great Ana, Fielder does change a lot more Ana, especially against when Falcons are against the Raccoon specifically. So we'll see a lot more sleep starts coming through the back line.
Seems like we are now just about ready to jump into this one. All players in their seats, geared up, headsets on, ready to go, shaking the ham warmers, making sure they are ready for this battle to commence. A best of 7, not to determine who goes to Stockholm, but who goes to Stockholm as the champion, as the #1 team, not just from Asia, but in the world. We are ready to kick things off. You hear that music? Let's get into it one last time here for this tournament cycle. The grand final now starting. It's Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcons.
Junbin ball, locked and loaded.
No surprises to be had there, but he's sung with the Widowmaker. We have been seeing some more bolder picks, but yeah, okay. I was gonna say, it will just be the swap over here onto the far, taking the skies. Proper will be there as well, but seemingly with the Echo instead.
Can be a great answer to the Pharah, but we'll see if he can actually get the jump on. And Lip will be moving to Tracer. Stalker will do the same. And Hanbin with this Diva will be tough to lock down this Wrecking Ball.
Margins here, shot across, looking for a knock off the side of the map, can't quite find it. It's just a decent smattering of damage there on the Stalker. He's finding his perch though, as Jinbin goes in, starts stirring up the chaos, looking for a poop off the side of the map. Takes Fielder down low on HP, but can't quite confirm the kill. Well, for now, elimination's going to be eluding as the point gets ready to unlock in a couple of seconds.
It's not an echo coming out from Crazy Raccoon, so Hanbin's Diva will be much more for the peel for the backline of his own teammates.
There you go. Proper able to go ahead and find Heesung isolated, picks him off with a beam coming across, and Falcons will get the first grab of the point here on Night Market.
It's a really nice counter to the Pharah. They expect the Pharah here, can chase her down and beam her down, and now it's just Junbin trying to create some more disruption, but they don't have control of the point.
Yeah, and now the kills out here in reply. Geo Fielder all falling to the wayside with Stalker gone as well. They're like Crazy Raccoon setting up for a very fast flip here into their favor, as Hanbin will delay as much as humanly possible. And yes, I do realize it. For you guys watching, the audio a little bit scattered at the moment, so we have people working on it, so hopefully it'll be taken care of here soon.
They end up getting the flip here, surprisingly. I thought Junbin wasn't really going to be able to do much, and I would have preferred him to reset, but they actually are able to get some backline access there. He and Lip cleaning up house even without Heesung's support, and he's going to go for a deep backline pick now.
Swoop out into the skies to try to take out this Echo.
Proper's feeling confident because there's no Juno on the other side. It's Toron's Lucio with that positioning.
That's still a really good catch, but Lip, just looks to turn the tides and stick across there on the fielder. Hanbin Shio just going for the reset. Lead now going to be gained here for the side of Crazy Raccoon.
I feel like we haven't seen a new tank prodigy, and Junbin's been around for a while, even though he's incredibly young. But this is one of those times where you're like, man, is Junbin potentially the most flexible tank in the world right now? The Wrecking Ball is so clean, so difficult to deal with him. He's winning fights, even down members here. Now nearly has his minefield ready. He's going to have a nano boost from Shu as well. And just nobody could deal with him right now. They have no real lockdown outside of Shield Bash to stop this ball.
Shu just tracking, trying to spot out anybody on these flanks as Jinbin just hovers ever closer.
Yeah, that's
trying to get protected. Pile driving down for a knock-up set up there, but can't quite find Chio, so instead will crash back and falls over onto the point of the minefield. Going to drop down here on the entryway as Mortal Ray gets invested from Chio. Nano across onto Heesung, though, who nearly has a barrage online. Well, too much going to be found. It's Proper. The Duke just looking to see if he can find anything, trying to pick apart this bar here in the skies, but he's a little bit more elusive. Falcons at the same time, though, have been able to get this flip into their favor, so now they're working their way up past 40%.
A little bit disorganized coming out from the from Crazy Raccoon there, as Falcons just waited for the attack up.
Timing, though, is going to be looking good, keeping Jinbin alive. Barrage seeking a target. Han been able to keep most of them protected here as he gets antied out. Threatening the break here on that mech, but for now he's going to be sustained. It's fielded with a rally. Have that expire, but he's still alive here. Kill's not going to be found, but Stalker does manage to take out Chorong. So now on the back foot here is Crazy Raccoon. Jinbin likely going to have to roll out and look for a reset, but Shu tries to turn the side of the fight once again as the Bionade does manage to find the enemy Echo. Falcons, however, getting ready to gain the lead here for themselves. Raccoons pushed away from the point, not able to reflip this one back into their favor. So Falcons for now are going to be in control.
Pretty sloppy fight for Crazy Raccoon, and they're continuing to try to push the issue here.
Taken down, he's unable to find that kill. London now at a risk, losing the mech. As Jinbin just rolling over the side, he's able to grab that Mega Pack, but Falcons still have not surrendered control of this. They're working their way higher and higher. Pushback coming through, just waiting out for Jinbin to try to rejoin, but now Gio sending it, rushes forward. The Torpedo's able to find Chorong. Shu gonna be taken down. Supportless here on Crazy Raccoon at a critical timing for Team Falcons. Are looking to go ahead and end this round.
Yeah,
95%.
Without that Juno, there's less of a power spike. The Nano's almost complete. It's completed now, and the Raccoon's just not able to hold this point.
Might just get the Nano here on to Jinbin, but no, it's going to be Heesung once again the recipient here as they manage to keep this extended. 99% forced out still, though, a self-destruct, the Pulse Bomb available here for Stalker proper nearly with that next Duke. Kills not going to be found. Pulse Bomb gets sent. Stalker stick cannot come through. Minefield going to be dropped down here on the back entrance of the point. But over time, it's going to start plummeting rather, faster and faster. So they have to stay in this one. Duke's going to be used. Trying to buy those iframes. Proper tag down to half. But Stalker is able to find Shu off screen. They're going to push over. And once again, supportless here are the side of Crazy Raccoon. Heesung opens up with the barrage. Cannot find a damn thing. His self-destruct will clear the point. Finds two on the reapproach. And Falcons will take the first sub-map here of Night Market.
Once again, Gio, a big star on this Juno, keeping Hanbin alive so long while also simultaneously continuing to pressure. Also, the ult timings from him have been fantastic. His builds have been quick, and Crazy Raccoon not running the Juno themselves, trying to give some additional speed to this Wrecking Ball. Feels great when you're in control, but the moment you lose said control, the Wrecking Ball's ability to attack is much stronger than his ability to peel, and you don't have the same healing output when you're running that Lucio. And unfortunately for them, once they lost control, they could never really regroup and gain it back. They were outpaced even though they were the ones with the Wrecking Ball. A few sloppy fights, and Falcons steal this first round away.
Raccoons, they're focusing from Heesung's Sparrow, and the ball was on point last week, but Falcons, they fell to the ground last week. There was 6 more days ahead of them. Now they're back. They know exactly what they're going for. They just gave no chances for that combo to get some kills. Of course, it did happen a couple of times, but not a second chance.
Weird matchups here and already lit. Flicking some heads as Hanbin continuously loses out on this armor and needs some stability from the supports. Keep it alive here for the moment, but nearly gets taken out time and time again. One going to be unlocked. Contest coming through as Heesung plays split away from the rest of the team down here on the floor. Continuing to try to push forward, but damage output is just so damn high. Cap's still not coming in yet, though. So Crazy Raccoon now gain it. Start ticking up here, gaining the advantage.
Look at Lip's damage, his ult charge compared to Stalker's. His headshot accuracy on the eye test looking like it's sitting at 30-35%. He is just hitting them over and over and over.
It might be even higher than that. Now the Dead Eye's going to be applying the spear, already spun, seeking a target, finding too many. The push forward, that's going to be a lot of damage dealt, and Hanbin delivers himself unto death. Fielder dead as that flashbang comes across projectiles on the proper. As the cleanup comes through, Crazy Raccoon get themselves a team kill off the rip now, moving past 25%.
There's so many tries from the Falcons. They try to poke from the side, swipe in, and try to get lit, but he just pours out so much damage, and when you get hit by the head, you just cannot go in with that much health. This DPS is just out of standard.
Proper though, ahead of Heesung crucially by a bit. So it can come through, and Shu is going to get caught. Dead Eye from Stalker finding value once again. Called it from him. On Rudasabi in the previous series, Jinbin now no legs to stand on, will just end up getting taken out. Heesung fighting back over, he's able to find Fielder. Hanbin sending out the Turner's Surge, trying to set up as Proper collects another kill, but Shio's going to be taken out. Proper finds Lip, and it's just he and Hanbin left alive, but with the support from the other side, the flip can come through.
Yeah, I don't think Crazy Raccoon were regrouped enough to actually challenge and punish those low health bars there, so this ends up being a pretty risky choice from Hanbin, but it barely pays off. I feel like I've been saying that for the last few weeks, even domestically in Korea's playoffs, about this player, but he does clutch it out in the end. But now, ult advantage to Crazy Raccoon, positional advantage as well as they work onto the point.
Dash up, Blade coming in. Maybe a bit of a bait either way. Orbital Ray does get used by Chio, and now it's going to be the Blade here on the back end. He's sunk down low, but Terror Surge stacked it on top. They managed to find a kill on the field at the rally. Not going to be able to come into play here in this fight. Proper now Blade is going to be pulled, but Lip is continuing to push forward. Playing the back of the shield bash, trying to get the kill, and that's going to be Hanbin dead to a dead eye once again. As there you go, Melee hit the proper space to shut him down. Flip back into their favorite, Crazy Raccoon shrugging off the Falcons.
How can you defeat Lip when he's playing a perfect Overwatch like a robot?
Yeah,
this
I mean,
is insane.
It's literally like he's hacking. I mean, he has the accuracy is so insane. His positioning is also very good, but nobody can stop this man, and he's just making the armor disappear on that Orisa. He's taken out the enemy Brig when she's trying to approach. Insanity. Stalker's got his work cut out for him.
Certainly does. Rally to be used here. Fielder trying to escort them forward. Stalker just have the dead eye. We'll see if he's going to be able to find value from that once again. But for now, Falcons, we shove them back out of the center room. The turn their sights down to the point. 85% now established here for Crazy Raccoons. The dead eye looks to try to open up some additional space. Speed boost is going to be used. It's going to be Lip caught. Stalker able to go ahead and collect his Falcons. Gain control of this point for themselves. 42 now moving up.
Yep, Lip just falling bad right there at the wrong moment with Ever Ring Stalker just walked up to the better place. Got one. Good opportunity for the Falcons to come back now.
Another Ray built up here from Gio.
Yeah, he's just so fast with these today, but again, the placement of it is often more important here. So they control this choke point, and they can't actually get an advantage out of it. They're a little bit slow on that. They toss it in now.
Sending it out. Shu has his, does commit, but Lip has already been taken out. Stalker finding some headshots. Gets the elimination here onto the enemy cast. Some damage off the Terror Surge Troll. Desperately trying to stay alive. Eventually will fall to the pressure, but Jinbin with his own Terror Surge also finds Fielder. Blade gets pulled. He's sung. Cuts down Shio to size. He will end up dying, but it doesn't matter too much. The rest of the team winning out. Proper still fighting back, however. Against Junbin still in the mix. There's not much more he can do. Falcons damn close to tying things up, but Crazy Raccoon now take this into final fight.
But isn't Proper on the other side though? Okay, he went back.
Yeah.
But everybody does have the Blade. He waited for that. I think he could have had it, but waited for that Hisang to get the turn first.
He's going to toss it out now.
Could be good. He does have the rally. He's going to pop it. Shield bash to protect anybody who tries to dive into that back line. Get the shut down, and Chorong will find it. Proper has been eliminated. The Blade value not going to be found. Flashbang around the corner. The push up. The Stalker will fall. DPSless now are the Falcons. They desperately try to bring things to a conclusion here on Control Center. Rally going to be rolling for Fielder. Chorong assassinated Fielder, putting up 2 solid, much-needed kills. Looks for a little bit more. Continues to stave them off, shoving back Junbin, taking him down to half HP. The point has been evacuated. And that's going to be the flip now. Falcons with a chance to close this out for themselves.
Flip against the world.
Diving forward, they're looking for the elimination, and he's going to die. Proper with the deflect, able to take him down. Terror Surge now to try to hold the line as Hanbin will be able to get the elimination here onto Shu, and it seems like Falcons are pulling out the rug from beneath Crazy Raccoon's feet. Both rounds taken as they will get Lijiang Tower for themselves.
Insane performance from Lip, but it's not enough. The rest of his team is just not stacking up. The synergy once again between Chio and Hanbin out of this world. And even though we did see, some lackluster performances there, I feel like from the Genjis, it's just Lip alone is not able to get it done. He's pressured by Hanbin, who just cannot be killed. If Lip is able to get a few headshots onto Hanbin, the rest of his team can punish, then they can win those fights. But you mentioned it, G-Clef, it almost feels like it's not fair. It almost feels like he's just using like a tool to actually headshot it. He doesn't look human.
His hands.
But he is human, actually. And so ultimately, he will get punished if the enemy team is able to get on top of him and kill him. The rest of the team just isn't able to pick up the slack. So it feels like it is Lip against everyone. It's like he's playing his own 1v9 game.
Yeah, Lip certainly had his moment, but Stalker came back in a big way in the middle, and also Fielder having that big clutch. Control is supposed to be one of the weaker side for the Falcons. Having this win is huge going into the first 4.
I mean, it's also the first your map pick victory that we've had on the day here. So Falcons able to take this one away from Crazy Raccoon, so they will have another map pick coming into this, but that first seed advantage, being able to elect where you want to go and control, does not pay off for them whatsoever. So now we have to start thinking about where they're going to look to take us for this next set. Because, I mean, pretty much across the board, their win percentages on all map types is kind of through the roof, aside from Hybrid. That is the weakest one here for them. But for Flashpoint Clash, 90% across all maps. Played Control, though, was 92% for them. That now gets knocked down a peg.
Since it's no longer a surprise, and because you do have to face Lip on Gibraltar if you pick it, maybe they just go to Rialto again. It's actually not Falcons pick. I was thinking of Falcons pick.
yeah.
So I
You voted
combat
for
rolled off the
Falcons.
side. I combat rolled off the side. No, but that's what I would do if I were Falcons here. If I'm Crazy Raccoon, then maybe I do go to Gibraltar actually, which they avoided, because that was the other point I was going to make. Because I do think Lip is, with how he's looking right now, that maybe they could end up winning that one out as well.
It very well could be the case. Obviously, we're going to have a quick little break before we get ready to go into that and figure out what that second map is going to be. But for Crazy Raccoon, not the start that they were looking for here. Maybe they do need a bit of that warm-up like we were discussing here. Falcons, they come in playing, yes, a very long series, going all the way to 5, playing extra innings and whatnot on some of those maps. But they also just kind of have that natural warm-up from playing the games. And I mean, oftentimes we see lower bracket runs. The more you play, the better and better you can be in a lot of your series. So that could be the case here for Falcons. But it's the first step of many, many more that they have to take. Because, again, best of 7 in this series. No more first of 3. First of 4 have to go that extra little bit of distance. But if Falcons can continue with this and shut down another map pick from Crazy Raccoon, I think the bar is going to be very well set for them to close things out.
Yeah, it's going to be incredibly hard going forward. Picking the map, Gibraltar, we've been away. I think the Falcons picking Rialto, I think shows a lot of sign. Even against Zeta, they were not willing to pick it. Raccoons, this was the map what they chose last week again when they lost map number 2. They went into Gibraltar with their choice, and even afterwards they went into Suravasa. So I think either of those 2 maps will be looking really good. Hisang's Pharah, even with that Pharah, I think going with the loss, I think the first beam, maybe they were feeling a little cold in the very first map. We could see their hesitation, not really going in fully with the team. Maybe because it was the very first map going in with the new studio, I think that was the reason. But Raccoon should be feeling much better going into the map number 2.
I would say so. Obviously, you take some time to warm up. I also think they thought that Wrecking Ball pick was going to find a little bit more tempo, a little bit more success. It did fall apart once they lost control, and they were almost insanely overconfident on that, like chasing down a Pharah with the Wrecking Ball. I mean, Junmin was feeling himself, but he lost control pretty early, and then they weren't able to recover. So I think mentally, you're probably feeling like, ooh, we were super well prepared for this. We came into this, we had the rollouts ready, and we botched it. So you could bounce back on your second map pick.
No, you really can. Well, I think we're just kind of stuck here. I haven't heard anything about throwing to a break, so I guess we get to just waffle
he's the only
on.
one who has the ears, so I'm like, don't talk too long, Wolf. We got to go to a break soon.
Yeah, they're worried that I'm going to have to cut them off and get us into a break, but I haven't heard anything, so I guess we're just we're chilling. I think the Koreans are probably going crazy now that we're here in this, but okay, there we go. Some confirmation. It is break time, so we're going to go to that. We'll see you guys on the other side. Alrighty, we are back and about to go into map number 2. Crazy Raccoon picks Lijiang Tower, but it bites them in the rear as Falcons are able to go ahead and take it away from them in 2-0 fashions. And once again, we look towards the Raccoons to see what their pick is going to be.
They've only played Kings Row this entire time, which is insane. Kings Row got really popular in terms of hybrid, of course. So I would expect if hybrid is where we're going, maybe they would take us there and try to play a little bit more standard, try to match the Orisa. But that's been a map historically the Falcons have looked very good on despite the loss earlier today. Otherwise, Gibraltar, the standard map we're expecting from both of these teams, one you could get out of the way early.
I would love to see Gibraltar. I think we need to have that rematch. again, just like last week. And it was a 0-1. It was a full hold with almost a full hold. And you can't really have a better game than that with a lot of Widows coming. I think we're yet to really see what Proper is able to do on that Widow. And also Lip. Who would like to see Widow, Lip on the Widow?
I'm very well happy to watch play the Widowmaker here, because both have had just absolutely incredible performances. Proper, we got a glimpse of his Widowmaker there on Rialto earlier on versus ZETA Division, and he was able to put up some really nice and necessary kills. For Crazy Raccoon, though, needing to see a bit more impact from the rest of the squad. Lip, while putting up an aimbot-esque performance on that cast, yes, it is going to be Gibraltar. We can expect that he's likely going to continue looking incredibly strong with Widowmaker, but the rest of the team needs to level up alongside him.
Stalker also had a pretty phenomenal Tracer performance earlier today on Rialto, and it can be one of the best answers to the Widowmaker on Gibraltar. So, you know, this is definitely a risky pick for Crazy Raccoon. I mean, with how Lip is looking, I don't blame them for picking this, because if you could just have a pop-off performance on both the Widow and the Cassidy, then I wouldn't be shocked. And this isn't a surprise to anyone either, because this is the only real Winston map in the pool where it's kind of a must pick. So, I mean, like, you could play Winston on other maps, but this is the map where you kind of have to play it, which is why we were talking about it earlier. We might have seen Heesung come in for ZETA if this is where we did end up going. As we have a Winston expert here, one of the greatest to ever pick up the keyboard and mouse on the hero, locked in. But Smurf has, I feel like, I don't want to say he's atrophied, but he hasn't looked as dominant when he comes in on these Winston maps as we know him for his Winston play in the past.
Because it's a different meta, and Winston is casually strong on this map for a long time because of the verticality and also the bubble to block out some Widow shots, or even the Soldier 76 on the back. So it can be a good harass, but some teams actually pull out Zenyatta on this map, making a very tough job for the Winston to actually peel that much. So we'll see how the support line actually changes up whenever we see that Winston jump.
Gonna have to be John on the spot, and I think support line, something for Crazy Raccoon that needs to be a little bit more just in position and ready to respond to the onslaught that is going to be the Falcons here on this map. Shu, you know, a little bit less impact as far as kills are concerned. Witness there on Lijiang Tower. Chorong, you know, getting the shutdown on that Dragon Blade was huge, but then widely has been getting picked off, even when playing the Lucio there on Night Market. So looking for a little level up here from the rest of the team to get into the form that we know that they can play in.
I mean, there's no denying that the best tank support duo so far out of all three teams today has been the Falcons, but this is Smurf now. It's a different ball game. It's a completely different style of play they're going to have to play. But Shu's Ana, Fielder's Ana, these players are incredible. Like, this is one of those big tests you end up getting into where you're like, well, we talk about it all the time, which one of these Ana players is better? And I've gotten a lot of flack for leaning towards Fielder most of the time. I think most people lean towards Shu right now, but this is potentially going to be the big difference maker, because we talk about Widowmaker all the time, but Winston and Ana, that synergy and getting on top of the enemy Widowmaker and killing her is actually a huge part of this. It's not just which Widow is better, it's which team can shut the Widow down better, buy line of sight for the Widow. So this is one of the most hype matchups we're going to get. This is part of why I wanted to see this map.
And I think that fan is very much relieved, because they put an immense amount of effort into that artwork representing every single player on the side of the Falcons. So probably relieved that Falcons actually did make it into this grand final. So the art, the effort, it didn't go to waste.
Yeah, that time spent. And this is the only map for the Raccoons to have Chorong on the Juno sometimes, because usually it's Shu on the Juno in all other maps. But because, as Will pointed out, Shu's Ana is just such a strong pick. It's not just on the defense, also on offensive mode, all the way in the back. Chorong actually goes on to the Juno and the Brig, and Fielder, of course, matching the other side, will go on to the Ana. But the sleep darts on the Winston, even in the bubble sometimes, made this much of a difference in the week before. So we'll see if that happens again.
Yeah, some unofficial merch on display here.
Yeah, some custom shirts. I also think we've seen the evolution of Ana so much in Overwatch 2 to where, you know, if you just hit one Bionade onto the Winston, enemy Winston, like sometimes that's enough to win you a team fight. It doesn't have to be the sleep dart, it doesn't have to be a huge nano boost for your Winston. Bionades and rollouts where you hide flanking Bionades have been such a huge part of Stage 2 here across several different metas. We had the Ash Tracer Winston meta, now we're seeing this one only on Gibraltar, but Bionades actually can be super impactful, so keep an eye on that as well.
because you are going to be diving in with the Winston. Sometimes even we had some Widows actually going to the side, providing extra just a spray for that extra bit of damage on top of the Tracer oftentimes. So we'll see how, and also which side teams will be starting from. A lot of the starting team actually rotated around the back, not towards the valley to go into the first point, to not really challenge on the high ground, just to sneak into that end zone, swapping the positions. And that's for some teams, I'm pretty sure the defending team, very experienced, so they won't be having a hard time rotating against it. But there can be some miscommunications, which isolate one of those Tracer or the top DPS player.
With how much Genji we've seen being played today, as well as throughout this tournament, and how much these players are scrimming it, wouldn't it be crazy to see Winston Genji dive as well on this map? I think it's definitely viable. I think it's definitely strong into Widow. So there could definitely be a few curveballs, especially when we move into B, that area where it's really difficult to get onto that high ground and take away the dropship. There's certainly some angles there.
That there is, but it looks like everything is ready to go, and I can already see a Widow hover there on the monitor. Let's see if it does end up coming through as we get into the action here for map number 2 in our grand final. Seems like a decently split audience between these two teams here. So much history with these players. Maybe just a damage boosted Widow shot to start here at least.
Yeah, I was going to say the defending Widow has sight advantage. The attacking Widow gets one boosted shot. And, you know, even if that's onto the enemy Winston, sometimes that can go punished, especially if Shu is able to follow up, get a Sleep Dart, get a Bio Nade, and may actually just be able to pick Smurf right out of the gates. Again, easier said than done. Very rare, but we've seen it before.
Where is proper peek from? It looked like he was actually just going to be peeking on low ground out here in towards the spawn.
Definitely be a shocking one.
Trying to catch people off guard, get decent sightlines here for the TPs, but that's it for now. Shu does manage to make his way across, albeit alone, but to safety. As Proper is very well zoned back over towards point A. Anthony there on the Jinmin will force him to leap out, so just sorting here onto the high ground.
Yeah, those bio nades will be crucial. Winston has to jump away. If after the jump, will actually fall. So have to watch out for that. The bubble timing will be crucial. And of course the Widow battle. Let's see where they end up.
Really found quite just yet. A couple added shots here for Proper, just looking to really play defense here in the underpass. Well, at least he's going to be taking pot shots over towards Jinbin though. As leap over to the side, looking to get the pressure out there onto Lip.
Very different positioning from the Falcons compared to last week. Not really staying on the right side top, actually hiding behind, so it's much better cover for them to go back and get them some extra heal packs.
That's a really good point. They were punished several times in the choke last time around at the different angle you were mentioning. This time actually really showing some adaptation, controlling this high ground very well. Jimin's going to sneak all the way around to the back here, though.
Pushing, coming down, jumps forward.
That's not
Stop
a good
it.
hook.
Oh, Fielder's just
that hook.
not able to get any kind of line of sight. He had him from this server room, but as soon as Proper just gets zoned, pushed away from that door frame, there's no way Fielder trying to bail him out at range. So Heesung now getting the better of Stalker. DPSs for the moment are Falcons. You mentioned of the Bionades coming through. Connect on the both of these supports. Fielder, as mentioned, get that Nano online with Drone. Going to be taken down. Looks like they might just end up sending this one as it's going over to Chio to try to keep him alive. Shoot at the same time. Eliminated. Smurf is able to cleave down both the supports. Gets Heesung as well to boot. Now Jinbin is trying to desperately to make his way out towards safety. Drop down there from Smurf. Looks for a little bit more. There's nowhere for Lip to go, but back into the spawn room doors.
That is insane.
What
Crazy Raccoons, we've got Crazy Monkey right here.
I mean, look, Bionade's good when they're purple, Bionade's good when they're yellow as well. The secondary Bionade is actually enough to get Fielder the faster Nano, which turns that fight razor thin margins in terms of that ultimate there, gained by the Falcons to actually keep their chances of defending A alive. Shu, though, has Nano advantage now. Jinbin becomes the main character of this fight.
Looks like you're trying to force this onto somebody else, similarly to what we just saw there onto Chio. See if Jinbin is going to be the recipient, and he is. Anti there on the Chio. He's got a backpedal here for the moment. The Sleep Dart going to be connecting there as Jinbin will be woken back up, but he's antied out. Looking to be focused down. Pulse out from Stalker, able to find Lip. Rallying out, rolling down from Chorong to help try to keep them alive, and Fielder desperately tucks down onto the low ground, trying to escape, but eventually will be taken out. Jinbin able to find both the supports, the cart, however, still going to be held here at this final turn before point A. HP bars, though, low. Proper Stalker both going to fall down, and Means that Smurf is the only one that can potentially try to keep things contested. Jump back in for a little bit more, whip shot away, and there's the cap on A.
Yeah, when Chio swapped back off the Lucio to the Brig, I think that's when we all knew the Falcons were just going to give this one up. Buying a few additional seconds, Smurf will be staggered here, but that is at the cost of losing dropship control here. Crazy Raccoon's actually getting this high ground away from them. It's a massive tempo advantage.
We're in Lip, bit of a game of chicken here as far as who wants to use that infra sight first. Not coming through yet as Junbin going to be taken low off screen, does pop the primal. Get eyes on him, you can see fairly zoned away back over towards the enemy spawn rooms, just hunting here. He's not seeing much, so primal, it forced them to ignore him, but can't find any kind of isolation pick.
It does buy them that much time pushing the payload into the middle. That was a weird just drive through.
He has the primal, so I mean he's just kind of baiting a lot of aggression. Doesn't actually have to use it though. Now he's popping it.
Yeah, they had the anti out there on the shoe, so he does get taken down. Smurf still hunting. Looks like a similar primal form. Just can't really find anybody to try to isolate. Comes over to the side, looking for some damage there on the Chorong. Takes him low, but in the meantime going to be antied out. Pulse bomb comes in from Hisa, finds Fielder, and that looks like that's just enough peel to keep Junbin alive. Smurf now going to be taken down, punished for the overextension. His Lip on the hunt, knows Stalker's position. Trying to hound him down, still holding onto these infra sites are both of these Widowmakers, but the cart now starts moving forward. There you go, the double pop.
You might be saying, why are we just having the observers seeing everywhere around the map? But this is how the fight goes over here on Gibraltar. As Widow just have their own duel, Winston just pops to the back line.
For a second there, it looked like Lip had forgotten, but oh man, Stalker just ignoring the Widow, slides in, finds Jorong with the stick, shoot. Taken down at the same time, so 3 meters away from that cap on B, but Crazy Raccoon once again gonna have to reset as Smurf and Stalker both go crazy.
Yeah, with the high ground control they got from that late kill, you know, moments ago when they got A, I thought for sure this was gonna be a steamroll push. They had the ult economy as well to back it up, but they do have both the Winston and Ana ultimates for this next fight. But they don't have high ground, which means Proper has a lot of agency here. Stalker can get backline access again. A purple on the Chorong as well will potentially slow them down. Lip finds the shot.
Okay though, Lip. Looking to pry things open. Smurf taking low the bubble there to try to keep him protected from Lip, but it doesn't matter because Chorong, the damage is enough to take him down. Junbin now gets on top of Proper. No help whatsoever to be found there.
Now,
Cart now moving to B.
Free push without a single ultimate use.
Yeah,
that's
nothing.
so big.
No ultimates, not a single one going down. That's a great point. G-Club is Crazy Raccoon. Get to keep that momentum as well as actually start to take some of this high ground away from Team Falcons. And that makes it much tougher for Proper to fight back. Lip predicting a pop-up.
Just thinking about the most common places. I mean, Proper is in position. If he goes for the jump, could end up getting punished. Instead, it's just going to be the poison trap. This is where the mind games come in when you're playing Widowmaker. Where does he expect that I'm going to be peeking from?
I do like the defensive, but it's a little too passive coming down from the Falcons, giving a lot more space for the Raccoons to start from. I mean, it's not a bad space, but it's just way too far back.
Yeah, but they know they're down ults, so they're just so scared, but it's losing the ground. That's a pick.
Yeah, sleep into just a headshot, into an anti, etc. Everything stacked up against Junbin. It's for a fairly easy kill. Pulls back though, but Proper not going to be tagged up by that one.
That's best case scenario for Falcons, frankly. Just denying that primal. The ult economy now evened up. Fielder 40% away from the nano, and then they've got themselves a really nice set of ultimates here to defend C. This next fight's the most important.
Is at the ready. Gio is going to be using the rally nice and early. Sleep dart, however, from Fielder does get expended. Lip finds a headshot on the Stalker as he tries to get into the back line for the pulse. Lip shuts it down. He re-aggresses forward, sees the primal pop and says, okay, I want to go the opposite direction. But Smurf now slept, head not facing the Widow. Can't try to find any big punish there onto the Winston quite just yet. Space continues to get opened up as Junbin cleaves down Proper. Infraside advantage now fully here in the hands of Crazy Raccoon. Junbin keeps them zoned away from the spawn room doors, knocks him to the wall, lips there for the alley-oop. Gio annihilated the cart. Now just a few meters away from pushing into the end. 50 seconds still remaining here for the side of Crazy Raccoon. The rally to Nano over here onto Chorong, but the anti comes through as well. They try to keep him alive. Looks like stability will be found. Lip finds Smurf once again, stopping him from getting out to safety. And with those final kills and the whip shot coming through, Crazy Raccoon will get to the end of Watch Point Gibraltar with 38 seconds to spare.
Not playing for the defense, but playing for time there at the end, I think was a wise call. They knew that Fielder's nano boost was coming online, so Smurf primaled early, tried to absorb a lot of the pressure so that Fielder could then hit the last part of that nano, to then nano boost him to try to keep him alive to buy time. Crazy Raccoons, though, focus him down. He has to back off. The cart rolls through. Go back to some of these earlier plays here. Both of our Winstons have had some really strong moments. I think Smurf, obviously, having some of the tougher primals when it came to the mid game, but it's Lip once again who's just being the main character. Smurf here who that very narrow survive. It's not enough to actually get them back full control. I mean, 38 seconds is definitely a time bank you could beat if you're Falcons here on the attack.
Sure.
And Junbin Hinsang, the combo attack on the back, it was just unmatching the output that Smurf could have done. And a lot better sleep darts coming down from Shu. Buying that couple of seconds, even just few seconds, make the difference at this level. And Crazy Raccoons just steamrolling what they had before.
Yeah, looking like the Falcons were teasing a little bit of an ice wall setup with the Hog to potentially grab somebody, but Crazy Raccoons are not going to be in hook range, so just a tease. The May will be swapped off of. Stalker will look for the teleporter. They will swap onto the Tracer, and we'll have mirrored compositions again. We saw what Lip could do on attack. See what he could do on defense, where he has sightline advantages here starting towards A.
Yeah, feeling strong with the Widow still. No Soldier this time.
Okay, Yisung not wanting to pursue too deep. Does end up using that recall to get out to safety. Killing the Smurf off the rip would have been a pretty big message to send here for Crazy Raccoon. Jinbin just getting bonked here continuously by the whip shots. Not really under too much threat thus far. Lip eating some damage. Sleep Dart again, going to be going wide. Anti goes across though. Jinbin, has he overextended? The answer is going to be yes. Does Fielder down with him, but now loses his life and Shu under fire. Has to retreat, but Smurf comes up over the top, looking for some additional damage. He's alive down the 15, and Shu, the final shot, will be able to go ahead and get the elimination. That's the tempo. It was in the hands of Falcons for a brief little moment, but Smurf getting picked off. It takes it all away.
Lip just waiting patiently. See if he's going to go for the peek here.
Yeah,
he's actually taking the low ground instead.
Jump
actually
across.
Sneaked around.
Yeah,
I have a feeling this could take a while now, because that was a big opening. Couldn't be punished on top.
I mean, they end up getting high ground here, but Crazy Raccoon just kind of circumventing them. Lip's down though.
Stalker into the back, find him. Anti-crawls though. Fielder going to be traded out. A Shu will give his life for that kill, but Chio being picked. Still looking decent here for Crazy Raccoon. Proper now going to be Goomba stopped as Junbin is able to go ahead and get in on top of him. Just these narrow, singular picks coming in. Really sealing the deal on this defense for Crazy Raccoon.
And now they're about to have Primal Nano. So much time buy for that, or with that. And Lip, once again, just operating the same position. His teammates spotting out. The angle Proper's taking. Even if Proper infra sights, he's not going to be able to get that line of sight without some help. And they're just so far away from that Primal. Their own Nano 5% away. Risky to try to push up this far here, but Falcons are going to go for it. They know they're close to those ultimates.
Be held here in position for the moment. Strong receiving the nano boost. Everybody just disengaging. Similar scenes here for Falcons. As we were seeing from ZETA, ult comes out, they just back away, but now they're looking for the aggression, and the supports are going to be found here up onto the high ground. Drop down field, they're sending out that bounty to keep himself alive, but Shu going to be traded out at the same time as Lip is able to collect the elimination. Throwing the rally rolling, will be able to just keep himself alive, finds Proper. Lip gets another headshot as Chio will fall. Stalker does punish the Widowmaker here, but he finds himself in no man's land up onto the high ground by himself. Very much noted. Primal going to be popped from Smurf. Trying to get the cleave down. Heesung, however, has that recall available and continues to blink. Just dancing, dodging around this Winston. His return comes through. Sleep Dart connects. Smurf put down on the floor as the Primal will expire.
That's a really good cover coming from the back line again. Still on top of that purple, Smurf does end up surviving. Junbin has been holding that Primal Rage for a long time. A weird spot to pull that off.
Juggling Smurf back in! And he weaves a shot right under the bubble! Junbin continuing to just knock people in so Lip can conquer. Chio going to be taken down. The exit comes through. It is just absolutely gorgeous play between these two.
The calls from Crazy Raccoon to hold Primal. We have defender's advantage. We have spawn advantage. Jinbin knows that he can hold that Primal. Like you were saying, G-Clap for so long that he just juggles the enemy Winston into his Widow's sightlines and he snipes him out. So little time left in the bank here for Falcons. They swap it over to Genji. They are desperate to make this Kiriko ultimate work, but Fielder's so low.
He's almost dead on the approach. Instead, it's going to be Chio taken down as Lip is able to find the headshot. Looking for a bit more suspicious, wary. Proper on the flank. Oh, the drop down. A critical moment there as Proper is able to capitalize, finds the elimination. Now the card's going to start getting away from him here. Pulse bomb out, Stalker, a smattering of damage across on the Jinbin, but ultimately cannot find the elimination. Recall going to be used here by Heesung as Lip is going to be swapping over onto the Bastion. Might not even get to see the light of day. Cleanse on the anti-Proper, dashing to the side, trying to keep himself alive as there's the continued rush going to be invested, and he actually manages to find the headshot. Heesung going to be taken down. Nano a lot online, sent. Chorong keeping himself alive and in the fight, but now Jinbin is going to be taken down as the rally gets popped, and I don't think it's going to do enough. This map is not over yet. The cart will be able to glide forward into A. 2.5 minutes added to the time bank.
All right, this is going to get wild now because Team Falcons had these desperate swaps over. They're going to put them back on Winston and Ana, respectively, but also Crazy Raccoon with the weird swap going in, the Bastion attempt. Very much also kind of trash their ult economy here, but Jinbin having this primal will be potentially enough to actually get them back this high ground, but not if Heesung dies. Blade's almost ready here for the Falcons.
Yeah,
what a turnaround.
Not in the favorite position already. They were trying to go back up, a proper just a swift strike right in the middle and delay that from going in.
Has it at the ready. Smurf down to a sliver. Anti here onto Fielder. They're looking for the elimination. There's the drop down. They're able to find him. Solid punish coming through. Still some time to work with here, but it's going to dwindle very rapidly for the side of Falcons. 1:43 at the moment as Proper will get taken down. Blade still in the back pocket. For a quick little juggle, but Stalker elusive enough.
I don't know if Jinbin really had to primal there, but he really just wanted to make sure they could get high ground here and watch the approach of Proper because Dragon Blade is going to be the biggest issue. And it's really difficult for Chorong to actually cover Dragon Blade angles here from the dropship because he doesn't have the mobility to match the Genji. So they just want to make sure they have high ground at least for his entry.
I think he wanted to be safe, just to have Heesung back into control line and the back line on the top high ground, and Lip wasn't in position. So I think it was overall all worth it.
I mean, Smurf, you can't be challenging this guy up on that high ground.
And no
How
one's
about someone to dive in with you? As there's the anti, there's the headshot. Lip puts him down.
I mean, that was insane. And now they're going to kill Fielder as well on the stagger. But I mean, that attempt from Smurf was pretty sloppy. They didn't have Nano Boost, they didn't have the Genji with them, they didn't have the damage, and Lip's just gonna take you out. He's gonna hit those headshots every time. And then Chio's like, hold on, I got you, bro. No, you're dead too!
And Lip basically just fully assessing the trajectory, the arc that Smurf is gonna have on that jump and just hits every single shot.
Should be an astronomer.
Yeah. Triple anti now, Fielder Chio, Proper.
Man.
Take it down. Jinbin gonna be taking a nap, but he gets the primal online. That zap is just enough for himself to bail out. Just looking to go ahead and scatter them to the wind. Spying time. He might not find an elimination, but it might not matter as there's only 15 seconds remaining and Smurf loses his life. It's another anti from Shu. Connecting on the Fielder on the Chio. Jinbin this time will not be able to escape, however. But they get the rally out, showing about ready to match the Nano. In the back pocket here is Shu. And Lip still sat on the high ground, seeking target. His Fielder's held at bay.
Proper still holding this blade.
Fielder's dead. The Nano, not to be seen. There's a flashbang. Engine is getting absolutely shredded. Proper denied. Deadeye to try to buy some space, but the overtime, it's already bled out. As there you go, Crazy Raccoon, take us to Gibraltar, and they absolutely crush.
I mean, there is almost no way that Falcons shouldn't have been able, with the ults that they had, the tools they had, and also the recovery after that Bionade, the pick on the Jinbin, to bring us to at least the next point. But they just got completely shut out coordinated by Crazy Raccoons, and Lip is popping off. The man is insane. It's actually crazy that the play of the game is a Winston player of the game. I saw that. Blizzard, what's going on? That shouldn't be it. That's definitely not it.
Lip broke the meters, okay?
It broke the meter.
The Blizzard can't
track
went out
it
to
anymore.
space. It's an outlier. You can't calculate that, so...
I mean, look, that was an incredible set of plays from Crazy Raccoon there at the end. I'm not saying that they were going to lose the map by any means, but I was watching Falcons with like every single tool, and Smurf's ult is also coming online. I'm like, well, they got this. I mean, it's an overcommit from Crazy Raccoons. They try to get as many ults as they can. They get B, and Lip's like, this ain't an eco push. This isn't an ult bait. This is a win. This is the W. We're going 1-1.
That was the moment where Jinbin overextended and he fell. After the primal, another time, I think that was a little bit aggressive going forward by himself, going outside the doors, and then Lip just shows off. Well, this ain't 4v5, it's 1v9.
I mean, you could tell that it was over from the moment that Lip just had a Fielder contained in a corner, trying to enter into the hangar, and she's like, okay, what do? You either have to hit him with a sleep dart, ante him off the angle, or you just die. And unfortunately for Fielder, it ended up being the latter because Lip has just been absolutely on one. I'd say for Falcons, try to avoid some maps where that Widowmaker is going to not be as viable here for the most part. A lot of those maps are gone now that Escort has been locked off. But if he's going to keep clicking heads like that on the cast, your options become way more limited. But anyway, we're going to go to a little break. We're tied up 1-1. We'll see who takes the lead when we come back. We are back, and we are tied up 1-1. Crazy Raccoon took us over to Watch Point Gibraltar, and Lip continues to just kind of manhandle. It seems, whether it's the Widow, whether it's the Cass. Looks like Team Falcons were finding a bit of a second wind, but all it takes is a flashbang and a couple of headshots, and that wind is out of the sails.
And we're tied up 1-1. Control, and Escort are gone. We have Hybrid, Push, and Clash left. And frankly, there's not a whole lot of maps in the pool where you can avoid Lips Cassidy at this point. I mean, they're all pretty strong. I mean, Circuit Royale in the old map pool would have been one where you could outrange it. Same with Gibraltar, but ultimately he's still on B. He can play it. He can control the high ground. He can burst down your Winston. I don't know what the game plan's going to be here for the Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of look at everything, and it doesn't seem like there's a fantastic option, but it's going to be Runasapi, which certainly doesn't deny him access to that cast at all. It could be the Ashe as well coming through from Lip. We'll have to just wait and see.
Yeah, Runasapi or King's Row has been the pick from the Falcons last week. I think, talking about Cassidy, maybe like Midtown could be like one of the maps that you can really force out Cassidy, but still playable. Maybe just less likely on that map, but we still might have to go for the reset after map number 5. So there's a lot to think.
It's a good point for anybody who doesn't know how a best of 7 works in Overwatch. First of all, welcome to baby's first season of Overwatch, because we've been having these for quite some time. But yeah, if we go past that map 5 point, all map types will have been played, meaning the pool gets opened up. You cannot repeat a map, but you can certainly repeat a map type. So you could see, Havana instead of Gibraltar, for example. But we do have Hanbin stepping back in here for Smurf. That makes perfect sense, just given the play that we typically see on Runasapi.
Yeah, I mean, Smurf is, in this meta, just kind of been relegated to Winston duty only, which means Gibraltar duty. So Hanbin back in. I kind of expect that we will be seeing mostly Orisa mirrors from here on out, and for Team Falcons, you're kind of hoping that's the case because that's where you've been finding the most success with Hanbin's Orisa, keeping that armor topped up, and Chio just having the ability to set up those orbital rays so quickly, and then try to set up inside the orbital ray trade that big Terra Surge. It's something that Falcons have definitely been scrimming and Krusty has put together, because it's what we saw almost entirely out of them for the previous series and in their last series leading up to this.
Yeah, going into Push or Hybrid, any maps, it's about finding solution. And Falcons right now, they don't strictly really have an answer against Slip, because you try to go in, but still you take so much damage from it. So how can you handle? Maybe go with the full dive might be a solution.
Well, we will see. Runasapi once more here. In Falcons, we saw this narrowly get away from them in the previous series. Zeta Division were looking down and out, but they managed to claw back that deficit, gain the lead for themselves. So Falcons thinking maybe it was a bit of a fluke, thinking like maybe their playstyle on this map is going to be able to outdo Crazy Raccoons. We will find out as we jump into map number 3, see who's going to be gaining the lead. Timer will tick down. Let's see what we have on the hovers. Like we may just end up Orisa beat Orisa. Hanbin was curious to see if it's going to be Junker Queen at some point here on the map.
Yeah, and this is the map where Heesang pulls out Pharah a lot of the times. I think he might be challenging up to proper Genji because he's feeling okay. Heesang has been having some okay Genji.
I mean, Cassidy is so strong right now. I think Genji's good into Cassidy. Also is one of the only dive heroes right now in the meta that can chase down the Juno. Tracer oftentimes just can't because she can just simply fly away and Tracer can't match, but the Genji can dash, has long range obviously with his left clicks to chase down and secure that kill. His dash reset's so much easier. So I think we're just going to continue to see this. I mean, this might be the comps we see for the rest of the series, frankly, across all maps, with some exceptions. Stalker.
A lot of pressure going to be put here on Stalker's shoulders now. Once again, going to have to go up against Lip on that cast. So able to find relative success. Getting the victory on Lijiang Tower as he nearly ends up losing his life. The thing is, a headshot out from Lip into Heesang diving forward with that dash can lead to a kill, but it's going to be Jinbin who's able to find the first one as Stalker will be taken down. The Javelin finding its mark. It's that elimination, but proper answers one back in kind as Heesang will fall. So DPS for DPS, but losing out on your hit scan, it's going to be a little bit more painful for the time being here for Falcons.
The tank matchup just can't operate when the enemy cast is up and yours is down. Hanbin struggling there in the moment. We'll regain a little bit of control though.
Proper saved the team by poking from the side and actually getting a kill. That's a really hard job to do as a Genji up front, but he managed to pull it off.
The one also slows up the build time here for Heesang on the blade. He's just now reaching 50%. Proper at 72. We'll have the barrier here as they look to try to pressure out Heesang once again. And Proper will be able to collect that elimination. Orbital Rays in play on both sides. Lip with the Deadeye available, but not a fantastic position to try to utilize it in. Kai's back here. There's the turret surge to get the pull in. Blade not going to be there on the back end, but it might not matter because Hanbin will be able to take out Lip. The Javelin finding its mark, flying straight, flying true. As the cleanup will continue. Falcons get the team fight victory, and they will be able to get the lead.
Where have I seen this combo before?
I think that's exactly the combo that both teams were looking for. Okay, Raccoons, they expected that Hanbin or even the Blade to come out from Falcons. And Raccoons are so, I think that's what they expected. They got it. So they're dead, but still they're okay with just getting at least one of the big tools out of Falcons.
Stalker, Deadeye going to be used. Around the corner and shoot. Caught up by it. Ends up getting taken down, but shouldn't have been able to pile forward. Runs him down. It's a matter of damage there from the Lip, I believe. Falcon's going to be contained back around the corner. Rally's going to be expiring here on both sides as Hanbin has been kept in this fight. Jinbin still hovering. It's about half HP. Proper looking to pull out the blade. Dashes in behind. Jinbin sliced, diced, dead, as is Chorong joining him in the grave. Once again, Great Falcons just pushing back against Crazy Raccoon. As Heesung pulls the blade, he's got no HP! Goes for it at 30% health and immediately is met with death. Things are spiraling out of control now for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, a bit of a choke there from Heesung. Definitely not the place to play the Blade. If he was able to rejoin a little bit faster, if the fight was a little bit slower, maybe that could have been a big defining moment, but unfortunately comes in after the fight is long over. Look at Hanbin's Terra Surge charge, Chio as well. These two have been working together in tandem all day long. The previous series, this series as well. And looking for another Terra Surge combo.
Okay, yes. Proper's Genji is back fully alive, 120%. That deflect timing on top of the blade was crazy good. Knew exactly the moment he was gonna get focused, even with the blade. It feels confident right now.
Orbital Ray going to be sent in here. Shu trying to start off the action. As they go rushing forward, Lip rolling up into their faces, trying to get away from that Terra Surge, and is able to do so. And comes up with 2 quick kills. Stalker, Fielder both going to be taken down. Looking for a bit more here, trying to snipe this pesky Juno out of the sky. Chio is elusive enough. And Proper is isolated off of the flank, and eventually Lip will find his pound of flesh. A team kill will flash across, but they need to 10x their distance to gain the lead.
Lip's positioning there is immaculate because he's both able to fire into the Terra Surge while getting the beam damage, the orbital ray damage, but doesn't get caught within it. So actually still has a massive amount of damage. He's a glass cannon, but he doesn't break.
It's a cannon that can deliver multiple shots within seconds. I almost said a bad language. During that previous team fight, it was so good.
But Proper again is able to find Heesung.
Good cancel there.
Wasn't going to be able to find too much, but they do get the cancellation. As Terra Surge comes in, dash away from Proper, dodging out of the Terra Surge. Jinbin widely not able to find much. Now the blade is going to be in play once again. Shield bash from Chorong. Saves him off here for the moment. As he tries desperately to get in on top of the Brigade. It takes him down low, but cannot quite confirm the kill. As well being sustained. Proper continues to push up into their faces, and for now, Crazy Raccoons will be held at bay, and now they're going to be shoved back even further. As these players just cannot escape. Proper is looking absolutely immaculate on this Genji.
Lip just going to reset here with Shu. As this cart is pushing, the bot is pushing, I should say, 80 plus. And once again, Falcons have the combo to trade Rays, and Jinbin is not going to have a Terra Surge to match. We saw Lip avoid it last time. I don't know if he'll get so lucky this time around. Deadeye out.
Stalker's been finding rare value from these Deadeyes here today. He's looking for a little bit more, but it will expire, but that still holds them back. The distance is becoming damn near insurmountable now as they press past 110. Rays out here on both sides. The Terra Surge from Hanbin nearly online, but Chio the first to fall. Shu able to find that pick. Heesung with the blade. Finally going to be a bit of an arrow one here. A couple slices in do help chunk out and pick off Hanbin. So the fight victory still goes the way of Crazy Raccoon, but they have to start racking up some distance here. They want any hope in hell of gaining the lead in this series.
I feel like even with that blade, Falcons just let that go a little bit because how far they actually pushed. Down under 5 minutes, has no other ultimates other than the orbital ray. Hanbin doesn't want to use it. Make sure he wants to match it up against Jinbin for the crucial moment.
Exactly. I think that was exactly what I was going to say. You took the words out of my mouth, G-Cliff, because they could just simply back off and fight for this neutral point instead. Orbital ray builds so quickly. Lip toss out the Deadeye.
Oh, they managed to body block it as he swings around the back of Hanbin, outdoing him. And finds the kill there with that Deadeye. Follow-up shot on a Stalker had been taken down dangerously low. Fielder will fall. The headshot comes across. The cleanup will continue. Best fight victory there for Crazy Raccoon. This whole map through, but it's 3 minutes and 47 seconds now, and they still have to move 90 meters to get the lead.
I don't think Lip could do more. I really don't. I think we've hit the maximum. Like, he hit the ceiling. I'm watching it.
I don't think a cowboy should be able to juggle that hard. You should only be able to do one thing, but he's delivering that thing so well.
And the thing is, he's hitting the ceiling, but he's staying there. Now, double wraparound in from behind. Rally going to be popped. Parasurge sent here on both sides, and it's going to be utter chaos as the fight explodes. Lipshoe going to be taking down Shio. Stalker going to be traded at the same time. There's still just cast Juno casualties here for both of these squads. Looking for a bit more, though. They're trying to continue the push. Isung dashing around the side. Jinmin finding another. His fielder will fall. And Hanbin should be pressured out here in the end as the deflect does end up coming through. Genji's just duking it out. But eventually Proper will die, and that's going to be a checkpoint achieved here for Crazy Raccoon.
The critical thing about this fight was that Shu was able to get the orbital ray off before he died. Shio just didn't build his, so they had all that extra damage and extra healing. So even though Lip died, it was just an overwhelming amount of damage to come through for the side of Crazy Raccoon. They also have a blade advantage here now. If they win this fight, there's a chance they could turn this map around.
So it's becoming a bit more possible, but Falcons at all costs want to try to dodge that out as Isung goes in. Stunned up there as the blade ends up getting pulled. Swipes across here on towards Hanbin. Proper taken low, but the orbital ray eventually sustains him back up, and Proper will once again find a kill here onto his opposing Genji.
It's also with the Deadeye and the orbital ray, but still getting out of that blade with no kill. I think that hurts Raccoon big time. Falcons actually holding on to this point really well.
It's almost like they thought that Shio did trade Ray in that last fight and that he didn't have it, because I don't think they would have made that call at that timing if they thought he had it. Big mistake.
Deadeye sent, move, speed boost, hand it over, just trying to flush this Genji out into the open, but Deflect buys enough time. Proper's able to stay alive. Shoot down to about half HP. He's stunned up. The Stalker now. Bit of a flank angle, finds a headshot. It's a body shot to go ahead and take down Hisung. Once again, Crazy Raccoon on the back foot now, trying to escape as desperately as they can. But Terror Surge comes in from Hanbin. Jinmin will die. Proper dashing across, takes out Jurong. And that is going to be Falcons allowing for no recourse here for Crazy Raccoons.
I mean, that's probably the map. I mean, frankly, there's a few opportunities here for Crazy Raccoon. They do have a slight old advantage right now, but you have to win all of these fights in a row. You don't really get a second chance. And they have to do it as efficiently as possible. If they can win this next fight with a rally only, then Shio will still have his ult for the next one. It's just so incredibly hard to get the momentum back. They need to be super efficient. Can't overstate it.
Orbital Ray out from Shu. Shio 70% away, but Fielder's going to be taken down. Lippy will find that kill before the rally can even come into the equation. Slides back, finds Hanbin. Still needs to clean up, though, on this bot. As Proper is able to find Chorong. Finds another as Hisung will once again be taken down. Lip says, okay, fine. I'll get involved once again. Pushes back up the street, finds those final 2 kills, but it's still so much time taken off of this clock. 43 seconds now left as Crazy Raccoon need to get the bot back into a neutral position just to get rid of the forward spawns.
This has to be the biggest Terror Surge from Junbin coming out. You can't just rely on Hisung and Lip to deliver this much. When Hanbin's down below 50%, and he knows it because Terra was just used about 30 seconds ago, and you still have so much distance to go through.
Playing against 4 ultimates that are currently online here. Hanbin 40% away from having the Terror Surge online. Deadeye to start. Stalker again boosted around the corner, seeking target. They have to tuck back as the deflect expires. And ultimately the ult will go away, but now Proper once again in on top. Hisung dead, Lip, Shu all gone, and that is going to be the map as Team Falcons, they go back to Runasapi, shrugging off the loss earlier in the hands of Zeta Division, now looking way more dominant. Crushing Crazy Raccoon in the process and taking the lead 2-1.
Taking the lead and really surging ahead in this series. Just absolutely crushing Lip this time around. You know, on Gibraltar, the long-range hit scan player is the main character, or short range if it's the Casti in this case, but you have to take out that glass cannon. He was taken out a few times in these fights. He often had big moments. Like I said, I don't think he could do more than what he did there. But ultimately, Overwatch is still a 5v5 game, and it's the tank line and the support line of Team Falcons that are outperforming what we are seeing from the side of Crazy Raccoon in this series, and something is going to have to change if they're going to take the W here and win this finals back-to-back.
Yeah, I mean, this is just brutality. Hisung, the value just not there. Like you said, Lip doing everything, but they were just basically playing a player down there because even the neutral damage, the build time on these blades was really slow from Hisung, and every time he tried to pull it out, it wasn't, you know, it was delivering some damage at moments, but it wasn't finding nearly as much value. I think the number of times that Proper killed him individually was just through the roof.
I think it might be not a big issue but Hisang just not starting. Hisang never really started this map with the Genji. I think they're trying to match up, play the mirror and just play better, which certainly wasn't the case. We could see from the first blade coming out from Proper, to mention again, that deflect timing and then the way he goes in and strip strike, that was nearly a perfect understanding of the entire situation of how much he was going to be focused. So we could see just from that blade how well he was playing Genji, and Hisang just not up to the same par level. I think Pharah or even an Echo could have been a much better choice on the map.
Do we see Knife? I don't think so. He's flexible.
Think so.
Like I think he could play Hisang's role.
Maybe.
But it's a huge risk. It's grand finals. You're down a map. It's not match point yet, but we're getting one step closer potentially if you lose this next one than it is. I think it's a performance issue here for Hisang, though. He's just not playing as well as we expect from him.
Yeah, I mean, something may have to give. That swap may just have to come through. If they feel like things are just rough around the edges and Hisang just isn't really finding his groove, we'll have to just wait and see. But that is, 3 maps done and dusted. We're going into the 4th. It's another map pick here for the side of Crazy Raccoon. We'll see where they opt to take us, as their options are fairly limited at this point. But first, we'll go to a break. And here we go, map 4 on the horizon. What's it going to be? Hard to say. We'll find out what the selection looks like, but once again, it is Crazy Raccoon looking to try to pick up a victory. 2-1 the lead at the moment here for the side of Falcons. They can win this next map, whatever it may be. They will find themselves at match point at getting their first international title here in the 2024 OWCS season and taking down Crazy Raccoon on an international stage.
If you want to keep playing the Cassidy, I'd say Suravasa is your best bet out of the maps we have left, but you could try to run it on King's Row, but you might just get outdone by the Widow or the dive that comes through, not as much peel. Midtown, like you mentioned earlier, G-Clef seems like a bad choice. Blizzard World, you could try the Widow there and play a completely different matchup, but I mean, you're going to have to play hybrid eventually.
Yeah, against Team Falcons, Raccoons, it's been not just against the Falcons, it's been Gibraltar Runasapi mostly picked whenever they dropped a map from the Crazy Raccoon side, or else it has been Suravasa last week. So it is going to be, again, there's nothing out of the ordinary. I think they want to keep Lip in a safe spot and protect having the quick rotation in and out within the flashpoint.
Suravasa, the stage to grab for Crazy Raccoon to once again try to tie things up. Let's see, the Gibraltar pick netted them a win in fairly dominant fashion. And Suravasa, two very much the same. Because that Genji could still be piloted by Proper, and after Runasapi, I would want to try to get him off that pick at all costs.
But on this map, Hisang's Genji last week was doing actually a lot better than Proper, just on this map especially. But
sure,
knowing what we just what we have seen from Push, I don't know if Hisang's willing to play that Genji. It's not really much of a map for Pharaoh as much, or even for the Echo. So let's see if we see the swap.
Yeah, I just feel like if you're gonna play, if you wanted to play Echo or Pharah or something completely different, you probably needed to go to New Junk City, as I don't think there's any other hero you can play in this meta but Genji. The more I think about it, it's the only viable option to try to both kill the enemy hit scan but also the support line.
Well, we're about to find out. As you see a Genji hovered right there on our screens. Let's get ready to jump into the action. And it's Proper, hungry for another trophy here for themselves. The rest of the Falcons. Just 2 maps away from being able to lift that and find the Falcons' first international victory, and then look ahead to potentially another at DreamHack Stockholm. Hisang for now, though, continuing the hover on the Genji. Lip for the moment with the Venture.
Or you can switch back into Tracer. There's always an option. I think Tracer is a really decent hero with knowing the team comp here.
But given the headshots, it's going to be the Cass. He's on the TP forward and swaps the Genji afterward.
I think that both of them will. Like I said, I think this is what we're going to see for the rest of this series. And look, we can have a bad performance and bounce back in a series like this, especially when the pressure gets higher. Some players actually excel in those moments. Maybe Hisang will have that same vibe. Crazy Raccoon fans are going to have to hope so.
That's right. This was the map where Raccoons actually bounced back really hard last week, down 2 points, and then they ended up winning that first 3.
Well, Lip clearly not suffering from a lack of confidence whatsoever, still maintaining as these headshots continue to fly through. Jimbin similarly does get beaten and battered here on the point as he manages to keep it contested, but Stalker's going to be able to find Hisang, taking him down, and once again, Proper going to be opened up to gain the lead towards that first blade. Crazy Raccoon now needing the backpedal as they chase in, looking for a bit more damage, looking for some eliminations. Lip just desperately trying to save them off as the Deadeye now just 26% away.
Lip's damage output is insane. Look at his ult charge compared to Stalker's, but Stalker's effective damage much higher. He doesn't just have to fire through the tanks, fire through the front line. He can pick those prio targets as Hisang once again off on the side, taken out. It's the first cap. We might see an orbital ray fight here. Amin doesn't have that much Terra Surge.
Here we are, Gio opening up with his, Shu now sending it out, taking low, tucked back around the corner. Javelin across, Chorong going to be nearly eliminated, but manages to stay alive. Javelin comes back, Stalker here for the moment. Lip now, Deadeye online, Stalker down low, Terra Surge will be able to claim him. Miss Jinbin sends out the ultimate. Elimination found, the flip is there. Crazy Raccoon now in control as Hanmin going down, will ensure that they maintain it, at least for now.
Yeah, great cover there. Jimbin had the ultimate lock-in first. Was waiting for that perfect opportunity to catch Stalker off position. It wasn't even off position, it was chased down to the speed. Well done by the Raccoon too for the recovery.
I also just love watching Stalker try to kill Lip, his first-person view. He fires a few shots and Lip's out of his field of view and he just gives up. He's like, I'm just not going to kill this guy. It's not going to happen. Just rolls away. Hope my team can get this done. They didn't. And Crazy Raccoons end up winning the fight. Hanbin didn't have the Terra Surge for that trademark combo. We've seen so much from them, but they have a huge set of ultimates coming online now.
Blade pulled out. He's sung into the back line. Kill's going to be found here for the squad. There you go. Stalker going to be put down. 70% now crested for Crazy Raccoon off the back of that engagement, and that might just be enough to go ahead and secure this first flashpoint of Saravasa.
This is a really tough choice for the Falcons, actually. Whether they decide to contest or not, there's still just enough time for them to get over here onto the point. They have a few great tools to contest, but if they fail, it's a huge loss.
For the most part, it's going to have to be proper if they want to try to go for the touch. You can see him right here on your screen, but yeah, it looks like they are already just heading their bets, inching over towards the next flashpoint, as Crazy Raccoon will be able to net that for themselves. They take a look though, but they're going the wrong way.
Oh,
That's
yes.
rough. Now Proper finds himself in a fairly risky spot. Won't get punished, but Falcons really taking a big gamble on this one.
And they can get here, obviously, before the point unlocks. We still have 18 seconds for that, but they cannot get that defensive setup that they were looking to have. Cannot get entrenched. Campbell quite going their way as Stalker from the mid-ground, pushing, putting some damage across into Jinbin. Whittle away at that armor. Pull in on the Terra Surge. Hanbin looking for the engage. Everybody widely able to pile out of that one except for Lip, who ends up falling down. He's unable to find Proper, puts him on the floor, but ultimately will get picked off as Stalker comes away with the final 2 kills.
What a moment for the Falcons. Coming back all the way from the side stairs. Ended up using a lot. And Stalker coming out hot, taking down a couple of members, but still, because I think they could have recovered a lot better. Just ended up using less because they already dropped the fight.
The Falcons put the orbital array out first, and we're on the point very quickly there. I think Crazy Raccoon could have decided to just drop the fight and return with their own orbital array, but because they thought they had a chance to win it head-to-head with Lip, they fail, and now it's actually a pretty good trade up for the Falcons, despite it being very expensive.
Deadeye trying to clear it. They evacuate. Swing onto the corner, seeking a target, and he's going to find 2 of them. Lip taking out Hanbin and Proper right as that deflect expires. 55% established here for the side of the Falcons. Similar scenes of what we got on that first flashpoint. Now Raccoon's in control. 2 ultimates committed.
I'm pretty sure the damage output from the Deadeye is the same on both Cassidy, right?
Well,
right?
I think in this case, the Terra Surge really helps yoink those Falcons members back into just an additional set of time. Ends up being a very effective. Heesung also holding a blade here.
He's gonna pull it, but he's immediately knocked on his ass. Proper able to pick him off the blade. Nullified Trong down low. Rally rolling here from Fielder, trying to keep everybody else alive. That's going to expire. Falcons have made their way over onto the point. The lead narrowly gained here for the side of Crazy Raccoon, but how long do they hold it is going to be the question. Stalker working his way lower and lower the point. Continuing to be contested as Heesung's going to try to make his way back over. Rally now rolling through Chorong. Gets stunned up. He gets melted. Stalker able to go ahead and take him down. Shu now gone. Means no supports in this fight. While Crazy Raccoon will continue to protect him a bit. It's looking like Falcons may just be bringing us to parity.
Looks likely, but with Shu having this orbital ray advantage, they also have Chorong on this Lucio. It looks like they're really setting up here to go for a big contest and one last final fight. Okay, he does swap back to the brig. Either way, they do have this orbital ray angle here potentially. Have to deal with Hanbin's Terra Surge, but it's worth one more shot.
Yeah, that's exactly. Hanbin will be looking for that counter. He knows that he has the spot.
Surge coming through, but not finding the elimination. And Lip does it again! Stalker, Proper, both dead as the Deadeye somehow continues to find value.
He's got a flank angle. All the focus is on the orbital ray.
They can't touch!
And the Terra Surge, and no way. I don't think they can get it. There's nobody even anywhere near.
That 99% for nothing.
Absolutely denied away.
I mean, that's the kind of trap that you can set up when you can trust your Cassidy player to hit those flank angles. And it was a good Terra Surge from Hanbin, don't get me wrong.
How the hell is he getting consistent value from Deadeye when you're playing against an Orisa, a Kenji on the other side? It is insanity.
The nightmare is coming back for the Falcons. Again on this map.
Pull in the Terra Surge. They want to end this fight nice and early. Deadeye from Stalker not going to be able to find too much there. Heesung will get picked off. Neutral kill found, but Hanbin zoned out, dead to the torpedoes. Chio says, yeah, go ahead, kill me off. Lip will go ahead and happily collect those kills. He's already at 70%, mind you, for the next Deadeye. As Crazy Raccoon look to bring just a sweeping victory forward here on Saravasa to tie things up at 2-2 in the series.
I'm speechless.
I
haven't seen a performance like this in a long time. I haven't seen something like this in a long time in a grand finals. Like, he's putting Prophet's Genji MVP to shame.
I was gonna say, it feels like not since those days.
Insanity.
Blades available on both sides. Heesung definitely going to need to think twice about when he's going to pull, but he's going to look to go for it now and sets up the damage. Lip able to collect one. Heesung this time, value found. No egg on his face at the end of this one. Shu will be a casualty in the fight, but Hanbin now is likely to be staggered out as they just have him body blocked into oblivion. He cannot do a damn thing but die, and he can only die when Crazy Raccoon allow him to. The heals start coming back in. They pick him off. It's 81% on the board for Crazy Raccoon. Falcons maybe looking for a bit of a back cap, but Heesung already starts turning his sights back over towards the point itself.
Proper has to somehow get over here and delay for the respawn to come through. Rally will be on him. There's a real fighting chance.
But there's the Deadeye. Stalker already picked off, and now they're zoned away. The overtime starting to bleed down, and Gilder has to give his life just to get the touch. Gio pushing forward. Sun in the double tap, the headshot. Proper dead. Lip is collecting them all. As we are far from over, it would seem. Tied up 2-2. The Surabasa works a treat, but my God.
Oh, he
Lip
jumps out.
He almost looks pissed. He doesn't even look at anybody.
He's like, you better show up, Chief.
Yeah, he just
I'm
gets
doing
up. He doesn't
everything
look
for
at
you.
anybody. He doesn't say a word to anybody.
Oh, man, that's a walk.
He just gets out of his chair and he's like, I'm sick of it. I'm doing it all by myself.
Ice cold from Lip.
I mean, we all were there. We all were there when Jaehong got the MVP, right? When he absolutely shut down Haksal in that Apex Season 2 finals, right? And he was breaking the game because he was hitting sleep darts that were so fast that like the blade didn't actually, the cooldown didn't work because it didn't get interrupted back then. We were all losing our minds. I feel like I haven't felt like that since until now. Like where I'm like, oh my God, this is a performance that I don't know if I've ever seen anything like this. And it's on the day where his team is underperforming and he just does not care. He's just getting it done on his own.
I mean, it's like Prophet in the OWL Grand Finals, you know? And well, the first one, I guess we should say, given that the format was a bit weird back in the day. But it's like that. It's like those closing moments with him on, you know, on the tracer and whatnot. But it's every single map. It's every single fight.
He might not even win this finals. Like, he might not win this finals, but not one single person would doubt that he is the most performing player.
And you know what?
In this finals.
And here's what I'll say. If they lose this final, my POTM vote, production, get ready. It's going to Lip.
Yeah.
I don't care if he's on the losing team. He will have been the player of the match, and that should be honored.
And we'll have his interview, too.
Yeah.
Even if he loses, because he's POTM.
All right. Well, we're going to take a break as we are tied up 2-2. This final, we don't know who's going to win it, but Lip is a god. That's all we got for now. Let's go to a quick little break. We'll see you guys on the other side.
Already
We are back and about to go into yet another map. We are tied up at 2-2. Crazy Raccoon. That first map pick of Lijiang Tower not working to the effect that they were looking for, but the others certainly have been. We have one map type left available for Falcons at the moment, and they need to make it count. After this one, the pool will be unlocked once again. We can go anywhere, but for now they have to pick from these 4 hybrid maps.
I thought, you know, your read earlier, G-Clef, go to Midtown and try to make the Cassidy a little bit unplayable, try to play for long sight lines, might be the game plan. Play Ashe maybe. Could play Widowmaker for parts of it. You could play D.Va, make it a little bit tougher for Lip would be the idea, but we'll see what they have in mind here, just because in terms of pool for both of these teams, we're kind of almost Kings Row exclusive. You see that Falcons is 1-0 on Blizzard World as well, but for the most part, we just do Kings Row, and we will again.
And that we shall. Kings Row, an old classic, coming back through here as, you know, it's another redemption attempt for Falcons on a map played in that opening series versus Zeta Division. That Runasapi, they already get the glow up. They get the victory there. Can they do the same on Kings Row, where they were full held, not even a single tick gained?
Exactly. Yeah, Raccoons, they had the full hold, and then they got 1 point. That was it. Kings Row was also map number 5. Falcons chose that. Will it be different this time? They better hope for it, because not everyone's on the same page as Lip is on Crazy Raccoon.
I don't know if this is a map where Lip can get make the same impact, because obviously, you know, he's going to be having to swap between Cassidy and Widow. Might be able to keep Cassidy or Ashe on the first point, but it gets a little bit tougher, especially on attack, to continue to get value out of that pick, because you're so outranged in these long sight lines. So I do think this is a wise choice for Falcons. And I kind of favor the Falcons actually going into this one, even though momentum seems so against them after a 3-0 win on Saravasa for Crazy Raccoon. But that's a map where Cassidy absolutely rules if you can get that level of control. Kings Row is a completely different story, a lot more momentum-based, and Heesang is going to have to pull his weight.
Yep, and Tracer Farah is also really good from Heesang on this map. We've seen what he's capable of on this map. Genji, not up to par level because Proper has been playing absolutely nuts. And also, Ashe is playable on this map, not just from Lip, also on Proper. And we're likely to see a lot more Mei coming down from Stalker. I think that's going to be the duo coming down, Proper Stalker, with, depending on the defense or attack, Genji Cassidy or Ashe Mei.
I wonder if it'll be attack first for Team Falcons. I would assume so, just simply because you have that element of surprise. You can hide what your plan is. You can still run it on defense if that's what you're going to do, if you are going to be playing that Mei, like you mentioned, G-Clef. So we'll have to wait and find out.
Alrighty, well, Kings Row is ready to go, and it seems like the one thing that is not going to change is Proper on that Genji. We see the hover once more as we fly past the trophy. Winner of this map. Kings Row, a constant and old classic, a map as old as the game is the deciding factor to see who is going to be moving up to match point.
Some of these players have been playing since the beginning of competitive Overwatch back in 2015, 2016, where it kicked off really in Korea. And when we had this map in the pool in Stage 1, they promptly had to take it out because no one picked any other map. And we've kind of gone back to that. Now that's back in the pool. Falcons will attack first, unsurprisingly. I wouldn't be shocked if Fielder sticks with the Solari if they want to run a Pharah composition out of the gates, but once they scout, Lip is on this Cassidy. We'll see if they want to change things up.
Just gonna get right back inside. Javelin will try to stave him off.
Back into Cassidy.
Okay, we're just running this again.
Okay. Heesang though over onto the Pharah. Performance looks like from him. As Lip for now still avoiding that Ashe.
Yeah, Falcons, are they trying the side rotation again? Not the entire team. Last week they tried to go for that high road push, which took about a minute and failed.
I mean, yeah, what we saw from the previous series versus Zeta as well was very scrambled. And cost them an immense amount of time, and then they couldn't win anything in the follow-up. Stalker will swap off the cast now over to the Ashe. That's just going to try to push them back away from the point. First tick nearly gained. It's going to be Heesang who actually keeps this contested here for the time being, but eventually going to have to backpedal away from this one. Especially as the Ashe gets it up on an angle here behind the statue. Dynamite up over the top, gets the connection there onto Lip. First tick going to be gained, so Falcons already immensely improving in their results compared to what we saw versus Zeta.
Yep, I like it. Stalker, when they have the pop, will put a lot more pressure towards Heesang in the air. So I think that's exactly what they're trying to build right now.
Second tick nearly grabbed. Probably down to about half HP though. Does force him back. Orbital Ray, however, online. Shu now consistently outpacing Chio towards these build times, but hopefully will not matter too much as they both have them online. People is going to be coming through. Ult going to be invested here. As Proper gets tagged down to about half HP. Drop down here from Lip. Looking for Flashbang, cannot make it connect. I've been desperately trying to backpedal, but Lip will still find the headshot. Gets a second as Hanbin will fall. A couple taps now across. Fielder crumbling under the pressure. Shield raised. They know the mission. Protect Lip at all costs, and they have. First volley going to be staved off, as that is nearly half the time bank taken away here from Falcons, but they get themselves up to 80%.
It was a good start in the fight for the Falcons, but they weren't able to actually kill any prio targets. Unfortunately, damage output of the Ashe just isn't as high as the Casties at killing these very beefy targets like the Orisa, like the Brig. Lip just does more. Once again, if they can't use range to beat him, I don't know if they'll ever beat him.
And now they have another Deadeye. It was a slow build for him, but that last volley, they managed to go ahead and get that ultimate online. Poking and prodding here is Proper off from that right side flank as Jinbin just going to backpedal, join in with the rest of the squad. The Blade now just 9% away as Lip nearly gets the elimination there on a Stalker, but he's going to be greeted with a Terror Surge. It's going to be Hanbin taken down though, out pressured as he tries to make a play happen. The team now staved off. 1 minute and 35 seconds remaining as they have to go for the reset, but it looks like Chio will not be allowed to do so. A fantastic javelin from Jinbin forces him back into the sightlines of the rest of the squad, and Lip is able to find even more.
That was again created by the isolation from Lip. He pressured back 2 members with his damage, and that's why Hanbin was just pressured and focused down immediately, even with that Terror Surge.
Nothing to add really, G-Clef. I mean, that's exactly what happened there. Lip once again just adding so much extra pressure. They have the Terror Surge advantage. They will also have this Orbital Ray a little bit faster. Don't know if they'll realize it, but either way, that combo we've seen so much this whole night of Overwatch is theirs. Shu tosses it out.
Sends out the ult. Lip just taking space, pushing forward. Tap there on a Stalker. A couple shots across. It's not going to lead to any eliminations, so right back into it. And the Falcons go as their own Orbital Ray is going to be called out. Mirage going to be dropped in on top, but he's going to be taking down the blade pull here from Proper. He's able to find Lip. They eliminate the Cowboy, and it looks like now Falcons, they've opened up the point for the taking. Drawing down to half HP, eliminated Proper, able to find the execution. And with Jinbin's death, that is them breaking through, but this is such a minute time bank by comparison. Just 3 minutes as they get ready to start the push.
Yeah, the patience from Falcons was really big in that last fight. Waiting out the Orbital Ray, using their second one, and ended up getting a lot of control that way. Hanbin didn't have the Terror Surge, but it didn't ultimately matter. The Bob also not used. Fielder's just going to allow them to push up here and control this front point as Lip also gets taken out. Now they get the Archway for free. And without Lip, I mean, they can continue to maintain this control.
Lip going to be asking the question, who the hell was shooting at the Genji while the Deflect was up? Paying the Iron Price there. See a quick run back here for him, though. And already.
Yeah, Observer's back on Isang's Genji. Some early Pharah barrage, which led them to not a perfect defense on the first point. Falcons, as Wolf said, patience won them the first fight. DPS, much better controlled with the ultimates. Crazy Raccoons, I think they just really had the moment to press everything, which didn't really work, especially with that Pharah in the air.
Lip trying to take an aggressive angle, but ultimately it's going to be a bit too risky, so decides to pull back away. The Bob going to be sent out here from Stalker, Orbital Ray from Shu in response. As Hanbin just backpedaling. A decent amount of damage across, but Lip able to find one. Flashbang goes in. He's pulled through by the Terror Surge. It's going to be Shu who ends up getting eliminated. After finding Hee-Sung, Lip still alive here for the moment. Jinbin tries to escort them out, but ultimately he will be taken down. Lip now in a poor position as the rest of the team just dies. It seems like the call there from Falcons is ignore everybody other than Lip. They managed to win out the fight.
Incredible fight here for Team Falcons. Really slow, but very calculated. Proper getting a lot of work done, even without pulling the blade. B here, there's an opportunity for Lip to contest. He does swap over the Tracer. 6 picked off, though.
Yeah, picked off, 0.39 meters out, left to go. The rally going to be committed to here from the side of Jordan. They want to try to turn the tides of this fight. Playing into the Orbital Ray. Terror Surge coming across, takes Fielder down low on HP, but he's about to have a rally now online. It might not even need it as Proper with the blade pulled, finds Jinbin, and that's going to be the cap coming through. 2:25 now in the time bank as Lip, the widow for a brief little moment, goes right back over to the cast.
Teamfight happening all the way in. I almost thought 2 point was already scored for Team Falcons, but they ended up using a lot of tools. It was an expensive one. Got 2 points, still not that much time left in the bar for the Falcons.
Yeah, I think that was a really good trade for Crazy Raccoon. And like you said, they wasted a lot of, or not wasted, burned a lot of the ultimates of Team Falcons and still bought some additional time. Chorong swapping over to the Zenyatta now to help break through Hanbin's health bar here with Lip on this Cassidy. They're going to take a forward position. They're going to take the fight straight to them. They're not going to play range. They're going to play corner. Chorong's range here actually in itself is a huge boon for them as you can fire through these doors. Don't want to fight for high ground. They just want to fight right up on this corner.
So just trying to keep this high ground contested. Slow building on the next blade here for Proper. At the ready here, on call for Heesung.
Where exactly is the angle where Heesung can blade it out? That will be rough.
It's going to be difficult to spill with the rally available. And Lip is going to be taken out. Stalker able to find that kill. Now Shu going to disappear. That's a massive amount of space opened up here. The whip shot comes in and Heesung gets taken down. Right into the Terror Surge, right into death. The blade finding no purchase. The team kill coming through as the card gets ready to round the final corner, inching towards the end.
Now let's see if they used it too much for that fight or not. They
Trance
could
is
have
ready.
another combo.
They do have the Transcendence at the ready here. They're getting hindered. Deadeye now going to pop that Javelin spin. Going to be expired, but somebody needs to touch the card. They managed their wave there. 0.35 meters left to go. Dueling Deadeyes. Discord Orb, a crossover onto Hanbin. Stalker holding the angle, holding the ult, but ultimately having to backpedal here as he end Proper down to half HP. And now Falcons will be staved off, pushed back as Proper will get picked.
Wow, Shu onto the Ana as well here. It's a lot of extra healing output, and Team Falcons kind of staved off. Not a whole lot of tools to actually secure this one. I think they almost thought they had it in the bag, but Trance, plus that Discord Orb, just really putting Hanbin in a rough spot. Proper can maybe build the last part of this Blade, but to win the fight with Blade on C.
Oh, look.
Back to Widow.
Yeah, and Stalker going to Tracer Fielder, going to Kiriko. They're going with that side poke
They
to
pinged it
contest
out.
against the Zenyatta on the back.
They picked out Stalker, they know.
I love the change.
Let's see though. Last ditch effort as we enter into overtime. The orbital array available here from Shio.
Lip swaps.
Right now, it is just the Terror Surge here from Jinbin. Nothing else to speak of as far as the ult bank is considered. Proper. Anti Albatron going to be taken down. They already found the Zenyatta Lip. Eliminated. Stalker able to find it. Heesung peels off one, finds that elimination. Javelin spinning here from Jinbin, desperately trying to keep himself alive as Shu nearly has the nano. Sends it, builds it up. Puts some healing back and calls on a Heesung who's still standing his ground. Stalker eliminated Hanbin, juggled down to about half HP as they continue to push him away, just keeping him off the cart. They force him away from the objective. They force the overtime to bleed out. And Crazy Raccoon lock in the last few moments of this map, and they give themselves a win condition.
Very, very close there at the end. Proper's Blade shut down initially. Comes back in with a second one. Was not able to find big value the way he was hoping for. And it's the Transcendence buy plus Lip's damage output that really ends up being the saving grace there.
4 headshots in a row into those ones, number like 7.
It's just insanity.
You see the Orbit Array on top of him, but he shouldn't be going that much forward. As the Cassidy in front.
He's like, why just kill the people who try to kill me and it's
What
fine.
if you miss? What if you miss 2 shots? He's that confident.
What if you never miss?
Yeah.
I don't need to know. He never misses.
What if you actually just might need to be investigated? Because it's just such an insane performance from him.
Now,
but that last hold, and credit where it's due, we're glazing the ever-loving hell out of Lip, but we got to give it over to Shu, building up that nano, being able to get that across to keep Jinbin alive, having the ante to hit onto Hanbin as well.
The trance into the Terra Surge, into the nano is built, into the nano boost. It's all of these tools together that make the miracle hold happen. Crazy Raccoon with a full push will put themselves on match point here to try to get the back-to-back WCS Asia titles. We will see a pretty unique starting composition here. Now, Proper's hiding that he is actually going for this Venture pick here on defense. The D.Va isn't going to necessarily give it away. They can get a backline access here. That's a free defense.
Okay. A quick swap. Check with the Ashe there from Lipis. Jinbin's going to be going over to the Ramatra. Going to try to utilize this against Falcons. It's Proper with a very late swap.
Yeah, they're probably still like trying to suss out what's going on here, but the swap means he's not here for now. He needs to rush back as fast as he can.
He's now making his way over to the arch.
Yeah, even with the check, when you don't see anyone, you sweep all the places, so it ends up taking a lot more time from the Raccoons, even though they're attacking in. So it didn't really get that many picks, even though it could have been a freebie.
Here from Hanbin. Punches ringing out from Jinbin. Not going to do too much against the D.Va, but Chio does get a decent amount of damage in behind. First tick now in a half going to be gained here from the side of Crazy Raccoon as Jinbin just drops down to the low ground. Hanbin continue to try to keep the contest going, but Chorong with a whip shot, able to find Stalker. The Tracer going to be taken care of, and Hanbin's neck nearly broken. Has to escape up to the high ground. He'll stream across over towards Lip. Heesung continuing to just poke and prod up through the windows. Climbing back up, checking for a target. But now the cap nearly there, and Hanbin's mech has been broken. Shots flying. Chio, one more shot to try to take him down. Lip will fan the hammer and get him from mid-range. Because they needed one bullet to connect, and it has. Looking for the follow-up. It's going to be Heesung, though, swooping in to take out Proper. And now nearly 5 minutes in the time bank for Crazy Raccoon.
Look at the ult charges across the board on the losing fight. Chio, same ult charge as Lip on Juno. And he was on the losing fight side, so he did more healing output than Shu, obviously. Just saying. I don't know what else I could say. Just have to show you guys the numbers. Crazy Raccoon now with a nice set of ultimates coming online here. Hanbin sitting on nothing. The Nano Boost will be relatively helpful for this fight, but we'll probably see Fielder swap after that. Crazy Raccoon just want to keep the steamroll going, pushing this ball down the hill.
Yeah, and on the back line for Fielder. It might be early to call, but I think Heesung's back on the Genji now. Feeling much better. Had a lot more ultimate games.
Seems a bit more stable, for sure. Stalker going to get picked off. Hanbin now down low. Orbital Ray is committed to try to keep him alive. He will get a melee hit across on the Trong, but Lip is still alive. Rolls back. He's looking for a little bit more pressure coming his way, but it's just shrugged off. The rest of the team ensuring his survival. Heesung with the blade. We'll go ahead and put down two as the push will resume.
Wait a minute. G-Club, are you saying Heesung is back? You're saying Crazy Raccoon have 2 DPSs in this finals? Well, that hardly doesn't seem fair.
Now certainly they do. Well, they have 5 out of 5.
Well, look, they had such a nice positional advantage there. They had the orbital ray for Lip, who survived that initial burst, and then just bursted the rest of the enemy team down with that extra damage. Now he's still holding onto his Deadeye. They still have the Annihilation for the contest of B.
Here's the curiosity, though. This Nano from Fielder, where does it end up going? Well, it's not going to be on the Proper. Never mind. I was going to say, perhaps the Nano Blade coming through, a rare sight these days. Might just have to be dumped on the Hanbin, trying to give him a little bit more staying power, a little bit more oomph behind that surge, but with Chio dying, I'm not too certain. Now invested, tries to send it out, but isn't going to find too much. Pulse bomb out from Stalker will be able to take down Chorong, but now Hanbin has been eliminated. Lip finding yet another headshot. And Stalker recalls out, but it's not full HP. Still does manage to come away with one, but Jinbin will put down the enemy Tracer. Proper will be dashed through, cut in half. And now it's 4:25 in the time bank for Crazy Raccoon, and they don't even have to finish the map.
Heesung's got his mojo back, that's for sure. And when his team is playing this well around him and he's constantly winning these fights early, because he was getting picked early in the fights a lot of the time. Now he's just living until the first pick, then he gets a Swift Strike reset, and he's just popping off. He's been controlling this high ground on defense really well, now on attack. He's continuing to keep Stalker at bay. Lip swapped over the Ashe for some additional range here. He's got high ground himself.
Drops down. Blade at the ready for Proper. Could be the turning of the tide for at least a fight. Falcons, so many that they're going to have to try to work through if they want to avoid this map going over the way of Crazy Raccoon, or continuing to inch closer and closer with every little bit of ground that is surrendered by Falcons. The Stalker is able to find a solid opening kill as Lip will be taken down. You can see it immediately. Crazy Raccoon sounding the retreat, not wanting to stick around if they don't have the star player, and Jinbin will get staggered.
Yeah, this is not the place where Raccoons want to stack up, even use a single ultimate. They want to manage it, deco. So have the one team fight win. After the corner, they want to finish it immediately. And they do have a lot more time, over 3 minutes, to actually stack up an extra bob. So I think it's still okay, not too bad for them.
Stalker can have that bob shortly. Use it for his corner control or an interrupt on Heesung's blade.
Pressure cross Lip. And nearly eliminated. Pull back to the final corner, slow field set up. Not really going to be able to come through. Hanbin now with the Terror Surge online. Pile in. Could try to shut it down. But we're so very close to having 5v5 with 4 ultimates invested. And there's the first few. Annihilation going to be going out for Ray on both sides. Blade pulled. Heesung getting in a little bit deeper. Slicing, looking for a target. The Terror Surge absolutely monstrous from Hanbin. He's not going to deliver a kill. So far, just a bomb gone. As Proper's able to find 2. Heesung and Chorong both eliminated. Hanbin down to an absolute sliver of HP. Will eventually be taken out by Lip, but Lip very much is in the same boat. And Stalker will find the headshot to go ahead and shut him out. 1.96 meters is where the card is at, but the rollback is going to start coming through here as Jinbin likely to be staggered, surrounded in this Nemesis form, trying to get line of sight over for his supports, but it's only Shu there. They just cannot keep him alive.
This is still a decent time bank for Crazy Raccoon to build up ults and go again. They were able to drain all of Falcons. So the variance level of what could happen here, the volatility of the end of this map is going up massively, but it's not unwinnable by any means. They're going to put Jinbin back onto this Orisa now that they've traded ults. So he was kind of stuck on the Ramatra for a while, but now they can actually just go straight toe-to-toe, mirror compositions. Time's arguably still on their side. They can be efficient here, and Lip's coach gun onto the high ground.
Gio at risk. One more shot would have done the trick, but just can't quite nail down that pesky, elusive Juno on the opposite side of himself as well, under constant threat. Falcons knowing where the bread is buttered here for the side of Crazy Raccoon.
You're very close. Heesung has to chase up the ultimate. Gage Proper is getting very close to that blade.
Right over the top. Triple Ray online here on both sides. Neck and neck between Shu and Chio. As there's the ult invested. Across from both sides. Can they hold the line though? Stalker going to be taken downfield or traded out. Proper eliminated. The man advantage is just far too big here in the hands of Crazy Raccoon.
Heesung?
They're looking for Lip. They're looking for Chio. Chio will be able to find one. Heesung going to be shut down. The push back off the javelin. Lip going to be eliminated. Fielder now swapping over to the Kiriko, but can anybody get the touch? The answer is going to be no. Just a hair off the mark. But in the end, it is Crazy Raccoon getting the push to completion, getting the lead. Match point is theirs. One more to go, and they will be lifting the trophy. They will once again be the champions of Asia.
And that was so tense, though, in those final moments. That kill actually onto Heesung, and then the spill through. Hanbin's there. It felt really scary. Like maybe actually there was going to be that miracle hold, but they clutch it out in the end. Crazy Raccoon, match point, as you say, as the map pool unlocks again. But whew, this one has been pretty tense. Lip, though, this time not just the only one getting it done. Crazy Raccoon looking like a stronger unit.
Yes.
And that's scary when you think about the fact that this was Falcons' map pick. You know, they felt confident they could shut him down there. He pulls out the Ashe, albeit a little bit less impactful than his Cassidy. Still gets it done, still gets the high ground, still gets those big shots through. And now the question becomes, where do Falcons take us for the last map pick?
And this is where the conundrum comes in, the sort of catch-22 scenario for you, because, you know, if they win the next one, we go to a map 7. So you could try to go for something, a map type that you think the Crazy Raccoon is going to lean towards. If that happens, you know, lock them out of being able to play something else where Lip can just dominate on the cast or whatnot. So maybe an escort, something like that. But then there's every other game type available. There's so many options for Crazy Raccoon if it does go to 7. So ultimately, it's going to have to come down to the play. It's going to have to come down to these clutches from Falcons if they still want to persevere in this set.
Yeah, I think you go back to Runosapi, look for that big win. But the scary fact is that Heesung is now alive. He's back into full form. His Genji will be very different when you go in. That last inch mark where Proper could have pulled out his blade for that extra dash could have been the big difference, but still, Raccoons were able to pull it. Here, we talked about Busan, but because how scary Junbin's ball can actually be, I don't think there's any chance Falcons can actually pull and go into one of the worst mode is control. So
I feel like going for control is going to be way too risky.
Way.
It's such a wild game type in its own right. So I feel like avoiding that is probably going to be for the best.
I think Clash as well is one that you probably just stick away from. You could go New Junk City, but also risky. Maybe just going to the Midtown, we've kind of been alluding to a lot, could be the game plan, and trying to shut down the Genji there. Or shut down the Cassidy there.
We'll see if that is going to be the case here. But first, we're going to go to another break. We'll see if this is the last one of the evening or if there's more to come when we come back. So don't go anywhere. We are back as this series still not concluded, but if Crazy Raccoon can find themselves one more map victory, it will all be over. They have the lead here in their hands, taking away a victory on Falcons' map pick of Kings Row. Falcons, one last-ditch effort with a map pick to see if they can take this all the way into a 7th map. The pool now unlocked.
Well,
the question is, where the hell do you go? Because when you have this many options,
it's hard.
The choice can become even more difficult.
Yeah. New Junk City one we called for earlier, Midtown one we called for earlier. I think you want to stay away from Control completely. I think you want to stay away from Clash. Escort maps left. You know, there's certainly an angle to maybe, if you're bold enough, play Junkertown, but there's 0-1 on it. Crazy Raccoons 1-0. So, you know, it's just not looking great statistically here. New Junk City will be what comes out. I would have been okay with this or Midtown. It's their last map pick, of course. The final map, if we get to it, will be Crazy Raccoons.
It's a tough choice. All the maps that I rolled my eyeballs 3 times, there's not a single map where Cassidy is really bad. So it was a rough choice for the Falcon, regardless of which map we were going into. I think New Junk City actually at least forced some more options, some more room for the DPS lineup to have some more space. Or maybe Hami can again pull out some Jungle Queen for that extra speed. I think that's potentially what we were looking for from the Falcons.
Could perhaps be the case. I mean, this is where we kind of got that hero moment from Stalker, being able to shut down a Pelican, stop him from pulling out that Genji blade in the first series, and then spiral that into a victory. But Flashpoint also, where we just saw Falcons suffer a 0-3 loss on Saravasa. Can New Junk City be a different story here for them? Because this, in the past, when Wrecking Ball wasn't even really in the meta, was one of the few maps where we would see the Wrecking Ball come out. So we could just see Junbin going back over to absolute maximum comfort.
I wonder if he'll start it, because the first point, it's extremely strong, and if they catch Falcons off guard and get a tempo advantage, that's pretty massive. But if Falcons have an answer prepared expecting it, it could end up being very weak and give Falcons the opposite tempo advantage. I kind of feel like, weirdly enough, we're just going to see Orisa, Genji, Cassidy again. Yeah. I think that's going to be what's going to come out here on this potentially final map. And they're just going to hope that the open spaces allow them more dives onto Lip to punish this guy, to shut him down, because he has been the main character out of these 10 players. He's the protagonist right now, and he's having a hell of an arc.
Compared to how many times we had hero swap within the map, within the point last week, it's almost as if the DPS lineup, especially, they're having this pride battle, saying, let's use the better Genji, let's use the better Cassidy at the moment. It's a big stage, the big opportunity is right there.
That it is. Here we go. It can all come down to this New Junk City for Falcons to try to earn this trophy. Need to extend this over into a 7th and final map. Crazy Raccoons, though, on the cusp of lifting another trophy, another international title, and reasserting themselves as the #1 team in the world. Already the hover's out. Lip showing the cast Stalker maybe to match. If you can replicate some of that success that we saw from him on this very map versus ZETA earlier on today, perhaps a 7th map is on the horizon for us.
Oh, Mauga.
Mauga, wow.
Indeed.
And this could certainly catch some people off guard.
And it's Mauga, Symmetra, old school.
Oh, man.
Remember the Mauga meta? Mauga watch? We're back. And it's fantastic for Cassidy. Gives him a lot more mobility, as well as some additional shielding when that ultimate is up. It's just so incredibly powerful in those moments. The damage output here is insane. Hanbin is not safe on the Orisa.
Yeah, certainly not. The Falcons, they have to stage together now because of that teleporter, and Proper cannot really isolate
Body
himself.
block, just body blocking Hanbin to hell and back, and it's going to be Lip, none other, to go ahead and collect the opening kill here of this map.
An incredible strategy. Falcons have been so one-dimensional all night. And they're like, oh, it's your map pick. You're just going to run this again?
Immediately the swap. Yeah. Stalker over onto the Sojourn. Hanbin with that Junker Queen.
I mean, the Junker Queen, though, isn't going to necessarily fare much better unless you can pick this composition apart. Has no armor. The commanding shout can give you a little bit, but otherwise you are also just going to be somewhat of a sitting duck. Stalker moving over to the Sojourn. I think this is one of the best answers range-wise here, but you already have a huge tempo advantage against you. The teleporter here is going to get them the free retreat.
Yeah, on top of that, can you really exceed the output of Lips, Cassidy? He has a challenge against it, and it's really rough with the Soldier right now.
I mean, not only that, but having sure Rail Shot built up will take Lip down to a sliver of HP there for a brief little moment, but Heesung with nearly Photon Barrier available. The overrun going to be coming through. Rays out on both sides. Photon Barrier now in play. Deadeye going to be popped, and HP bars get shattered, but one killed off quite just yet. Rally now going to be rolling here from Strong. Has it here on the back end, and Fielder's going to be cut short as he ends up falling down. Jinbin will fall. No shot from Stalker, able to find that elimination, but Proper eliminated as Heesung's able to find the kill. Crazy Raccoon now up to 86%, and with these kills, it looks like they are not going to be giving up control here of this first flashpoint. It is theirs. As the final shots will come through. Crazy Raccoon are once again off to a roaring start here on Flashpoint.
The overclock is ready, and that's going to be something they can try to use to, again, outrange Lip here on the neutral for this next point, but Crazy Raccoon actually getting here pretty quickly. They have the Symmetra teleporters. They're taking this wider angle here back to the spawn, actually, to get Heesung onto the Genji. So swapping as well as getting point priority here. And Team Falcons, if they can't win this fight, I don't know if they're lifting the trophy tonight.
Yeah, but Junbin's cage has been isolating the entire team. Whenever there is a jungle clear on the other side, whenever there's a rampage, the other side gets trapped.
Yep, that's going to be 4 players caught up in that rampage. Bleed out onto most of them as Proper's able to go ahead and collect the killing blows. Big piece for him, and this is a much better start here. Single ult investment into the point cap. Falcons, this is something that they absolutely needed.
Looks like they're going to keep the Mauga because of the cage fight here. They think that they should be able to actually win a fight here. They're swapping Chorong on the Mystery Heroes. I thought the Lucio was probably the best option to try to get this one team fight win, but ultimately he does decide to go back to the Brig. They could have swapped this Mauga. Now this is starting to look a little bit awkward here for Crazy Raccoon.
The thing is, they know that this blade is going to be built up, and trying to isolate a Dragon Blade, there's very few ways to do it better than just dropping in that cage. Proper. No, not going to be caught by it. Does get into the back line. Finds Strong, finds Lip, finds success. Hinge from Jinbin does set up for a kill here onto Hanbin. Shio going to be taken down as Heesung able to swoop through. Finds one, but Proper gets rid of him on the back end. That overclock still here held. Raccoon trying to maintain contention here on this point. Get this back into their control, which they desperately need. 66% going to be built up, and now she's going to be clipped there. Stalker finds the rail.
Jinbin's still in this, but after the overrun, I think he expected to trap at least a few in the cage, but no one was actually near the point. Falcons, the fight was elsewhere.
Yeah, I don't think this was the setup Crazy Raccoon were looking for. I think the Lucio would have been a better option if you wanted to go for that cage fight, and now they just wasted time.
Back cap is going to be coming in, so they are keeping this contested, but immediately Jinbin gets melted through hot knife through butter. Overclock will get popped from Stalker, comes up with both supports. There's Heesung finding one, but nothing more to be had. That will be us tied up here on New Junk City, 1-1 as Team Falcons get the second flashpoint.
They got the overclock out, but I think Falcons will likely be happy to swap composition as well, expecting Jinbin to go back to the Orisa. Stalker does decide not to swap for now. We'll actually go towards this flashpoint. Fielder's on an off angle, heading back towards the other side. Dragon Blade is at the ready here for Heesung. And this fight actually could be a momentum changer for Crazy Raccoon.
I think Stalker feels a lot safer with that power slide available, even without really much of a dive potential from the Raccoons. Even though there could be less DPS coming out from, it's just not a standout. It's not a standoff going against the Lip right now.
No strike. Already rather going to be sent in here from Geo. Proper taken down off the rip. The Strong is able to find him with that whip shot. Going the side of Crazy Raccoon, though. They might just be able to turn the tides of this one as Hanbin tries to stay alive, but will end up getting eliminated. Headshot there from Lip, finding the kill. Fielder going to be taken down, so while Falcons gain the first bit of control, it's going to be wrested out of their grasp very swiftly here by Crazy Raccoon.
Pretty bizarre fight for Falcons. Chio put himself right into line of sight for Deadeye. I think that's why he tossed out the orbital ray like that, because it wasn't really a good setup for him, and the Crazy Raccoons get the initial pick anyways. Chio's actually lucky he wasn't killed by the Deadeye. He was super close to it, just barely got behind the wall in time. Crazy Raccoons kind of get a bit of a freebie here, and they have orbital ray for the next fight with Jinbin on this Orisa. Needs to be a big purple from Hanbin.
Yeah, I think Falcons, they had a different idea of approaching that fight.
Trying to get into position. He's going to have to use it just to get away from Jinbin. It does manage to clip on the shoe, however, who should be bled out. Feel they're going to be traded, but there you go. The 2 kills hit by the Rampage end up falling down. Stalker under some fire, backpedaling, but Hanbin is just wreaking havoc, finding another. The Strong will die. Kind of flip back into their favor. Falcons regaining control. 58% achieved here for Crazy Raccoon. Stalker will die on the back end.
Yeah, let's see. Does have the overclock, so it might not switch. I think Stalker feels a lot more comfortable all the way back with the Soldier compared to what he was playing on Cassidy.
Yeah, when he has to challenge Lip directly, he's just not winning those out. But now he has a huge range advantage, like you say.
Blades full. Proper dropping down up over the top. Lip dodging as much as humanly possible, but eventually will be found. Terror Surge from Junbin, not going to be getting too much peel there. He is now going to be up under fire. Overclock built up, waiting for the target, waiting to try to take down Heesung, but instead it's going to be Junbin. Eliminated as Hanbin comes away with a kill. Choro once again gone as he pulls the knife back out. Falcons looking to gain the lead here on New Junk City. If Shu dies, they certainly have done.
This might be the comp that the Falcons have been looking for a long, long time, and it's working not too bad.
Yeah,
against Crazy Raccoon.
This map choice ends up working out really well for them because it's one of the wider sightline maps that we have where it's still relevant to play that Sojourn, where she can have such line of sight. She's not vulnerable to the Genji, but still outranges the Cassidy. Crazy Raccoon struggling to deal with this right now. Down the orbital ray as well. Falcons on Flashpoint here to bring us to that 7th and final map. They've got all the tools to win this first fight. See what Heesung can do with this blade. Is charged.
So they're just going to be waiting for the moment here. Deadeye set up for Lip. Shu still trying to claw back towards that orbital ray. 20% off. Build that up very quickly, but it's going to be Gio sending out his first and foremost. Rampage nearly online for Hanbin. Has it. Lip already taken down as Blade gets pulled out from Heesung. Rally rolling for Jordan, trying to keep him alive, and Stalker finds a headshot. Shuts down Heesung. The Rampage crashes across. And that is going to be the cleanup coming through. A decisively won fight here as Junbin now suffers the body block onto him. As the stagger will come in, but oh yeah, I mean, it's Genji. You're not going to be able to shove him off the side of the map. So there you go. Fielder now swapping over onto the Brigida. It's 25% built up for Falcons.
Gentlemen, feels like we're going to map 7. They have so much control right now. They still have the ult advantage. Chorong swapping over to the Lucio, but I mean, not too much value to be gained. Maybe you can get a big sound barrier if they can live that long. That alone is debatable.
Yeah, Stalker's not carrying the game, but he's providing so much difference from the Falcons.
The diamond! They just pile on top of Whip. Tries to go for the Deadeye, but he overstays as well. That might just be it. 70% built up as Heesung falls. It's going to be desperate measures here for the side of Crazy Raccoon.
This might be it.
Falcons pushing forward, taking aggressive positioning. They're on the hunt. They know that not everybody has escaped the Nutshell, but it's going to be spotted. They're moving forward. They're looking to take him down. The health pack buys him a little bit of time, spins the spear, gets some move speed, tries the backpedal. Javelin will help save them all, but now 95% built up here on the point. They have to go for the touch. Lip is already through. Tracer in play, shoved back here on it proper, looking for the stun. Cannot find that execution. Still, Blade in play. Terror Surge comes across to you. Going to be taken down. Heesung able to find Stalker the Blade, coming up shy of anything. This is Crazy Raccoon now have gained control of the point. But there is still a mountain for them to climb as Hanbin goes for the reset.
Huge plays from Junbin, and I think that was super greedy from Proper to chase that far. Unable to get the elim, pulls Blade, gets speared out of the sky, not able to actually pick up any big elims, and then the Terror Surge turns things around, and now suddenly, ult economy a little bit more even. Chorong might actually get that sound barrier I was talking about. They've been given a second lease on life. They were almost in game 7, and then suddenly, things have turned, and Team Falcons have this sinking feeling. This fight needs to be good. They've got the overclock.
Crazy Raccoon to have any kind of staying power here in this one. They're going to need that beat. Chorong is still just 30% away. The overclock going to be popped. Stalker eating some damage here on the approach. Can't find these headshots to connect. Ray is going to be invested on both sides. Torpedoes, targets being sought. Blade pulled. Heesung able to find proper. Chio going to be taken down to the dash reset. Looks for a bit more. Takes Hanbin down to about half HP, but with Fielder falling, it means that this map will continue. It will go the distance, much like this series still may.
Oh my god.
The stagger there onto Hanbin doesn't matter too much. The overtime needs to bleed down still, but Crazy Raccoon will win out the fight, and they will tie it up 2-2. It all comes down to this last flashpoint. They have the inside track.
By all rights, the map should have been done. It should have been over. Miracle plays from Crazy Raccoon. Lip sticking with the Tracer. He's got a pulse bomb. They have that sound barrier, but they didn't need to use it to keep the flashpoint.
Exactly.
They have it for the neutral fight.
Even against the Rampage,
Lip
it could be the perfect tool. One barrier to go.
Lip is somewhere squatting on this flank angle, waiting for the opportunity, waiting for the call to come in from Junbin to go in and try to strike. It could be a Terror Surge into the Pulse as well, as both ultimates are available. A big bang attempt, tries to send it down. Pulse Bomb not going to be able to find the elimination, but it certainly does a lot of damage. His Fielder's going to be taken out. The rally now wasted. Rampage goes across, connects on the 3. Chorong will be bled out, but the rest of the team is still persevering. Proper trying to find the kill here. Cannot make it happen. Lip comes to the rescue, but still the fight back. Hanbin, Stalker still in the mix here, but Lip now going for the cap. Can they contest this? Can they deny it away? It looks like the answer is going to be no, so Crazy Raccoon will once again establish a foothold here to start things off.
How long can they hold it, though, is the question. This Team Falcons in the better position. Now they also have that Dragon Blade. We'll probably see a fast flip to come through.
They had the position, but it was a squishier target with Juno and Tracer, so they had to step back. There's a flip. Oh, I don't think that should have came through.
Yeah, just stepping forward, taking it neutrally. No kills found. Still make it happen, but now the blade is going to be coming in. Seeing the target, seeing Heesung down low. He's trying to stay alive, but it's like buys him a little bit of time, but ultimately he will be killed off. It'll be resheathed, jumping off the side of the map as he deflects the javelin back in, and Proper, he is in the spotlight, and he is looking to carry the team into a 7th map.
With the orbital array available, I feel like the situation is almost the same as it was moments ago. Almost unlosable here. Now, Shu has his own.
Stalker.
They have a Terra Surge. They cannot get picked now. They need to back off and respect this composition.
Arrays available here on both sides. Heesung focusing away from the blade. Lip.
Hanbin.
Nearly online. The push forward here onto the high ground as the overclock gets popped from the side of Stalker. HP bars going to be falling lower and lower. Blade pulled from Heesung, seeking a target, but so far isn't finding too much purchase. Proper with the dash over the flank. Keeps himself elusive, keeps himself alive.
Torrent's barrier, it's coming really soon.
Rally.
Yeah,
almost there. Almost there.
The barrier.
Can they buy that time?
Online. Lip going to be taken out.
Oh, no!
The shielding cannot come through in time. Lip has been eliminated. The overtime going to be forced. Crazy Raccoon needing to win out this fight, needing to gain control, but just been surrounded. Sends out the Terra Surge, the axe goes across, takes him down to half HP. The Rampage now available. As Hanbin just plays ring around the rosy, turns back the 180 into the Rampage. Chorong going to be bled out. Jinbin taken down. Shu able to find Stalker, but they need so much more. Heesung only able to find one more. His fielder will fall, but the OT is going to plummet. And ladies and gentlemen, we are not done yet. Falcons get the win with their final map pick, and that means that we are going the distance once more, all the way to a Game 7.
Game 5 into a Game 7. If there was a day to prove that we need an extra seed for Stockholm, I think it would be today. But what an incredible performance here from Team Falcons. Once again, just playing out these clutch situations, finding the better ult economy, and finally, as you said, G-Clef, finding the answer to the Cassidy in the Sojourn. Now, this was their map pick, though. They had the perfect storm to be able to play the Junker Queen, to be able to play the Sojourn, outrange the Cassidy. That's not any longer in their control. It's not going to be their map pick for Game 7, but at least they were able to bring us to said Game 7, despite some shenanigans, despite should have been able to close that out 3-1. A little mistake there. But they end up bringing it at home in the 5th and final flashpoint. But I mean, that went the distance. Everything is going the distance. Every control map, everything is going all the way.
Now that you said control map, I think we're going to control map very likely. With Crazy Raccoon, I think you just have to go for it and bring out that ball and go for the win. That's going to be the highest chance of winning for them.
It could be very bold of them to go for control because, again, it's a map type that could be super volatile, that can just swing one little minor mistake, similar to Flashpoint, and that just starts to spiral out of control. But this is a difficult moment here for Coach Moon, for Krusty, trying to anticipate what their opponent is going to bring to the table. Moon trying to figure out what is going to give his team the best possible chance of closing out this series. But whoever wins, it's going to 7. It's been an incredible banger day to close out OWCS Asia. So, in the end, we can all be happy about these matches. Not about 2 slots at Stockholm. You know, that's something that I'm still going to be angry about.
We're all
going
to be a little pissed about that. But
yeah.
Busan, I feel like I don't know. I'm not going to get into it. We got to go to
We
break.
won't even try to guess and conject. Let's just let the teams decide, and we will react. But first, we're going to go to one last break. When we come back, we'll see you guys for Map 7. A 7th and final map to determine who is going to be lifting the trophy and who will be going in to DreamHack Stockholm as the #1 team in the world. Crazy Raccoon pushed to their limits as Falcons able to scrape by with a victory there on New Junk City. Flashpoint and Clash, the only map type that is unavailable. Question is, rather Flashpoint's the only map type that is unavailable, it would seem. Where did Crazy Raccoon opt to take us to ensure a victory?
Yeah, that's a hard question to answer. Might try one of the escorts again. I think Control will be the highest chance of winning for Crazy Raccoon, regardless of any map, Nepal, Ilios, even Busan, because the ball control can certainly be leading towards Junbin, I think. Even though Hanbin, I'm not saying Hanbin's a bad ball, Junbin just tops a lot.
There's a lot of things that can go wrong on Control, though, with how volatile it is, and also the Pharah situation. It's going to be Ilios, though.
It's Ilios.
I was going to say, you know, there are a few other maps I could point towards, like any non-Coliseo push map could have been good as well, like if you want to go to Esperanza. But Ilios is what it's all going to come down to. We'll probably see a little bit of Cassidy, we'll probably see a little bit of Sojourn. I think Sojourn is very viable here still, especially on Ruins, if they want to play a similar style. But the ball is the main focal point. Maybe there's a counter prepared, be it the Sombra, be it the May. And ooh, it might be time to match.
Winston time!
Smurf is coming through.
Could be Winston, could be Ball.
I mean, expected given the map here itself.
Could be both.
From memory, granted, brain getting fried a little bit given just how intense these series have been today. But I recall an Ilios pick coming in from Crazy Raccoons in one of their last series, and it not looking too great off the start. The Wrecking Ball in particular was being manhandled on Ruins, high-rolled the starting sub-map, and ended up dropping it.
Falcons have not won a single international tournament this year. They were stopped by Crazy Raccoons last time around at this very one, Stage 1. Crazy Raccoon have only missed one finals. It was the Stage 2 finals we just had in Korea. Every finals they've been to, outside of that very first finals that we had for OWCS Korea, every international finals they have won. They have never lost in this situation. They've also never been pushed to 7.
Yeah, this is the most competitive set that they will have played here in 2024.
I mean, this is honestly probably the best finals we've had all year.
Oh, by far.
And I think everything on the line to pick Control. It feels like the old days where you didn't pick Control. You were like, well, they went to 7. It's Control, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, you have to remember that these two teams, they met each other early in EWC, and it was single eliminations. It couldn't be a grand final. It couldn't be, this situation with these types of stakes with a trophy on the line. So I would wholeheartedly say that this is the best final that we have had all year, and maybe the best one that we've had for quite some time in Overwatch generally. The back and forth between these squads, the hard carries that we've been seeing from the likes of Lip, from Proper on the opposite side, it has just been an absolute feast for the eyes.
It's only been a year of this format post-Overwatch League, but it feels like these teams have been rivals forever. You know, that's the level of intensity that they bring to the table.
And I think a large part of that does come from the coaching staff themselves, Moon and Krusty, having that back and forth bout in the past.
Yeah, there were some moments where Raccoons were just shutting them down in terms of mentality. There were moments where Falcons, they were just swapping all over the place. Nothing worked. It is not like that in the grand finals. The coaching staff had to do some mental work on the back, pushing them all the way to map number 7.
Will the birthday boy of Jinbin help guide the team to a victory? We're about to find out. Map 7 here in this grand final of OWCS Asia. Let's see who the #1 team in the world is. Is it Falcons or is it Crazy Raccoon? The fans giving it their all, much like they expect the players to do. As we go into Ilios Control for our final map, and it's going to be well to start it all off.
Echo Mirror probably hasn't been showing this too much as of recently. Isang versus him here, no dupes onto Junos. It's going to be the Winstons likely in this case. Could see an Ana, but it's about that Sky battle first. And keep an eye on Fielder and Shu's ult charge. The nano race is often the most important in this mirror on Ilios.
Shoot back onto the Ana, always a dangerous thing to be concerned about up here on the opposite side, but Fielder in his own right, absolutely incredible on it, but he's able to find the first kill. Puts back up into the skies, keeps himself afloat, and that is going to be Falcons losing out here on that first volley. Sticky's across, just seeking some added damage here. Pick somebody off, but for now, it'll just be a disconnect from the Falcons, waiting for the rejoin here of their own Echo.
That's huge. Isan going back hot. Getting back control now, even against Proper. Of course, we could totally go back to Genji, but this is, of course, a lesser likely map to see that Genji. So we might see this team comp stick for the entire two teams.
There's an attempt there at the Sticky is on the predict, but nothing to be found. Lip gets himself out towards safety. Now looks to try to challenge and just keep Stalker honest on the flanks. Double anti goes across, but been going to be kept alive.
Great
here on this high ground.
there.
Yeah, just helping to keep him sustained. The Nano now getting ready to come through. Fielder just 10% away. The Nano has been invested. Moving over towards Hisang. He's up into the skies. The beam coming through.
The bubble cover!
It cuts it off. Bionate out, but he is still juiced up. And that's going to be 2 kills off the Stickies as both DPS end up falling to the wayside. Smurf now lightly staggered out, but that is a team kill, and Crazy Raccoon's moving up past 50%.
That was, you know, almost movie-esque, though. The save on the Jinbin. Everybody huddles around him. Chorong puts the shield up. Bionade comes through perfectly timed. Instantly, he's got the nano. Hisang eats nano. And yes, the bubble was fantastic, but the Stickies still connect. He doesn't have to dupe. And they bought so much time in the neutral fight before those ults came online anyways. Have got a great set themselves in 65% of this first round.
Lip is on the Hun. Knows exactly where Fielder's at. He has the stick. No survival. Death insured. Signed, sealed, and delivered here by a Lip. And that's even more time bought. Fielder's still waiting to respawn. Might even have to just dump the nano from that sight line while he sprints back over to the point as fast as he can. 80% accrued here for Crazy Raccoon.
Hisang can be a secondary nano here with his dupe.
I mean, they're just looking to bully Fielder out. They're trying to go ahead and get the pinch. Jinbin can pursue for this. He does have that primal at the ready.
Yeah, that was dangerous. Could have been a nano opportunity for Fielder.
Test is in. Hisang now. Looking for a copy here onto the Tracer. Already a pulse bomb built up. Can he find a target? Fielder under some fire. And he juggled in the corner. And that nano might not see the light of day. He's been taken out. Roll rate will expire. Chio being spotted, swatted here like a fly as Jinbin tries to find the kill. Goes up and over the top. Will be able to elude it, but Smurf has now been taken down. The beam from Hisang able to find him. Proper going to be broken out of that dupe. Dead. Pulse from Stalker finds absolutely nothing. And it's 100-0 to start things off on well. Crazy Raccoon looking alive and well here.
This was actually not the line of focusing the Raccoons were doing last week. They were going a lot more for the Winston directly, regardless of the map. Of course, it wasn't Ilios, but today, change of target onto Fielder, who's holding that nano. We don't have the nano yet. She's used it already. Just pressing down onto the weak point. It all started with this.
We saw Hisang just outclass Proper in the Echo matchup, and that was a big part of the success they had. The faster nano, but still some big plays in terms of getting the faster dupe, winning the neutral fight. And then you see Lip just end up sneaking with this one away. You could feel it, Falcons tunneling behind, desperate. Just get completely outclassed. Now 1 round away from losing again here in the grand finals at OWCS Asia.
Crazy Raccoon not high rolling for Ruins to try to get the ball enabled, so will still just be on that Winston, but Proper again already on under fire here off the rip. He sustained back up. He's just reading that shield there of Jinbin.
Still Ana, because of Winston, they have to have the Bionade.
Okay, trade coming through here though as both Echoes able to find some value. The tank's going to be taken down at the point, gets ready to unlock, but play on the slow ground. Does lend towards Crazy Raccoon having a bit more of an inside track. As Chio gets antied out, they're looking for that elimination. Lip pursuing to his damage to try to be able to find that kill, but can't quite make it happen. So for now, the point is still not going to be locked down by either side.
That was close. A lot of low HP targets. Really well done job by both of the support line. Oh, the
and Smurf gets out of the side of the map. Q gives him a gift from beyond. Finds that kill here with the help of Chorong with a whip shot, but still a couple more eliminations found for the side of Falcons. Losing out of the tank though, still a bit brutal. Geo plays forward. Looks like Team Falcons will get that first bit of percentage here on Ilios.
Yeah, I don't think Crazy Raccoon are really in a position to actually look for a counter there. It's just too risky. We give more than just the cap. They decided to try to funnel in there. In terms of ult charge though, Fielder's lead will likely allow them to actually hold on to this. There's a bit of a contest here from Crazy Raccoon, but we need to see limbs, and there they are.
Chio does get taken down. Fielder might have to use the nano here to try to ensure that they can hold the point. Lip charging over onto the flank. Anti on the Jinbin will ensure his demise. Proper nanoed up as well. Able to find that kill, and that's going to likely be a forced reset here as Lip cannot get the pulse bomb to stick this time around. In fact, he will die. Chio finds him. Falcons continuing to look quite strong here. Duke is going to actually be sent out here.
Yeah.
Despite the man advantage, I think this might be a bit of an overstretch from Proper. Either way, wants to just ensure that they absolutely do maintain control.
Yeah, second team, long team fight, dragged out team fight win with Chio dead, with just the nano, and then dragged out Echo Volt. So I think that's still really worth actually an eco push for Falcons.
Yeah, I think if they were even hoping to get more, maybe they thought Shu would look for a nano there if they wanted to actually contest, but at this point, I mean, the extra nano boost that they have could be a big game changer here for Raccoon, but only if they can get into position to use it here as Team Falcons are in big control.
Nano goes to Heesung, Jinbin pops the Primal and Fielder. He ends up getting burst. Kill coming through, Chio trying to stay alive, but Jinbin able to find Stalker. Now he's going to get juggled up the side of the map. That rally not holding water whatsoever. He's going to be diving down into it. And Smurf on the rejoin will eventually just have to die. They know that they have time on their side. They know they have the advantage. 1.5 fight wins here for Falcons to tie things up.
Heesung is just on point today. It looked like maybe it wasn't going to be able to get the elim there. It wasn't going to be able to chase down. Gets the stickies anyways off camera. As the observers gave up on him too, they were like, nah, he's going to get that. He got it. He's just popping off today. He's on his way. 60% of another duplicate here.
Chio going to be antied, and Heesung has the stickies to go along with it. Takes him down. Fielder under fire.
Yeah, Chio had that rally. It was available last time. We had to use it. With 2 men dead.
I mean, Shu's only a little bit behind this nano boost. If they can buy just a little bit more time, there's definitely an angle here.
Lips on the hunt once more, but not the character that he wanted to see on the opposite side.
This is buying time, though, for Shu. 27%, 24% away.
For the contest on the point, Smurf the Primal still at the ready, has some safety there unless he gets sent off the side of the map once again. Rally available here for Chorong as he gets juggled lower. He's going to go ahead and send it. The sleep dart ends up going wide. Shu unable to shut this down as he's now going to get juggled out of position. And Stalker gets a dip on the lip. Pulse bomb to take down the enemy Tracer. Sunny Hero on the Smurf as he tries to work his way back over onto the point. Crazy Raccoon still maintaining control now. Heesung layering in another Anna there, but he will be broken out of that dupe. Drops back down, tucks away, but Smurf gone means that Falcons still need to reset.
Even with that nano, still not controlling the points on top of that?
Jinbin
has Primal.
The man is really limit testing here, but he's going to look for a juggle at the side of the map. That sleep dart does not connect from Fielder. Lip in the meantime able to find Stalker. Proper going to be taken down to the opposite side. Time is dwindling. There's a shield bash, brings it back over here to safety, but the reset eventually. The call has to be made, but it's 84% for Crazy Raccoon.
They should have regrouped way faster. They decided to go in for the late last minute nano, and it's a disaster. I don't think they can win this one now. Proper's got the dupe.
It's so late. It was 73-0.
The dupe, maybe for the Ana, get a Bionade woven in, but for now, the touch will be found. Stalker recalling out, but now it's a copy here onto the Tracer. Proper, though, almost losing out on it immediately. Pops the recall, the rally rolling here from Chio to try to keep them engaged, to try to keep them locked in here on this round. The flip getting ready to come through. Duke pulse bomb built up. Churong going to be taken down there. Is the stick, and Lip once again will be outdone. He's been eliminated. That's likely going to be a second lease on life here for the side of Falcons. Fielder going to be taken down though, so some added stagger on the back end. A slow run back here for the Ana. The Falcons are in control, now moving up past 80.
Okay, going over greed Proper.
Stalker's dead.
Oh no! And, you know, he chased too far.
He gets the copy. Dupe, he knows that he's safe. He's just trying to keep this one extended here. Will be broken out of that one, but the ticket's going across the lip. He's able to capitalize. Proper going to be taken down. Things very disjointed here for the side of Falcons. Stalker trying to rejoin. 94% towards that ult primal pop from Smurf to keep things extended. 99 to 99. Getting ready to come through is Jinbin.
Rally ticking.
Being shredded down off screen. Pulse bomb goes across. Kill not going to be found. Lip still trying to hold the door. The flip getting ready to come through. Recontest coming in as Lip goes down to 16 HP. Manages to stay alive, but Proper with the sickies is able to find one. Heesung eliminated. Smurf traded out, but it's a 3v4 with Shu under fire, trying desperately to build up towards that nano. Crow going to be antied out, the shield raised, but it cannot keep him protected. The melee hit will be able to take him down. Building out, nano invested, Lip trying desperately to keep things going here with a nano of his own. Tucks back into the point, but there's just not enough for him to do. He will fall, the overtime will plummet, and we are going to ruins.
Oh, just one more, baby! Just one more!
We just have to go all
the way.
All the way.
All the way.
And man, you can hear the crowd losing it as well.
My heart
pretty
dropped.
even split. For a moment, though, I thought it was over. For a moment, I thought Crazy Raccoons had just stolen it away after Falcons had the 70-0. But a few clutch plays coming through, the denial on Junbin's ability to primal there, taking him out around 87%. Crowd's doing the fighting cheers one more time, because this is it. It all comes down to this. A wrecking ball locked in for Junbin. As Crazy Raccoons, they picked this map for a reason. They low-rolled on the wrecking ball, but they finally get it.
Finally get it.
We're going the distance.
But it should be anticipated. You can see some decent peel options coming through. Stalker has the cast. Flashbang to try to slow things up. Proper over onto the Genji.
So it's just what we saw in Lijiang. We started the day off. But drawing on that, Lucio to give Junbin the additional speed. He got the momentum early, but it fell off hard. Needs to maintain it this time around. It's the classic B skin.
Chio taking a nap here for the moment, but no one able to capitalize. Stalker going to be under a little bit of fire, but there's an anti on the 2, and now they go piling in, and Fielder's going to be taken down. To a roaring start here. Crazy Raccoon answers one back in time as Droll will be picked off. Some slow build towards trying to get that beat online as Junbin kind of getting bogged down a little bit, taken low, but ultimately can escape as the point cap comes in for Crazy Raccoon.
Looks like Fielder wanted to try to protect Chio there, but ultimately missed his shield placements. The bio hit too, so instead of protecting him, he actually went down as well.
This is the moment as the real pro will be tested. With this much pressure, high stakes, every move counts.
Oh, that might be Heesung off the side of the map.
Junbin still dangling.
Looks like he does manage to
I don't think he spotted.
He's going to manage to get himself back to Junbin just hiding out. Going sneaky beaky like his bio name. Going to be locked in, but does not find the connection. Pile driver coming down. Minor hit. Does end up getting hindered as Stalker just desperately tries to ban the hammer, but he can't find the kill. Now he's on the hunt. Lip going to be forced to use that recall. It's right here in front of Stalker's face, but cannot find that elimination still. Flip does come through though, so Falcons gain control.
All right, Nano's ready for Shu. The question is who's the target? Likely Heesung. We do have Chio 20% away from that critical ultimate. Nano's out on the Heesung, but he's down!
He's going to be taken out. The Nano means absolutely nothing as Shu will similarly fall. Lip's able to answer one back. Stalker going to be picked apart. The Falcons should be able to maintain control off the back of this one. Pulse bomb goes out. Stick not going to be found. Lip juggled into the corner, taken out. Smurf was able to find that kill. Junbin can do nothing more but try to escape, but he's getting bogged. He's getting knocked into the walls here.
Junbin's actually delivering a lot less than what we thought because of the side pressure from Falcons. They're holding up so well. It should have been a lot more pile drivers, a lot more minefields already, but it's just not happening right now.
This fight is the big one because this is going to be basically a 10-ult fight potentially. As we do have almost everything online. Maybe an 8-ult fight, but Falcons have the huge advantage here. They have the advantage in terms of percentage as well.
Pile driver not going to get the connection there. They're looking for Fielder, trying to pressure him out. They're rallying out. They're rolling. Stalker going to be taken out. Slip is able to find one. The Deadeye not going to be able to come into play, but Proper. Pulse Pop still held here in his back pocket. Can he find a target is the question. For now, Falcons continue to keep things contested. 60% going to be built up. Chorong taken low, nearly taken down, trying to stay in this one, but eventually Proper will find the kill. Pulse Bomb not even necessary. Beam comes in though. He's able to get rid of Smurf. The front line's going to be broken down, but Crazy Raccoon still need to get this flip into their favor. Falcons just not surrendering any ground whatsoever. Chio now finding Heesung. Pulse Bomb across Junbin. On the side of the map goes for the fast reset, and now it's going to be 80% crested. Falcons maintaining control, looking for the victory.
Falcons in fantastic shape here. They have a zoning Deadeye here as well. And Crazy Raccoon, all out of options, all out of tools. Shu may get a Nano in the longer fight. Junbin needs to touch.
He sticks.
You're going to be playing this far and out into a Deadeye on the opposite side.
Deadeye ready.
It's been holding this for so very long. Hasn't felt the need to try to send it out. Lip goes forward. The contest is there. Overtime now. Forced out as Heesung hits the floor. Is he going to be the Nano target is the question. The answer is going to be yes. He goes diving forward. He's looking for the kill here. On to Heesung. The Deadeye gets popped. Kill not going to be found. However, Stalker is still going to be kept alive for quite some time. But eventually, Junbin is able to go ahead and find the elimination of the melee hit. Fielder, however, going to take it low. Gets the whip shot. Chorong dead. Proper. He finds two. Lip and Chu both eliminated. It's just Junbin and Heesung against the world. Against the army. That is the Falcons. And Junbin has fallen. Heesung. There is nothing more to be done. There is nothing more to be played out. Team Falcons will get their first international trophy, taking down Crazy Raccoons in Map 7 fashion.
And Krusty, he's emotional. He runs out and hugs his boys. It's been a while since he's won a big one like this. And he deserves this emotional moment. As Falcons finally break the mold, break the pattern. They're the first team to shut Crazy Raccoons out in a big land like this, in a major and one where Crazy Raccoons looked like they had taken all the wind out of the sails. They had all the momentum. They had the final map pick. They gambled on the Wrecking Ball, and it just didn't come through. And 2 maps out of the 7, Jinbin tries it, but comes up empty.
Proper owned the final fight so hard. Of course, there was so much focus on the Stalker, but still, he delivered at the end. Team Falcons, this is the roster that was supposed to win so many big titles, but they failed to do it for such a long time. Finally, after so many months, they've got to this place on the top.
It's a classic adage. It's a classic because it's true. It's not about how you start, it is about how you finish. And now that we are here, the second to last event of the year for these teams here in Asia, Falcons can hold their heads high and go into DreamHack Stockholm as the expected #1 team in the world. We can anticipate that rivalry, this one here, is going to continue, that Crazy Raccoon will continue to pursue and push this squad. But Falcons coming out on top, widely off the back of this man here, Proper. They can assert themselves as the #1 team in the world once more.
The last player of the match of the year here at the WDG Arena is going to be Proper. It's not Lip, who had a fantastic series, don't get me wrong, but Proper was the one who crossed the finish line in the end and had so many big turnarounds to the middle part of this series, and part of the later ones were all on him. Really fantastic performance from this player who shows time and time again his flexibility is insane. He can play hit scan, he can play flex DPS, he can play projectile, and he's just one of the greatest who's ever played the game, frankly, and he's been on top for a really long time. Felt like he was starting to get a little bit overshadowed, but not in this series.
And the battle between Proper and Lip will go on for time immemorial, I am sure, but for this one here, Lip is going to be shining just a bit brighter. If I could have given it to Lip, I think he probably still would have deserved it.
Yep.
But I'm told it has to go to the winning team, winning player, and that for sure was Proper.
Yeah, I think Hanbin had a really good contest though, especially not just Orisa, who he has been playing absolutely throughout almost all the maps, and also the Jungle Queen was actually insane coming back from that clutch. I think my half vote goes to Hanbin.
I think the support line deserves shoutouts as well. Like
Chio was an absolute menace all today.
All day long. Fielder had a really fantastic Ilios. Obviously, I think a lot of the series, though, was a little bit outclassed. And then you have Stalker, who, you know, at the beginning, we were like, oh, it's this guy. You know, he's quietly not playing as well as Lip, but the team is stronger, so he's getting a lot of agency. I think it has to be, you know, Proper, but if anyone else got it, I think literally anyone else except maybe Smurf, I'd feel okay with it. You know, I wouldn't be mad with anything.
Sure. I mean, that's because he played 2 maps and you got a 50-50 win rate, you know?
If you're wondering why, if you just woke up and you're like, wow, they're still going? Yeah, we're still going.
We're still going.
It was a full day of Overwatch. 2-3, 4-3.
And within all of those maps, pretty much, we got damn near full rounds played. You know, we were maxing out this whole way throughout. And my goodness, what a finals! This is one for the memory bank for sure, because this is one of the best, one of the most pleasurable ones that I've had, you know, that I've gotten to be a part of.
Yeah, but for sure, would have loved it if I went to down to Busan along with everyone else. But still, it was a damn good finals. I mean, it just took so long, and without any delays, without no tech issue, with no audio issues, it was just straight up matchups and how many games that we had.
Look at
turned out to be this many hours.
Look at how little dominance there was amongst our Korean teams. Not a single series was a shutout. Crazy Raccoon versus ZETA almost went 5. We talked about that a lot. Very, very close. Poker Face took a game off Falcons. That series was also closer, I think, than that scoreline shows. ZETA Division, we're not getting a free win either of Overwatch. That was it. Ended up being pretty close. Then ZETA almost upset. Finals is a 7-mapper. Like, once we get our best Korean teams just going at it, it ends up just being amazing every time.
So enjoy this graphic while you guys can. The DreamHack one. It's probably going to be a bit more one-sided.
It's going to be more like the left side of this graphic.
We'll see a lot more zeros.
It'll be a bit more like the left side.
Yes.
I mean, it's EMEA, they're going to get bodied. What can I say? These teams are just so damn good.
Yeah.
I love that we're back to this.
Well, look, I mean, at some point, the Korean teams might match up against each other. They could defeat each other, okay?
Yes.
That's your best shot. And that's what it was like in Dallas as well. No one's dropping maps to anyone who isn't one of these 2 teams. Should be 3, but you know, maybe next year.
And maybe Toronto for like 1.
Yeah. Toronto did all right. You know, EWC was okay.
Oh boy. Well, I believe that we are ready to hear not just from our player of the match, but from the Falcons overall, as we do have our awards ceremony getting ready to take place there on stage at the Busan Esports Arena. Let's hear what they have to say. Quest, his job is done. We 3 will be guiding you guys through this as we have the Marine down on stage.
Yeah, we'll listen to what they have to say, and let's just cruise over the award ceremony.
Yeah, we're just gonna chill together here. If there's something G-Left and I need to translate for you guys, we might, but otherwise it's just the Marine kind of yapping about how awesome it was. And that's what we're doing, so you know,
yeah,
can't blame him.
가장 행복한 팀은 어떤 팀일까요?
Absolutely
바로
cannot.
우승한 팀이 되지 않을까 싶습니다. 자, 그럼 바로 이어서 시상식을 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다.
So we're going to start the award ceremony now. Give out some prizes. Probably be an awkward check or a few bouquets of flowers, you know, esports way. How many things can these pro gamers hold?
Just keep piling them up.
The StarCraft days was always the worst because you don't have teammates, you don't have a coach, you're just like up there holding this.
Yeah, by yourself.
This is of course Craig Chun from Blizzard. He's the Esports Asia product lead. And a big reason why all of this is happening.
Yes, I mean, for you guys who love watching Korean in particular Overwatch, I suppose, but Asia in general, Craig has been kind of the tip of the spear as far as a lot of projects. The run back that we had, the Apex reuniting, you know, reunitement that we had for the show matches, Flash Up, etc. A lot of that is
Keeping
Craig.
contenders offline in Korea.
And this guy has also been there since the Apex days, so he's very much a just full-bodied Overwatch-loving dude.
Speaking of dudes who love Overwatch, I think these guys are enjoying it quite a bit.
I don't know how much Happy likes Overwatch. He didn't play any today.
What about Majed?
He's in love with being there.
I think now we'll have the trophy prize and go through the interview right after that. That trophy looks really cool, by the way.
I forgot what roster Happy was on when he won his first title, but this is actually really his second major title. Doubling his titles here. He has less than Majed.
There you go. Our champions.
There's the flowers!
And the flowers, of course.
But how many flowers do we have?
Just one.
One bouquet. I mean, there's a lot of flowers in there. I'm not going to count them. Let's make a happy memory. Asking for one more round of applause.
네, 블리자드 코리아의 천성찬님께도 다시 한번 감사의 말씀 전달드리도록 하겠습니다. 자,
Asked him to also say thank you to Craig one more time as he left.
가져볼 텐데요. 제 왼쪽에 있으니까 먼저 해야겠네요. 네, 자 오늘
It's interview time.
우승 소감부터 바로 여쭤보고 싶은데 저 마이크 전달.
Okay, who wants to speak first?
지금 방금 막 우승하셨잖아요. 지금 뭐 좀 느낌이 좀 어떠신가요?
지금
How do you feel right now after the win?
가장 최고로 도파민이 터지는 것 같아가지고.
아 오늘이요?
네.
아 저희도 그랬어요. 중계하면서.
I think my dopamine level is actually at the highest ever since I was born. Even the Korean caster is saying this was a highest caliber match.
좀 떨리긴 해요 지금 몸이.
아니 오늘 경기가 저희도
He's actually still nervous and shaking from the matches.
나오기가 어려운데 오늘은 그런 상황이 여러 차례 나오더라고요. 저는 어떻습니까?
There were a lot of flip side moments. How were you feeling at that?
메타가 너무 좀 스노우볼 조합이다 보니까 워낙 기세 싸움이었어가지고 서로 저도 기사 안 읽고 본인들.
Yeah, both our team and the opponent also had very snowbally
지고 이기고 반복했던 것 같습니다.
team comp, so we actually just went back and forth between the battle.
부산까지 와주신 거 정말
Do you have any shout-outs to the fans
심지어
who came all the way down to Busan?
풀세트 2번 가가지고 10시 좀 넘었던 걸 알고 있는데
Both full sets.
계속 봐주셔서 정말
He's like, I think it's like it finished after 10. He's like, not even sure.
It's like 10:45 right now.
다음 날에 조심히 귀가하십시오, 다들.
Yeah, thanks for coming down all the way down to Busan, and I hope you make your safe travel back to wherever you came from.
그렇죠? 예, 정말 뜻깊은 그런 소감까지 저희가 들어봤습니다. 자, 이어서 우리 한빈 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다.
한빈.
자, 한빈 선수 먼저 우승 소감부터 좀 부탁드리겠습니다.
아 일단 너무 좋고요.
네.
네, 일단 그냥
How
너무
do you
Feels
feel
great.
after the win?
좋아요.
Feels
진짜
good.
네, 미칠 것 같아요.
Feels crazy.
될것 같아요.
I'm about to jump off the stage.
경기를 보는데 저희는 더 미칠 뻔했어요. 아니 오늘 한 버지 오늘 경기에서 우리 채팅창도 한 버지로 도배가 됐는데 솔직히 오늘 정커킨 있잖아요. 저희 다
Yeah, you're JQ.
오늘 경기 중에 기억나는 장면 좀 몇 개 얘기해 주세요.
Yeah, JQ today.
일단
What do you remember from today's matchup?
킹날 때 너무 재밌었고요.
예.
Jungle King was really fun. I had so much fun playing her.
도파민이 레전드요.
It was a legendary match. My dopamine also popped off.
아 진짜 레전드였어요. 진짜 너무 좋았어요. 진짜.
It was a legendary game today.
그럼 물어볼게요. 꺾인 적도 몇 번 있죠?
아니 안 꺾였어요.
아
진짜.
꺾인 적은
Were you down at any moment? No. I was never that down.
뭔가 계속 배워갔어요. 그러니까 쓰라바
Something I kept on learning today.
진짜 쓰라바드 졌을 때 우리 못한 부분이 너무 보였고
Even when we lost Ravassa, I could see the downside, the mistakes that we had, and then I just learned a lot more.
팬시한 모습 보는 것도 처음인데 본인들의 모습이 이렇게
Mindset of a
자연스럽게
champion.
표출하는 게 팬 여러분들이 가장 좋아하는 겁니다. 이 행복 담아서 또 팬 여러분들 많이 지금도 남아 계시고 막자 다 끝났어요. 지금 여기 있잖아요.
The fans
저희 집도 못
still
가요.
here.
시간 다
If they want to
끝났어요.
travel back to Seoul, it's impossible.
Yeah,
There's no train
all
back.
the
There's no
trains-
airplane
all the trains are
back.
closed. Everything's closed.
일단 믿어주셔서 너무
You got a
감사하고요.
red-eye flight, I suppose.
Well, you can drive back, but that'll be tomorrow.
저희 팀이
A $1,000 taxi bag.
더 잘할 것 같습니다. 진짜 무조건.
It took a while, but we got the win. I think in the future we will actually play better. I feel that really strongly.
우리 해피 선수 바로 만나보겠습니다. 저희 시간만 많으면 그냥 인터뷰만 오늘 한 2시간 해도 될 것 같아요. 솔직히 그 정도의 레전드 그런 경기.
The Marine wants to talk for 2 hours because it was such a legendary match today.
오늘
Happy? Yeah, were you satisfied with your performance today? Happy?
아니 옆에 한빈이가 너무 재밌게 해가지고 부담스러워.
I mean, that's so much fun.
편안하게 원래 햇빛처럼 좀 해주시면 됩니다. 저 오늘 경기를 저 보시면서
No doubt he's
어땠어요?
talking about
열심히
backstage when they were
응원해
both on the
주셨을
bench there.
당연히 열심히 응원했고.
I cheered very hard.
믿고 있었어요. 너무 스크림 때부터
I knew
너무
that
잘 해왔고.
my team was going to win. We had really good scrims. I had full trust.
우리 팀원들이 어떤 부분에서 어떤 경기에서 가장 잘했다 맵에서 뭐 이런 게 있었나요?
Which map was the best for the Falcons?
일단 마지막 맵이라
The last
기억이
map.
제일 많이 나는 것 같은데.
Which I remember the most?
스토커 선수가 나노 에코 온 거 어떻게 잡았는지 모르겠어요.
And also Stalker, I don't know how he got Nano Echo.
잡아버렸었죠.
네, 무조건 졌다 생각하는.
I thought I lost. I thought the team lost at that moment.
보면서도 막
But he did it somehow.
난리도 아니었겠네요. 네. 가장 막 행복해하는 사람은 좀 누구였습니까?
Who was the happiest person on the team?
정범님.
정범님. 알겠습니다. 그럼 팬 여러분들에게 마지막으로 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
Shout out to the fans. Yeah, emotional.
경기 못 나와가지고 좀 저도 아쉬운 것도 있는데. 네,
little disappointing that I couldn't make it to the match.
스톡홀름에서는
But
더 노력해서 저도
when I go to Stockholm, I will try harder and try to be on the stage.
알겠습니다.
I'll try my best.
정말 큰 박수 부탁드리고요. 앞으로 저희가 또 응원하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 차례를 보면 프로포 선수 같지만 오늘 PO 팀이니까 마지막에 할게요. 자, 그럼 이제 이어서
we'll wait
서바제트
for
선수 통역
proper to be at the
인터뷰 한번
end.
나눠보도록 하겠습니다.
Sir Majid.
저 오늘 승리 소감부터.
Let's talk to him.
저 우승 소감부터 좀 듣고 싶은데요.
We got Junkbook translating here for him.
This is first time winning Asia, so it feels like amazing.
Amazing.
Yeah, and we're just too happy. Even though I didn't play, I'm proud of everyone here, and yeah.
그만큼 놀라웠고 보면서도 좀 재밌게 봤다는 그런 얘기를 해주고 계신데요. 자, 오늘 경기 중에 우리 팀원들 중에 경기 보면서 가장 잘한 선수는 이 선수다. 가장 임팩트가 있었던
Who's the best player on the team
Who had the highest impact?
The most, I think everyone played the best. I would say proper played like consistent, good. And I think everyone played like wonderful, but I think I'll give it to proper.
야, 역시 또 프로퍼 선수를 뽑아주면서 이렇게 또 멋진 좀 모습 보여줬습니다. 그럼
knower.
앞으로의 좀 이제 스톡홀름에
Majid's a knower.
He has eyes.
First time going to Sweden, and hopefully we're gonna win it this time, the second major.
이제 처음으로 스톡홀름 가는데 이제 두 번째 메이저도 이길 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
네, 서마지드 선수에게 여러분 큰 박수 환호 한번 좀 부탁드리겠습니다.
Yeah, chat, send your cheer to Sir Majid.
잠시만요. 이러니까 16 프로 게이머구나. 인터뷰 상황에 맞춰서 제 왼쪽으로 도열했어요. 알아서 시키지도 않았는데. 자, 바로 마이크 한번
Proper
주시고요.
slide it
자,
up
우승
to
소감 먼저
Marine.
들어볼게요.
일단 일단 국제전 우승해서 너무 기쁘고 우승한 것도 기쁘긴 한데 이제 라쿤 이제 국제전 라쿤 이제 국제전 우승 못한 게
I'm just really glad that we stopped Raccoon from taking another international title.
팀은 이기면 이런 맛이 있는 거죠. 어때요? 코리아만 붙으면 팔콘이 짱이었는데 코리아가 떼지면 좀 아쉬웠단 말이에요. 본인들도 얼마나
Yeah, without that Korean title, Falcons had a bit of a letdown.
어떤 차이 때문에 본인들이 우승을 한 것 같습니까?
What do you think was the big difference today?
일단 저희 팀이 이제 계속 코리아 준비 때부터 부족한 점 많이 보완하면서 이제 많이 약간
Since Korea, we made a lot of adjustments,
부족한 점
trying to
많이
fill the hole.
돼가지고 라쿤이랑 할 때 좀 더 쉽게 이겼던 것 같아요.
So, with that much work and practice, I think we actually had an easy time defeating against the Raccoons.
연거푸 결승까지 이어갔잖아요. 본인에게 가장 기억에 남는 장면이 있을까요?
일단 일리오스 페어 마지막 맵 립 선수
What was your most memorable moment?
이제 그 뉴정크 시티 마지막 상대 용검 박밀로 빼고 돌이켜 맞춰서 밀린 거.
그런 결정적 장면에 내가 있었다.
Mentioning Ilios in New Junk City.
Yeah, a few really crucial moment that I did well, that he did well.
자, 그러면 마지막으로 팬 여러분들에게 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
먼 곳까지 직관 와주신 팬분들 정말 감사하고.
Thanks for coming all the way down.
열심히 응원해 주신 팬분들 정말 감사합니다.
And all the cheer, the energy was sent. Thank you so much for rooting for our team.
자, 이어서 와 오늘 경기 정말 긴장 많이 됐을 것 같아요. 마지막 7세트에서 등장했을 때 딱 그때 그 심정이 좀 궁금하거든요.
Yeah, when you came in as a savior
솔직히 말하면은
솔직히
on the 7th map.
국제전이기도 하고 이제 마지막 세트다 보니까
It's the last set, international match.
패배하기도 했었고 이제 또 들어가게 되는
I felt the losses.
부담감이 없었다면은 당연히 거짓말이고.
I'll be lying if there was no pressure.
팀들이랑 선수들이 다 할 수 있다고 믿어줘서.
But the teammates and the coaching staff trusted me going in, and I could play my game on the last map.
상황이 몇 차례 있었는데 어때요? 지금 이렇게 팀 팔콘에게 아시아, 특히나 코리아를 넘어서서 글로벌 대회에서 우승이란 좀 어떤 의미가 있을까요?
Now, how does this win feel? What does it mean to you?
첫 국제전을 우승하게 돼서
It's the first international with Falcons.
이렇게 첫 국제전 가져감으로써 앞으로 있을 메이저 대회에서도
And going into major, another international.
높아지는 것 같아서.
I think the expectation level is getting higher.
좀 환하게 좀 웃으면서
And I could feel
솔직한
it.
심정까지 알려주셨는데요. 자, 그럼 마지막으로 스톡홀름 소감을 떠나서 각오 한 말씀 들어볼게요.
일단 제 하고 싶은 말은 이렇게 늦은 시간까지
And the last bit of words.
위해서 응원해주신 팬분들한테
Thanks to the fans. At late hours, staying all together at the end, until the end.
저희도 보답할 수 있도록 이제 스톡홀름 가서도 또 우승해서.
We will try our best to repay that back and Stockholm.
우승 노려보도록.
And go for another championship trophy.
끝까지 믿고 응원해
So keep on trusting us until the end and continue to root for us.
정말 벌써 몇 번의 우승인가요? 정말 레전드 대단한 그런 수상소까지 저희가 잘 들어봤습니다.
Yeah, such a legendary match, legendary last map.
잠시만 제가 왼쪽에 좀 껴도 될까요? 자, 사이에 좀 오늘 또 우승 소감부터 들어봐야 될 것 같은데 오늘 경기 진짜 끝내줬습니다. 자, 소감 좀 어땠습니까?
저는
How do you
사실
feel?
약간 오늘 더 잘 쏠 수 있었는데
I could have been better today. I could have shoot better.
우승을 했지만 내가 이거보다 원래 더 잘할 수 있는데 더 잘하는데.
I'm usually better than this, but
어느 정도 오늘 그 몇 퍼센트였습니까? 스토커에.
in terms of percentage out of 100,
70-80% 정도였던 것 같습니다.
I think I was about 70-80% out of 100 today.
남았었던 그런 오늘 세트나 뭐 경기 있어요?
그거는
Which map?
수라바사인 것 같아요.
수라바사.
I think Suravasa is the most memorable map.
뭐 아쉬웠어요 본인 플레이?
저희 팀이 궁적으로 약간 잘 못했다고 얘기는 했지만 제가 잘 썼다면 이겼을 것 같은 그건.
In terms of old management, I think we could have done a lot better, and my shots were not landing as much.
자기 반성을 통해서
That was a map that
나의 아쉬움이 이런 것들을
I learned a lot
더 나아갈 수 있다.
from my own play.
이런 기세 그러면 스토커의 90%가 나오면 스토커는 끝나는 거 아니에요?
당연하죠.
당연해요.
And if you get 90% of you, then the game's over, right? Of course.
대단한 것 같습니다. 자, 팬
There's the
여러분
confidence.
11시까지도 지금 응원해 주고 계십니다. 팬 여러분들에게 정말 사랑 담아서 한 말씀
And
부탁드립니다.
with love,
항상
any shout outs to the fans?
감사하고 이번 연도 마지막까지 이제
Thank you always to the fans.
더 최선을 다하겠습니다.
And at the end of the year, we'll try our best to get another one.
자, 그리고 이제 오늘 또 마지막 인터뷰죠. 오늘 PAT까지 받고 꽃까지 들고 있으니까 참 보기 좋네요.
And the
자,
final.
소감부터 부탁드리겠습니다.
How do you feel?
좀 힘든 경기도 많았는데 제타 전부터
There were lots of hard moments. since ZETA
우승해가지고
versus ZETA.
기분 좋은 것 같아요.
But it feels great to grab the win at the end.
제타전도 쉽지 않았었고 결승에서도 여러 차례 막 팔콘이 이제 이겼다.
Versus
아니,
ZETA versus
이겼다.
Raccoon.
그래서 왔다 갔다 하면서 계속해서
There was a lot of ping pong back and forth.
어떻습니까?
The moment of
우리
championship.
KT 이기고 우승한 소감.
How does it feel to defeat them?
사실 그냥 뭐라 해야 되지?
Honestly, I
전도 그렇고
just
라쿤전도 그렇고 저희가 지고 있는 상황에서도
ZETA,
오늘은 그냥 질 것 같은 느낌이
Raccoon.
하나도 안 들어가지고
I actually never felt the feeling of a loss today.
특히나 오늘 그 겐지 플레이 있잖아요. 오늘 완전
And your Genji.
점 찍고 막 날아다니던데.
It's just at the
오늘
peak.
어떤 컨디션이었습니까?
How are you feeling?
제가 2022년 이후로 좀 살짝 못하는 모습을 좀 많이 보여주긴
I had some
했는데
slumps since
그래도 겐지
2022,
하나는
but still my
제가 세상에서
Genji
제일 잘하는 것 같아요.
is still
이런
I'm the best
이런
at Genji
생각이
out of all the
경기에서
players.
그렇게 나왔던 것 같습니다. 자, 그러면 이제 마지막으로 팬 여러분들에게도 멋지게 또 인사 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
오늘
shout out to the fans.
경기 늦게까지 지켜봐 주셔서 되게 감사드리고
Thanks for watching until
또
late hours.
팔콘 팀 되게 사랑 많이 해주셔서 너무 감사드리고
And I'm thankful for
다 끊긴
your
건
love
좀
towards Team
아쉽지만
Falcons.
재밌는 경기 많이 보여드렸으니까 그거에
And it went
만족하고
all the way to
더
distance,
열심히
but it
해서
was a really great
끝까지
match.
좀 잘할 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
And we will try to go to the major and play better. Thank you so much.
들어봤습니다. 자리 좀 부탁드려요. 네, 이렇게 해서
Do we not have the
성공해서
dance?
오버워치 챔피언즈 시리즈
I suppose not.
아시아 스테이지 2의 주인공은
Well, they said they weren't going to dance, so it was only Max who was going to do it.
Well, no, he was going to sing.
And then oh no.
I thought they said, oh, we're all really shy, so we're just going to go home.
Yeah. Well, guys, that unfortunately does it for us here at OWCS Asia. It's been a hell of a year and an absolute pleasure to be able to deliver the action for you this whole way throughout. Wolf, G-Clef, thank you guys so much for being here
Shout outs
with me.
to 9K as
And
well as
Unknown.
Unknown. Yeah.
Yes. For
And Hex as well.
Yep.
And of course,
Hex joining us online for multiple days throughout the year. Of course, for the Avril coming over here to be co-streaming our majors when we have these players here on LAN. For Quest for his translations, the captain himself throughout this tournament, throughout the year. It's been an absolute pleasure. But unfortunately, all good things must come to an end. And so too shall this tournament cycle, as well as our part over here for Overwatch Esports in 2024 here in Asia. It has been an absolute banger of a year. Any closing quick remarks from you, Wolf?
I just want to congratulate Team Falcons, and I want to give a shout out to all the teams that participated in OWCS this year, and I hope we keep a lot of them next year as well.
How about you, G-Clef?
and also thanks to all of you guys watching. Thank you so much
Yes,
for
of
all
course.
the cheers, all the support throughout, and make sure to continue to watch on them as we send the two teams to major, very likely to grab another win.
Yeah, I mean, something tells me that this is just the beginning of the end here for the actual season. Falcons versus Crazy Raccoon. It seems like it's just impossible to dodge out on that matchup. So cannot wait to see those teams clash over at DreamHack Winter, or DreamHack Stockholm, I should say. It's going to be an absolute insane series, but I believe that just about does it, and that it is time.
Hope to see you guys next
to
year.
say goodbye. Hope
We
to see
love
you guys
you.
next year. As I often say, we'll meet again. Don't know where, don't know when, but we will meet again someday. So that is going to do it. Again, commiserations to Crazy Raccoon as well as ZETA, who unfortunately we will not see over at Stockholm. They put up an insane fight. They had a fantastic year overall. But for Falcons, it is one last congratulations as they are our champions.